Yep. How's it going? Um, Another busy weekend at work. Hectic weekend. Um, Caught an ear infection, and it was my fault. Had to stay up today. I tried to go to sleep right after work, and then it's like, all right, I'm gonna wake up and I'll go to the doctor. But it was like, screw that, man. I couldn't go to sleep. It was like starting to hurt, and I was working all weekend with it. So I went to the doctor, got the medication. So, I definitely feel more comfortable because it's like it was already a couple days. It's like at first I thought it was just like nothing, but then by like the third day of my work week, I was like, oh fuck, no, this shit's not going anywhere, and it's starting to hurt. So I got that taken care of. Well, it's in the process, I started the medication and everything. Um, a whole bunch of news happened over the weekend. I discovered uh I discovered another content creator online that I'm a fan of their videos. I'm a fan of their point of view on what's going on in the world. So I'm going to be playing a couple of those videos as I'm playing video games. Um, I also started late because I had to stay up and go to the doctor, so I didn't go to sleep at my regular time. So that's why I'm starting at like close to freaking 12 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. Uh, Still think Trump and Musk are just nothing but Nazis. I did post a video, my last stream. I was watching it again, and it's not even that I didn't like what I was saying. I liked the majority of what I was saying. I was just a little bit too overzealous, though. It seemed a little bit too overzealous. And then also like a coworker, I guess because I'm more intense than I appear, or that I feel like I am, right? Um, but like it's not like they watched the video or anything, but they were like, I don't know if I said something at work when we were in conversation, and she was like, "You're so intense. You should pull it back." And then that night, I was rewatching my last week Thursday stream, and I was like, "She's right. She's right." So I still have it, but I took it down because the majority of it I liked, but there were some elements of it where I feel like I was a little bit too intense and it was just too cringe. So I chilled out with it. Um, Part of me wants to edit it, but it is a 12-hour video, so I it's so much data, it's so much gigabytes, unless I downloaded it on my external hard drive in order to like, edit it a bit. Um, I don't know if I'll get around to that. Uh, we're gonna start with FIFA. And I don't know if you guys have ever heard of Gary's Economics, but like he was like the new content creator that I discovered this weekend. I'm a fan of him. I really do like uh his perspective. He's another like well-read individual who could um definitely explain things better than I ever could. Uh so yeah, no, that's not what I need. Boop. This is what I need. Oh, it actually kept the settings. Nice. Um Man, this ear feels so clogged. It sucks. How I gave myself the freaking ear infection? Cycling. Cycling and using headphones. And so I guess the sweat got in the ear and boom. Because I was wondering, because that's the first thing they ask you. They're like, "Oh, have you been swimming?" And I'm like, "No, I don't swim. I mean, I can swim very well. Fuck you." Uh, but I haven't been swimming, so I was just there thinking, like, how the hell could I have gotten an ear infection? And then it hit me. I was like, "Oh shit, it's the freaking headphones." But I cycle, so it's like goddamn cycling without headphones. It's like, oh my God, what am I gonna do? Just listen to the wind? It's like that sucks. I don't know how I'm gonna get around this one, or how I'm gonna figure out. Um, Speaking of which, hang on. Ay, 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 ay. Ay, ay, ay. Hmm. Right, so let's play some games. Let's play some games. Bro, my right ear is so clogged. Jeez Louise.
Let's go with economics. Today we are going to do the second video in our course on inequality and the economy. This one is...
I don't know if this is. I just wanted the first video. Hang on. I think it was just the first video I watched. All right, let's start with this video.
I'm done spending an obscene amount of money on takeout every week. Done.
I'm getting back on track with Factor.
Fresh, never frozen.
Okay, welcome back to Gary's Economics. Today we are going to talk about why Labour and Trump will both fail. Okay, so we are in a situation now where we have new governments in both the UK and the US. And on the face of it, you have two very different political parties, two very different leaders. We have one centre-left party, one right-wing party with a very right-wing leader, and they both have very different sets of economic policies. What we're going to explain today is how both of these parties, despite having very different sets of policies, will fail. And we're going to talk about what that teaches us about economics and the left and the right of politics today. So I think it's important to recognise that both of these governments have come into power at a situation where the economy has weakened a lot, there have been significant falls in living standards, and there has been a real significant loss of faith from the general public in the economic status quo and politics in general. This means that both of these parties, both of these leaders, have come into power needing to offer something new, a kind of new idea on economics and a new idea on politics. And what we can learn from these two parties is basically what the main new pitches are on where the economy needs to go. Okay, let's start with Labour. Now, the Labour economic policy, I think of it as a kind of managed centrism or a managed sensibilism. And when I say sensibilism, I don't mean to say that I think it is actually a good or a sensible policy. In reality, I think Labour's economic policy will fail quite badly. I think it will lead to significantly falling living standards. But I call it a sensibilism because it's important to understand that it's basically rooted in what is kind of considered the sensible economic policy of mainstream modern economists. Economists love this kind of policy, but also the way that it's implemented and the way that it's presented seems to be really rooted in this idea that Labour and Keir Starmer and Rachel Reeves view themselves as extremely sensible economically. So let's talk about what the actual policy is. So this managed sensibilism is basically the idea that you do everything but a little bit more of it. So you borrow a bit more, you tax a bit more, you spend a bit more, and crucially you use that money to invest a little bit more. So I think you can already see how sensibilism is like a very key part of how this idea views itself. And this managed sensibilism is rooted in this idea that has been popular amongst economists for a long time, that there is a productivity puzzle or a productivity problem in Western economies, but in particular the UK economy. I might do a video specifically about that puzzle because I think it's kind of nonsense. But to make it clear, this basically comes down to the UK economy, like a lot of Western economies, but in particular the UK economy, has really not grown very much for a long time. And economists and the Labour Party basically say you want to grow more, what you need is to invest more. So our plan is to borrow a bit more, tax a bit more, use that money to invest, and we're going to grow the economy. And this kind of ties into the idea that we've had a Conservative government for 14 years. They were largely an austerity government. They tried to save a lot of money. They didn't really invest in the country. So there's this idea going around that we have crumbling infrastructure, so we need to raise a bit of money, use that money to invest in growing our infrastructure. So this policy, it sounds really sensible, right? We're going to raise a little bit of money, we're going to invest. Investment is great, economists love investment. We're going to grow the economy, and we're going to fix all of our problems this way. So if it's so great sounding, if it's so sensible, why is it going to fail? Well, I think the first and most obvious way that we can see this policy is probably going to fail is because America, and in fact recently Germany, already tried it. They already tried this policy, and did it work? Did it work in those countries? So obviously in the US we had the Democrats under Joe Biden in power for the last 4 years, and they basically went pretty aggressively into this kind of policy. In particular, they borrowed a lot of money, they spent a lot of money, and they tried to do a lot of investment. Did it work? On the one hand, the US has had higher levels of GDP growth, much higher than the UK, significantly higher than most Western countries in the last 4 years. On the other hand, they got pretty badly beaten in the election, which gives a good sense that the general public is not happy with the policy or with the government. This kind of raises like an interesting question. There's this idea that has been going around, in particular in the American media, a lot in the last couple of years. There's a phrase which is the vibes are off. I don't think I've spoken about this phrase on the channel. I kind of love this phrase because it tells you kind of everything about modern economics today. So the vibes are off is an idea popular in American economics, the economic press, which is that the economy is actually really, really strong. And because of the strength of the economy, it doesn't make any sense that the public are so unhappy. And the actual problem is just that the public is somehow picking up on some like negative vibes. And the reason for this is something which I speak about a lot on this channel, which is economists, they love to look at these kind of big macro aggregate measures of the economy. So in the last few years, GDP growth has been quite good in the US, unemployment has been quite low, and inflation has been falling. So from the perspective of an economist, they're looking at this and they're saying, oh, the economy is good, the economy is good. What you need to understand is most economists, especially most influential economists, are rich people from rich families with elite degrees and well-paid jobs. So what these guys are seeing is, good top-level numbers, GDP growth, inflation, unemployment. They themselves, their personal financial position, their family's financial position, their community's financial position doing really well. And they don't really see the fact that increasingly in the last 3-4 years, your average American, just like your average English or British person, is increasingly struggling to pay the rent, pay the bills, in many cases even pay for things like food and heating. And this basically is the same problem that I talk about a lot on this channel. Economists just look at the big picture numbers. They themselves are rich. They don't see that as inequality rises quickly, it is possible for the rich to do very well, whilst the poor fall deeper and deeper and deeper into poverty. And Labour are making this exact same mistake, basically. They will focus exclusively on the economy and growth, GDP, all of these large, big picture numbers. But we are sitting here in 2025, just after COVID, which saw an absolutely unbelievable, enormous increase in wealth inequality. If you don't deal with that, then living standards will continue to fall for the poor and ordinary people. You simply have to deal with the growing inequality of wealth. Living standards were falling for ordinary people even before COVID, because they were increasingly unable to compete with the rich for resources. Since COVID, inequality is much worse. This is what I've made my money on, this is what I've made my history on. The situation is much worse now. If Labour don't look at it, they'll make the exact same mistake that Biden made, that the Democrats made, which is essentially, you are in a situation now where the rich are much, much, much richer. They are sucking wealth out like a black hole of the middle class and the government extremely quickly. This will lead to falling living standards. The second thing to say is that there is a kind of a naive assumption here that the government can simply invest. And you see this idea often in media coverage that says the government should just build houses, the government should just build houses. You need to raise tax on the rich. So what you see here is a government that is faced with a massive, massive increase in inequality, a massive, massive loss of resources for working people, for the government, and rather than addressing tax policy to get the resources back, they're trying to borrow it back, which in many cases it looks like they possibly can't do, and they're taxing you instead. The UK government is in a much weaker position than the US government when it comes to borrowing. This means that they are not able to do the same amount of borrowing and investing that Joe Biden did. And even that led to him really significantly losing the next election. So essentially, Labour are extremely blind to the problem of inequality and distribution, and they are kind of rehashing a policy that they've already seen fail in America, only they're doing it with much, much less money. Unfortunately, this will fail. Okay, now on to Donald Trump. The first thing I want to say is, it's actually not easy to know exactly what Donald Trump will do when it comes to the economy. For the reason that I explained in my recent video, Truth, Lies and Games, which is basically that what Donald Trump says he is going to do is often not particularly connected to what Donald Trump wants to do or what Donald Trump intends to do. But obviously we should look at and consider and talk about the two economic policies which he speaks about most, which are tariffs and reducing immigration. Now, both of these policies are really popular because they sound very America first. Now, we're obviously living in a time when the economy is very weak for ordinary people. People are worried, people are scared, and people want their leaders to protect them. And for that reason, these kind of anti-immigration policies are increasingly very popular all over the world because they make people feel like, at last, our leaders are coming here to protect me, our leaders are coming here to protect us, they're not worrying about foreigners. How do I know it's not going to work on the economy? Well, we can do a similar thing here to what we just did when analysing Labour. So when Labour came in, they're kind of replicating the economic plans of the American government that were going out. And Trump is doing a similar thing with regards to his rhetoric on immigration that the Conservative government did for a long time. So the Conservative government really, really aggressively spoke about wanting to reduce immigration. They made it kind of one of their flagship policies. They went really heavily into Brexit, which was, of course, to a significant degree about reducing immigration. And yet, when they came in, they actually didn't reduce immigration at all. In fact, they significantly increased immigration. So why does this happen? Yeah, I think it's pretty clear to see why this happens. You know, this is a very popular rhetoric. It's very, very popular to say we're going to reduce immigration. Lots of people want immigration to be reduced. But when the Conservatives actually come into power, you know, I'd love to have them on if they want to discuss it. I think what happens is you sit down, you look at it, and you realise, actually, some pretty important sections of our economy have basically been built at this point to be extremely dependent on immigration. So in the UK, you have three sectors of the economy which are like really, really, really extremely dependent on immigration, which are the NHS, care for elderly people, and the universities. And all of these sectors are basically completely dependent on immigrants at the moment. So I think the Conservatives come in, they kind of say, oh, we've really, really sold ourselves on reducing immigration. We've done Brexit. But actually, these three really important sectors of the economy basically won't work if we reduce immigration. So then they end up in this kind of situation where they need to play this game of really, really, really aggressively acting like and saying they want to reduce immigration, whilst not actually reducing immigration because it would damage these sectors of the economy. I don't want to say you can't reduce immigration, but you need to be really careful and strategic about how you do it. So in the US, there are also a lot of sectors of the economy which have become very dependent on migrant labor. I think in the US, it's things like agriculture, a lot of low-paid work. And you could reduce immigration and try and replace these workers with domestic workers, but you need to do the prep work beforehand to make sure that you have the workers available. And I'm not sure Donald Trump has done that prep work. I think he's going to find himself in a very, very similar situation to the Conservatives, basically, where he finds that what you need to say to get into power is very, very difficult to what you need to do to keep the economy running. And he is probably going to be forced into a similar situation of talking very hard on immigration whilst not actually doing a lot on it, because he hasn't done the prep work to make sure that the workers are there for the sectors that have become dependent on these workers. And tariffs are essentially the same thing. You know, I think tariffs are actually potentially an interesting policy, and if you go look back through history, you will see that a lot of countries have had a lot of success in the past with tariffs. Countries like Japan and South Korea and Taiwan successfully built themselves up in the 20th century by using tariffs to protect certain industries. Even countries like the UK and the US themselves have used tariffs a lot at points in their history. And when you live in a world where you are competing with extremely unequal countries like China, like India, China is still much more unequal than the West, that have much lower levels of wages, tariffs can be used to protect your domestic economy, to protect the domestic worker. But again, you have, just like with immigration, you have this problem. Do we have the industries ready here to produce the products which we're going to lose when we bring the tariffs in? And I think tariffs can work when they are targeted at specific industries where you are being outcompeted by foreign companies with cheaper labor. I don't think they work when they're applied really broadly to basically everything. If you apply them across the board, even in spaces where you don't have the domestic industry available to replace those tariffed imports, all you end up doing is really increasing prices, really increasing costs. This ends up hitting the poorest the most because they spend a much higher percentage of their money on basic goods and services. And it would actually really, if it was not targeted and if it was not carefully done, it would really, really actually hurt living standards. So I think Trump is going to find himself basically, just like the Conservatives, in this situation where he knows that these policies he's shouted loudly for, reducing immigration, increasing tariffs, are basically not really workable from an economic perspective. And he will have to constantly back down from them in certain ways. And I suspect in the end, he probably won't go through with really implementing either of these policies in a kind of large scale he's promised. But if he's simply not going to do the policies which he says he's going to do, how can I say the economy will fail? The answer is quite simply tax policy. There is one area where I think I can confidently predict what Trump will do, because he did it last time and he looks convinced to do it again. And it's very in the interests of both himself and Elon Musk, who appears to be backing him financially. He will significantly reduce taxes on rich people. And he will fund that probably by slashing government spending in some cases, which will often cause a lot of people to lose their jobs, cause a lot of people to lose support, and he will fund it by raising taxes on ordinary working people. Let's assume even if he didn't raise taxes on working people, is it a problem if Donald Trump massively slashes taxes on rich people? How does that affect ordinary people's living standards? Okay, I've said this a million times on the channel, but I am going to go through it really clearly for you again, because it is really, really important when you are considering Donald Trump's policy to slash taxes on the rich. When rich people get an enormous amount of money, that is bad for you. That is bad for your living standards. I'll explain why. Money is not a real resource. Okay, money is not food, money is not housing. Money is a competitive resource. Money is a distributional resource. Money is the resource that we use to determine the allocation of the real resources. If rich people get an enormous amount of money, they will use that money to buy the things you need. They will outcompete you and your children for housing. House prices will go up. Your kids will not be able to afford a house. That means they will rent for longer. That means they will have to borrow money from the rich to buy houses. They will pay more interest, okay? Once the rich have more assets, inequality will be higher, and they will start to use more of the consumption goods. They will use more land, they will use more food, they will use more energy, they will use more goods and services, and you will get less of these things. Listen, I know economists don't talk about inequality much. That's the reason why I am a multi-millionaire and most economists are not, because I made my money by understanding that inequality hurts the economy. If you've not watched it yet and you don't understand the argument I've been making for a long time, that inequality hurts your living standards, I really recommend you watch the first video on this channel. I opened this channel because I saw at the beginning of COVID that governments were going to give out enormous amounts of money. That money would go to the rich and that would cause a collapse in your living standards. That has happened. I predicted that in June 2020 because I understand that inequality affects living standards. Of course, the distribution affects living standards. Donald Trump will oversee a massive cut in the taxes of rich people, and that will make your living standards worse. That is how I know that Donald Trump will fail in the economy, for the same reason I know that Keir Starmer and Labour will fail in the economy. Because both of these governments, both of these leaders, despite in theory sitting on opposite sides of the political spectrum, will oversee a continued increase in inequality, which will lead to a continued decrease in living standards. Just like Obama did, just like David Cameron did, just like Boris Johnson did, just like George Bush did. All of these presidents and prime ministers, be they red or blue, all of your leaders have overseen a rise in inequality. And that is why your living standards are falling, and that is why your kids and your grandkids will be poor. The message that I want to give here is stop worrying about all of this red, blue bullshit, okay? It's red, blue, and every single time you get poorer and your kids get poorer, and the politicians and the wealthy people who fund them get richer and richer and richer and richer. Stop arguing about the right left bullshit and start protecting your resources. Start protecting your wealth. Follow the money. Follow the money. Who is getting richer? Who is getting poorer? Whose taxes are going up? Whose taxes are going down? Who is finding it harder to buy a house? Who is buying 10 or 20 houses? Follow the money. Look at the distribution. This is what matters to protect the financial position of your kids and your grandkids. Listen, you are losing your wealth. What you have here is a massive boat with a hole in the bottom. And one group of people is telling you to row more sensibly, and another group is telling you to kick out the foreigners, while you and your family and your community are hemorrhaging your wealth to those people and the people that fund them. You're bleeding to death here. Donald Trump is an extremely wealthy man, funded by the richest man in the world. Keir Starmer is a rich man, funded by a very wealthy man. These guys are getting richer, okay? It's you guys who are getting poorer. you need to protect your position. I want to end this by addressing a question that I've gotten a lot in the last couple of weeks. I spent the last couple of weeks travelling up and down the UK a couple of times, talking to groups of people all around the country. And a lot of people asked me, if you were Chancellor, what would you do? And when I hear that, what I hear is people who are worried about what is happening and they want me to fix this quickly. I want to make this clear to you. We're not going to fix this quickly. It's not that easy. It's not going to be easy. The richest and most powerful people in my country, in your country, wherever you are going to try and stop this, okay? They are getting richer from it. The politicians, the economists, they are getting richer year after year. They're going to attack me. They're going to attack the things that I'm saying. Even if I was to get into power, these guys would try and lobby to put holes in the rules. They would try and get the newspapers to say it was nonsense. They try and stop it. It's not going to be easy. It's not going to be easy. Look, your grandparents and your great-grandparents lived in poverty, and they fought for generations and generations and generations. And that is the reason why you don't have to live in the kind of poverty that they live in. Because they came back from the war and they demanded food, housing, education, healthcare, and they got it. And they got it by taxing the rich. They understood that the only way to protect working people was to tax work less and wealth more. You need to fight that same fight. There's a quote by the old politician, British politician, Tony Benn, that I like. He said, "There's no final victory and there's no final defeat. There's only the same fight to be fought again and again and again. So toughen up." Listen, I don't do this work because I think I'm going to win. And I don't do this work because I think it's easy. I do it because I know if we don't fight this fight, if you don't fight this fight, this economic situation gets worse and worse and worse and worse. But we've done it before. Your grandparents, your great-grandparents did it before. They demanded that instead of the rich getting richer and richer every generation, wealth flowed back to the working classes. And they recognized you do that by taxing the rich. Listen, the government in my country, the government in your country is going to fail. The only people who can protect ordinary working people is you. You can do this. You have to do this. One last thing. If you're wondering why there's a bouquet of flowers over my shoulder, that's from Penguin, the publishing corporation, for the book being #1. Thanks for your support. You can do this. We can do this. Good luck.
A lot of people tell us, you finally explained trading to me in a way that I could understand. And then they start seeing profits. The reason behind this success is simple. We are not your typical Wall Street stockbrokers. We are a father and son team on a mission to help you learn how to trade. Hi, I'm Tim Leung, founder and CEO of Stock Navigators, and this is my dad, Tom.
Hello, everyone.
My dad used to be a system design engineer. So when he got into trading over 25 years ago, he tested every strategy that he could find. And then he optimized each one and made a strategy of his own. Decades later.
Okay, welcome back to today's special bonus edition of Gary's Economics, where we're going to talk about truth, lies, and games. Okay, so today is the 30th of January, which means it is the release of the paperback of my book. This new paperback version, it's much cheaper, I think it's about £10, something like that. And to commemorate the release of the paperback, I wanted to do an edition where I speak about a story that happened to me when I was a trader, which I write about in the book, which really helped me to understand, in my mind, Donald Trump during the last Donald Trump presidency. So obviously Donald Trump is back, and I wanted to share a story from the book which helped me think about it, deal with it, and understand it. Okay, so towards the end of my time at Citibank, I decided I wanted to leave. And the opening scene of my book is my boss at the time basically pretty strongly threatening me that I could get in quite a lot of trouble if I tried to leave the bank. That led to the beginning of kind of a crazy period in my life where I was quite frequently threatened by senior management at Citibank. And I entered this period at work which I call the meeting period, which was where for about 3 or 4 weeks, every single day I would have 2 or 3 or 4 meetings with senior management at Citibank. And at the time I was living in Tokyo, working in Tokyo in Japan. And Citibank is obviously a massive, massive, massive organization. And there's all these different members of senior management. And every meeting would have like a different combination of bank senior managers in the meeting. So one day might be a one-on-one with a specific manager in Tokyo. Then the next meeting might be 4 guys, one in New York, one in London, one in Tokyo, one in Singapore. Then there might be a big Zoom call with like 10 guys. And each one of these meetings, what was interesting about these meetings was each one of these meetings, the management would have basically a different kind of strategy of what we're going to do in this meeting. So you might, for example, have a good cop, bad cop meeting. So for those who don't know, you're meeting with 2 guys and one of them just like shouts in your face and then he takes breaks and the other guy says, listen, I want to help you, I want to be on your side, I want to deal with this. But then you might have another meeting where you just have 6, 7 top senior management and beforehand they've decided with each other what we're going to do is we're just going to be really, really supportive to Gary. We're going to tell him we're behind him. So you would have this like really weird combination of you go into one meeting and a guy would like scream in your face for an hour and you'd go into the next meeting. Sometimes these meetings could be like even directly back to back in the same kind of like Zoom office room and everyone would be like, we love you, we support you. And sometimes you would get this amazing situation where the same guy who had just been shouting at you for an hour was also scheduled to be in the next meeting, which was immediately afterwards. So you'd have a guy stop shouting at you, sit down, turn on this like Zoom call on the big screen, and one by one, everyone, including him, would say, we believe in you, you know, we're really behind you, we really support you. And you know, when I told Jack about this earlier, he said, oh, it must have made you go mad. But actually, these little weird features were kind of what kept me sane in the period because they were so funny. It was so funny to see this guy immediately switch from like being like a crazy animal just shouting at you to being like a kind of cuddly teddy bear, like just because he's turned the Zoom call on and it's a different meeting. And what this made me realise, and it wasn't just this, it was a lot of things when I was working at Citibank, is that rich and powerful people have quite a different attitude and approach to truth and lies and games compared to ordinary people. So I think most ordinary people, when they are having a conversation with somebody, there is a kind of assumption that if you say something, it is because you believe it, and it is because you think it is because you feel it. That is why you say things. And there's a kind of assumption that people say things because they're true or it's what they think. But a lot of rich people and a lot of powerful people, they don't approach their conversations in this way, especially if it is conversations which have any relationship with money or power or their work. They will often go into a conversation with a kind of a game-playing mentality, which is, what is our objective from this conversation? What is our objective from this meeting? So in the case of the story in my book, they didn't want me to quit. So it's like, what is our strategy to stop Gary from quitting, basically? And then you'll go in basically playing a character and trying to think, what do I need to say in order to get the things that I want? What is the optimal choice of words, choice of strategy to try and get the outcome that I want? And because I spent a lot of time at Citibank, working with very rich, very powerful people, you start to realise that this is a very normal way of interacting, of human interactions in this world of rich and powerful people. And for that reason, when Donald Trump came into power, I was not really surprised at all by the things that he said and the way that he behaved. So Donald Trump, and of course we've also got Elon Musk now in this new administration, they both tend to do this thing of saying an awful lot of things. They say we're going to do this, they say we're going to do that, and sometimes the things that they say seem crazy, and you get people in the media saying, oh my God, if they do that policy, how is it going to affect us? What's it going to do? And then what you would often find in the last administration is he would say we're going to do this thing, and then nothing would come of it. There would never be any actual policy or ever even any attempt at a policy. And this confused people because a lot of people assumed that if somebody like Donald Trump says, I want to do this thing, I'm going to do this thing, that means that he wants to do this thing or he's going to do that thing. But from somebody who's been in these meetings and seen how people basically say whatever they think works in that specific meeting, I was not surprised at all, really. This is a very, very common way of rich and powerful people behaving. So what that means is we shouldn't really read anything in terms of what rich and powerful people actually say, or actually want, or actually are going to do from what they say they want and what they say they're going to do. When rich and powerful people say something, really more than anything, it tells us something about what they want us to believe. And this also explains often why what people say is so odd to what they do. For example, you've got the Conservatives who continually said they were anti-migration and yet enormously increased the number of legal migration into the country. You have Elon Musk, who again is trying to fund anti-immigration parties and yet is trying to increase immigration of many kinds into the US. When these rich and powerful people speak, we should always be asking ourselves, fundamentally, at the very heart, what do these people want? And in the vast majority of cases, what rich and powerful people want is more wealth, more power, not just for them, but also for their kids. So a few years ago, when Vladimir Putin invaded Ukraine, I won't lie, I was surprised. I'm not a Putin expert. And I was surprised he did that because I thought immediately, he's already super rich, he's already super powerful. That jeopardizes his situation, it jeopardizes his future. Why would he do that? And the first thing I did was, I went onto Wikipedia, I looked up Vladimir Putin. I wanted to know how old he was, does he have any kids, does he have any sons? And that is because I understand that most elderly, wealthy, powerful men are primarily concerned with successfully transferring their wealth and their power to their kids. And in many cases, they're focused on getting it to their sons or one particular son. And I think this is the way that you can primarily understand people like Musk, people like Putin, people like Trump. You need to understand their motivations. What do they want? What do they want? What do they want? And of course, everyone is an individual and people want different things. And we can't perfectly know what Putin wants. We can't perfectly know what Trump wants. We can't perfectly know what Musk wants. But most of the time, it is about amassing further wealth and power for themselves, for their kids. They always say in football, don't watch the man, watch the ball. Because he's going to throw all kinds of feints, pretend he's going to go this way, pretend he's going to go that way. Ultimately, he wants to get the ball into the goal. And most of the time, getting the ball into the goal means getting more money, getting more wealth. And I wanted to say, this is not, if you want to understand, I spoke to a friend about this and he said, I can't really understand this way of being, where you'll basically say anything if you think it's going to get you what you want. Because most people don't do that. But the truth is, when you are in a game situation, this often happens. I was around a friend's house playing Catan a couple months ago. Good friend's house. I'm good friends with both her and her husband. And her husband was trying to do this trade with me and he said, look, I'll trade this with you. And I said no. And he said, listen, I've got this card. If I use this card, I'm going to take that resource anyway. So either you do the trade or I'm going to take it anyway. So I did the trade with him. And it later transpired he didn't even have the card that he said he had. And I was kind of shocked, basically, because it was a lie. And I was sort of like, wow, I can't believe he lied. And he said, look, it's a game. I'm trying to win the game. That's the way that it is. And I'm reminded also of a friend of mine. When we were teenagers, I used to play a lot of Monopoly. And I played with my high school friends. And I think the first 3 games I won. I was quite good at Monopoly, which is quite a big deal, because it's a 5-6 player game. And then one of my friends decided that the way to win Monopoly is to specifically stop Gary from winning. And he would attack every time I tried to trade with somebody, he would just attack the other person, brutally, insult the other person. And I would ask him afterwards, why are you telling everyone these deals are bad? Well, they're not bad deals. But he would genuinely believe in his heart that they were bad deals. And I would start doing a thing where if he attacked a deal, I would start saying to the person I was trying to trade with, okay, if you think that's a bad deal, let's completely flip the deal. I will take everything you were going to have and you can have everything I was going to have. And this friend of mine would immediately switch on an instant into attacking the other side of the deal. And he didn't think it was at all consistent to attack both sides of the deal, whichever side of the deal I was on. I think what this shows is when people really, really want something, they will basically believe whatever they need to believe in that moment and say whatever they need to say in that moment to get that thing. So don't expect consistency, don't expect consistent ideology, don't expect consistent beliefs. What you should expect consistently is a consistent drive to accumulate wealth and power. And what I want you to do when that happens is to not get sucked into the games that are being played. Lots of words are going to be thrown around, lots of stories are going to be thrown around, lots of ideas are going to be thrown around, which are generally going to be designed to destabilize you and make you weak so that your wealth and your resources can be transferred to the powerful over time. Don't get sucked into the game. I think if you can be dragged into a game playing mentality, we can end up in a situation where it's a straight shootout in a game between the powerful and the weak. And unless you're a multimillionaire, you are one of the weak. The way you win this game is to not play the game. Step outside the rules of the game and realize you need to ally with other poor and ordinary people, because if you don't, the rich will win the game, they will take your resources. And ultimately, in a crazy way, I think that's how I won my battle with Citibank. I went a little bit crazy. I broke a few of the rules. I stepped outside the game, and I never got sued, and I never went to prison. I never got bankrupted, and that is why I was able to write this book. It's out today. I'm very proud of it. It's called The Trading Game. I wanted to talk about truth, lies, and games, because for me, a big part of the story is about how I got sucked into a game, how young people get sucked into a game, and how when you get sucked into a game, an obsession with the game can basically kind of kill your humanity inside. And it's that journey for me. I don't want it to happen to you. I don't want it to happen to us. Listen, the next few years are going to be a difficult time. And they're going to be difficult for your mental health, and they're going to be difficult for society, and they're going to be difficult economically as well. I think the most important thing is that you try to stay mentally healthy, and that means talking to each other, trying your best to be compassionate and understanding of each other. Very rich and very powerful people are going to be trying to drive us apart and to make us unstable and to make us angry and to make us hate each other. There's a great section in a great book about this. I think it's The 2 Minutes Hate or The 3 Minutes Hate in 1984 by George Orwell. But he's basically talking about how if the powerful can convince the poor to hate, not even anything specific, but just hate in general, then it's very easy to control them, because people who hate are not people who can unite. People who can't unite are not able to be powerful. Stay strong, speak to each other. I'll finish by just saying thank you to everyone who supported us so much since the comeback. The views have been just crazy and the amount of attention has been crazy, but I'm really appreciative. And I will try my best to build something that can help us, but you need to build things too. Be there for each other. Thank you for support. Thank you, especially for everyone who signed up to the Patreon. We really appreciate that. If you can buy the book, it's a very good book, but if you can't, then just support us and help us to drive forward and help us try and make things better. Thank you. Good luck. Okay, well,
Why I like his videos is he's kind of talking about unity. I mean, he's pointing out what the problem is, but he's saying like, and there's a couple other videos that I posted, or I've shown as I'm playing, where they kind of have that idea as well, and I feel like that's really important. It's like not that I'm not trying to unify with Nazis at all or anything like that, but the idea of just people who are at the bottom level assuming that the one percenters and the people at the very top have our best interests at heart. They don't give a shit about us. There was this what movie did I watch? It was it Looper? No, I think it might have been Looper. After this game, I'm gonna double check right now. But ultimately, it's like that was not the entirety of the movie, but it was a world in where, yeah, the very, very rich pretty much controlled everything, the police, the government, and everyone else was just left to like fend for themselves. And it's kind of ridiculous to assume that somebody like Elon Musk, a multi-billionaire, would be looking out for us. You know what I mean? It's like one of the main things, because America is pretty religious, and one of the main things I noticed that they were saying the left was pushing, which is a hot button issue, is like the transgender issue. And people were kind of tired of that. People weren't really trying to have their daughters play against stronger individuals. Like, like that whole thing was like, oh yeah, the transgenders in sports. They really push this agenda, but that really is so small. It's such a small percentage of people in comparison to like the rest of the world. And so they were able to push this agenda so hard, and it's like people were so upset about that they were like, yeah, no, that's right. We need to change that. We need to stop that here. Take the power and fix that for us. But in those types of people, in Elon Musk and Trump and them, like pushing that type of agenda, they don't really give a shit either. They really don't care about like the transgender stuff and anything. They really don't care about that. All they want is power so they can give tax breaks to their friends. But they were also able to get people, so they were able to get Americans to like hate on transgenders. They were able to get Americans to hate on immigrants. Oh yeah, these immigrants are coming in here and they're criminals and da 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 da. And it's like, bro, it's like such a small percentage. It's like it's like, I know you guys have probably heard of like, oh yeah, the loud minority, right? It's like, you post a video online and usually you'll kind of get positive. If you're showing effort, you'll usually get positive. People be like, yeah, keep going, you got this, yada yada yada, on average. But every now and then you're going to get those negative people, and they tend to be the loudest. Like, or it's like, if you show, most of us went to school, right? You know what I mean? And like, you come home with your report card, and let's say you did okay to good, but then a couple of those grades on your report card were bad, and your parents would look at your report card and they would be like, what's up with these grades, right? Why are these grades the way they are? And it's like, people will get fixated on that 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 that's, and I'm not even trying to say that like the transgender or anything like that is like negative, but people will focus on like something that bothers them, even if, no matter how small it is, and almost ignore the main image at times, the main picture. And I feel like that's what they did in order to essentially reestablish their power. But now what they're doing is, they got power and they're trying to set it up in such a way. They're trying to keep us divided by continually pointing the finger at, you need to hate these people, you need to hate these people, while they are just accumulating our wealth. Like, the cost of living is crazy. The cost of living is going up. Like, I hear all the time, like, our generation, like, it's increasing. Like, more and more, our generation is not going to be able to buy houses like that, um whereas like back in the day, like the middle class, like, you were able to work hard, find yourself in, buy yourself a house. But it's like, more and more people are renting. The wages are very stagnant. um you know, people are getting crushed by student loan debt, no forgiveness, and also like healthcare. You know, like people are not able to like pay to go to the doctor because everything is so expensive. And these one percenters, like they're going to the best doctors, they're having doctors come to their house and take care of them. They're getting, what do you call it, like those like infusion lines where it's like you get really drunk and you wake up and you feel like shit, and you're able to get those like banana bags. These rich one percenters are able to like get like people to come to after a hangover. They'll come to their house. They'll give them like an IV line um of fluids, and they'll be right as rain. Like the average Joe, the hard worker who's working like 60 plus hours a week, having to work two jobs, and then they want to go out with their friends and get lit, and you know, they have the hangover the next day. They are not going to be paying to have someone come to their house and set them up on an IV line to essentially replenish their electrolytes so they can get back to it. Like, wait, why am I, who's down? Why is this, what? Oh, and I'm not saying that the left is always, the left has their own flaws, but from what I've seen, for the most part, the left is at least more outspoken in taxing, you know, the top 1%, because it's like, okay, so what? You're not able to buy a super yacht. So what? So what? You're not able to, you still have a yacht. If you really can't afford the super shit, buy two yachts. You know what I mean? You know, it's like, so what, you can't get the Lambo, and you're driving, and it's like, yeah, you work hard for it, but it's like they don't like at the very top, they they don't see it that, okay, I'm driving the 7 Series Beamer instead of a Lamborghini or a McLaren, but my neighbor is able to have affordable health care. Like, it's kind of up to the people at the bottom to not get blinded by hatred, which is exactly what they were able to do. Like, the transgender really is like a hot button issue. I feel like in a lot of Americans, like they're very they're very religious. So it's like they have their religion, and it's like they play to that. But these 1%, they do not care about religion like that. They are filthy rich. You know what I mean? They are enjoying their life here on earth. Like they're well taken care of. They're, you know what I mean? And the fact that they, instead of 4 billion, they want 4.5 billion, and they're willing to eliminate your ability to get a house, your ability to go to a doctor, your ability to go to the dentist, your kid's ability to uh go to a decent school, pay teachers decent wages. They're not for bringing up the bottom half so everyone can have like a decent life. They don't care about that. And if you really think that you can pull yourself up by the bootstraps, like every single person is going to be able to pull themselves up everyone is born into different economic issue um households. Like, there's so many people that are born into single parent households. There's so many, right? It's like not everyone has a mom and dad at home. How many of these people are being abused? You know what I mean? Um, why did it go down? And I feel like that's what they want to do. And this guy Gary, and some of the other videos I show, like Hasanabi and or Bernie Sanders, like a lot of them, they have that same idea. It's like, bro, they really don't care about us. They really don't care about us. And a lot of people really go off of emotion, but just because you feel like something is right, it doesn't make it right. Oh, I feel it in my gut. You know what I mean? It's like, yeah, like people like to think that they go through life with a gut decision. But just because it's like, it's really not always right. But they know this because they go to the best schools, they study this. There's another video where he talks about economics. and what how they teach economics and inequality, and how it's like on like the schools, they essentially like ignore equality. Like they look at the averages, but they're only looking at the averages of us of like the top percent. They're not looking at the whole. I mean, it's already done, right? They were able to win. They were able to win. They were able to get control of the most powerful country in the world. They were able to get control, and at no point, at no point has Elon or Trump said anything about like we are going to set it up so that you guys can get better healthcare. Like they want to destroy the school system. They want to destroy healthcare. They want to privatize everything. So their friends who are already in power have essentially are running these corporations. They just get richer. They just get richer. And it's like, oh, if you can't afford it, oh well, you need to work harder. While they barely work. Like Trump inherited money. Like how inherited a lot of money. You know what I mean? I'm pretty sure Elon Musk even inherited like a shitload of wealth. Like it's sad. It's sad that they were able to play to people's most basic emotions and regain control. And now they're doing everything in their power to knock out government systems that are able to check these corporations and kind of stop them from essentially just freaking almost like perverting the market, or just not perverting the market. What's the word I'm looking? Just like take absolute advantage using their wealth, their lawyers, their lobbyists to just increase their wealth. How are we the richest country in the world and we don't have universal health care? How are we the richest country in the world and our education system is no, I don't even think our education system is in the top 10 of anybody else in the world. But we essentially gave the power back to them for what? Like really for what? But now they have it and they are uh doing everything they can to keep the power. I've never in my entire life, I'm 37, I've never in my entire life heard about a president talking about having a third term. But since this man has been president, he's like, oh yeah, you know what I mean? It's like a third term. Like why do you want control that bad? Like why do you want so much control? But it's so he can consistently just line his pockets and line his friends' pockets while the rest of us suffer. It's so fucked. I'm gonna play this next video. I'm gonna go use the restroom. It's fucked. It's fucked, and I'll explain more. So what's this video?
Welcome back to Gary's Economics. Today we're going to talk about Elon Musk. Okay, so for those of you who don't know, Elon Musk is the world's richest man and he is the owner of Twitter and Tesla, and he has recently made his big entry into politics, supporting Donald Trump aggressively. Donald Trump, of course, won the election. It looks like he will give Elon Musk an official role in the US government, and he has started intervening quite aggressively in politics in a lot of countries, including here in the UK, but also all across Europe, generally supporting the anti-immigrant far right-wing parties, and we're going to talk today about what we can learn from this movement of Elon Musk into politics. So I think the first thing which we can learn about this maneuver from Elon Musk is I think it's a really good demonstration of something which I've been trying to educate, trying to illustrate a lot on this channel, which is that when the super rich get really, really rich, that doesn't not affect you. It has an impact on you. On this channel, we talk a lot about the need to tax the rich more in order to protect living standards, and we often get the pushback, that's the politics of envy, you shouldn't tax the rich, it doesn't matter if rich people get rich, we should focus on getting rich ourselves, the rich being rich doesn't affect us. And this is a really good example of why the rich being super rich does affect you. The rich getting richer and richer and richer, and ordinary people owning fewer and fewer assets, that affects you because the rich are competing for the same resources that you need. There's only a certain amount of things in the economy, only a certain amount of housing, only a certain amount of education, universities, doctors, dentists, physical space in the cities. As the rich get aggressively richer, they start to consume more stuff, and that means less stuff for you. And the way that you normally see that is, for example, housing in the cities gets more expensive. That's because the rich are consuming more, the rich are richer, they can pay more, they push the prices up. But it's not just housing, right? It's the same with, for example, university education, access to doctors, access to dentists, access to space in the cities. You know, you see here in London, we see a lot of pubs closing down, they're being replaced by generally housing. Whereas if you go into the center of the city, luxury hotels, luxury restaurants, theaters, they're booming, they're doing better than ever. What you're seeing here is the rich competing with you for space, out-competing with you, and the result is you get less space. And the way that you see that is generally the prices of things that you buy going up. And I think with this Elon Musk case, we start to see another example of this, which is the rich are also competing with you for essentially the ownership of your politics, your politicians, and your media. And this has always been the case. It's the case also for economists. So I studied economics when I was a teenager at the London School of Economics, which still is a big elite university here in London. And I got very good grades there, and I had a choice when I went to graduate. Who do you want to work for? Do I want to work for the government, trying to help the economy, trying to support the economy for ordinary people, getting paid 40, 50, 60 grand a year? Or do I want to work managing the money of the rich, getting paid £1 or £2 million a year? And it's not just bankers, right? It's the same for dentists, it's the same for doctors. You know, I went to a grammar school and a lot of my friends are dentists, and they can work in the NHS, or they can do Botox for rich people and they can get paid 3 or 4 times as much, right? But it's also the same for politicians. And I'm always reminded of David Cameron. So I think the Prime Minister of the UK gets paid something like 150 grand a year. I think that's the salary. David Cameron, after he left office, he went to work for a finance company called Greensill. And I think within the first year, he made something like £10 million. Now, I want you to ask yourself, why does a finance company pay David Cameron £10 million 1 year after he leaves office? Is David Cameron an excellent trader? Is he an excellent financial analyst? If your politicians are getting paid 100 grand a year, 150 grand a year by the people, and they can also get paid £10 million a year to work for the rich, who do you think the politicians really work for? I'm also reminded of Rishi Sunak, right? You know, Rishi Sunak is a really interesting example because his father-in-law is one of the richest people in the entire world. He's a billionaire. So the money which Rishi Sunak gets to be Prime Minister is absolutely, totally irrelevant to him. But the money that his family will get from his father-in-law, that is clearly, enormously his major financial interest, right? So you got to ask yourself then, when somebody like Rishi Sunak is deciding things like how should we set tax policy, how should we tax rich people, do you think he speaks to his father-in-law? When David Cameron knows that when he leaves office he's going to work for Greensill and get paid £10 million in 1 year, when he's making his decisions, do you think he speaks to the guys at Greensill who are going to pay him £10 million? So in the case of doctors, dentists, universities, but also economists, also politicians, you are in a competition. The politicians can make a certain amount of money working for you, and they can make a certain amount of money working for the rich. And when the rich are super, 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 super rich, and your average taxpayer is increasingly poor, it gets harder and harder and harder for you to compete with them. And I think this is the reason why we saw for long periods of time really high amounts of corruption in poor countries, because the local people of those countries can't afford to pay their politicians very much, whereas extremely wealthy people in other countries can pay these politicians enormous amounts to basically give the resources of those countries to these wealthy people. And I think this thing which has been happening in poor countries for a long time, you know, if you speak to people from Sub-Saharan Africa, Latin America, a lot of places in Asia, that they've been seeing this kind of corruption for a long time. In the West, we've been relatively protected by that for a reasonable amount of time because we've had a wealthy taxpayer and we haven't had these super wealthy foreign billionaires who can influence our politics. As inequality has increased, the taxpayer, ordinary families have become poorer, the super rich have become richer, and you have basically found yourself in the same situation that Latin Americans and Africans have been in for a long period of time. You cannot compete anymore for ownership of your politicians with the super rich. And I think this is a classic example of why inequality matters for you. Because if you allow the super rich to get even richer and you allow the middle class to lose their assets, they will increasingly outcompete you for the things that you need. And that includes your politicians, and it includes your media as well. It includes your media as well. Now, if we consider the media, if you work as a journalist, you need to be paid. Most people need to be paid. They've got to pay their rent, they've got to pay their bills. There's two ways you can be paid as a journalist, right? You can sell journalism, sell news to the people, or you can sell your services to the rich and say, if you pay me, I will sell stories that promote the ideas that you want to promote. And, you know, if you are an American watching this channel, you'll be very aware of where that ends up. You end up with extremely biased media. Their job is not to tell you the truth. Their job is to sell a certain story for you because they get paid by very rich people who want you to believe certain things. So this is the effect of inequality. This is the effect on inequality. And this Musk thing makes it really, really clear how inequality affects you. If you allow the rich to get really, really rich, to get really, really powerful, they outbid you for control of your politicians. They outbid you for control of your media, and they outbid you for access to your resources. And then what you get is politicians who don't care about you, media who lies to you, and the inability to access resources, which includes things like food and housing. And where does that lead us? As soon as Donald Trump won the election, Tesla stock price doubled. Tesla stock price doubled. Why did Tesla stock price double when Donald Trump won the election? Because traders think that Donald Trump is going to use taxpayer money, your money, if you're an American, to give to Tesla and to give to Elon Musk. That is what inequality does. Inequality gives the rich the power to directly access your tax dollars. That is the end result. That is why you need to care about inequality. That is why you need to care about the distribution of wealth. That is why you need to care about the distribution of power. Okay, so that's my first point done. Elon Musk makes it really clear that inequality affects you in a material way. The second point, I wanted to talk a little bit about Elon Musk's support of far-right parties across the world. When I say far-right, what I mean is anti-immigration parties. I know some people don't like the term far-right. Why is Elon Musk supporting anti-immigration parties all around the world? And to me, it's really, really obvious why he comes in and supports that. And I want to talk a little bit about it because I never hear this discussed really in the media. So on this channel, I talk a lot about, and I have been talking a lot about for a long time, the fact that the economy is going to keep getting worse. Living standards will keep falling. It will be difficult for you to get financial security, to get good quality housing, to get good quality jobs. And because inequality will keep rising, that will keep getting worse. And I think when I first started saying that, and I first started betting on this back in 2011, that was a really not popular opinion. There was a general sort of consideration that the economy was getting better and it would recover and it would get better. Now, as I say this in the beginning of 2025, I think it's becoming increasingly obvious to people who are watching that that is what is happening. The economy is on a structural downtrend. Things are going to get worse and worse. And as that happens, it creates an obvious tension in politics, which is that people do not want to accept a situation where their family gets poorer every generation. People don't want their kids to be poorer than they are. People don't want their grandkids to live in poverty. And people demand change in politics. And I think whilst a lot of these kind of old school politicians cling on to this hope that we can keep going the way we're going, it's becoming increasingly obvious to anybody kind of half smart that people are going to increasingly demand some kind of change. What that means is we're kind of already in a situation now in our society where there has to be a discussion, and there is already a discussion about where do we go? How do we change things? And I think in the next 10 years probably, maybe sooner, you will see a significant change in the way our politics is run, what politicians offer and what people demand. And that is because the status quo is increasingly obviously not working for most people. So if you're somebody like Elon Musk and you are the richest person in the entire world, you're going to look at a changing world and you're going to look at people that are demanding different things. You're going to look at people like me, who are demanding less inequality, higher taxation of the rich, lower taxation of ordinary workers. And there's an obvious reflex reaction for somebody like Elon Musk, where he says, well, I don't want to pay higher taxes. So I want to avoid this outcome of higher taxes on the rich. So you need to tell a different story. And I think it's already really clear what the big alternative stories are. Our story, which is getting bigger, the reason you're getting poorer is because of the super rich. You need to tax the super rich more. But there's one story which is much bigger than that, which is the reason you're poor is because of immigrants. The reason you're poor is because of foreigners. And if you are Elon Musk, you're looking out there in the world of new alternative economic ideas. Which one of those ideas do you want to win? Now, I would like to make it clear, I think a sensible billionaire would probably realise it's economically destabilising to keep inequality growing more and more. But most billionaires don't think like that. They just don't want to pay higher taxes. They want to keep getting richer. They're kind of obsessed with it. That's why they get rich. So what are you going to do? You are going to financially support the idea that immigrants are the problem. And I think sometimes people think that I'm some sort of super pro-immigration guy. I'm not a super pro-immigration guy. I recognise that it is massively in the interests of the rich to tell you that the problem is immigrants. Because if you don't think the problem is immigrants, you might work out that the reason you're getting poor is because of the super rich, and they don't want you to know that. So this is the situation that Elon Musk is in. He's going to support that. And the truth is, and something that increasingly worries me, it's not just Elon Musk who's going to support that. Other super rich people are going to support this idea because they realise that hatred of foreigners and hatred of immigrants is the main thing standing between them and high levels of taxation. And they don't want to pay more tax. So they're going to fund it. They're going to fund these ideas. And more money is going to flood into that. If inequality keeps increasing and keeps increasing and keeps increasing, living standards will get worse and worse and worse and worse. It will be extremely destabilising, and it will destabilise an economy which already provides unbelievable levels of luxury to the rich and the super rich. I don't think this is the right thing for billionaires to do. There's this story, I don't know how true it is, that the reason that the French cut off the heads of the rich and the English didn't is because the English super rich accepted they need to give a bit back. And they gave a little bit back to ordinary people. They increased living standards of ordinary people. And apparently that's why we still have a royal family. And the French royal family are all dead. I think a sensible billionaire would accept that if they stop inequality from increasing, we can stabilise this fall in living standards. And they can protect their own situation. But the fact is, most super rich don't think like that. They very simplistically want to keep their taxes down. I wanted to talk a little bit about where that puts these guys, people like Musk, who are funding and increasingly funding anti-immigrant political parties, anti-immigrant ideas. Because what is interesting is, it is in their interests for people to hate foreigners and for people to hate migrants and for people to think that migration is the key problem. But it is interestingly also in their interests to keep migration high, because what these guys primarily need is for you to hate migrants and for you to think migration is the problem. And the best way for them to achieve that is to have loads of stuff in the media saying migrants are the problem, and also to have really high levels of immigration. Because if immigration is really low, first of all, it will rapidly become clear that that didn't stop the economy from getting worse. But secondly, it's a lot easier to get people to hate migrants when there's loads of migrants coming all the time. And that is why you see Trump in this really interesting situation where he's simultaneously funding anti-migrant parties and arguing that we need to have high levels of immigration in the US. And it really, really reminds me of what the Conservatives did when they were in power. So the Conservatives, and I think this is the smartest thing they did, and I'm surprised in a way that they've got people smart enough to do this. The Conservatives really, really fought hard to have a specific kind of migrant kicked out of the country, which was illegal migrants coming over in small boats. At the same time, the Conservatives did Brexit. Before Brexit, the UK has to accept EU migrants. There's a degree to which the UK doesn't control the level of immigration, of legal immigration. After Brexit, the UK can choose how much legal immigration it has. So the Conservative Party basically had complete power over the vast majority of migration. Illegal migration is only, I think, 2 or 3% of overall immigration. 97, 98% is legal migration, which they could have reduced, but they didn't. They did this really interesting thing of really aggressively trying to stop this really small kind of immigration that they couldn't actually stop, and massively increasing the number of visas which they gave legally to non-EU immigrants. It was like super, super smart. They managed to simultaneously portray themselves as the party of low migration, whilst massively increasing non-EU migration to the country. And I think this kind of shows you, in a way, what the correct tactical play is from the billionaires. Tell you to hate migrants and make sure there's tons of immigration, because that makes you hate people, that makes you hate immigrants. And I think that the final thing that we learn from Elon Musk is basically how important it is for billionaires that you guys hate each other. So what I try to do on this channel is to make it clear to you that the reason you are getting poorer is because inequality is rapidly increasing. If you don't stop inequality rapidly increasing, you will keep getting poorer. The only way you can really protect yourselves is by working together as a mass of not super rich people and using that political power. That only works if you guys don't hate each other. And every week I put these videos out and I get people in the comments saying, that's never going to work, people are never going to work together, tell me how I can protect myself, tell me what I can do, give me trading tips, tell me how I can protect myself. Rising inequality, rising top 1% inequality, means more and more and more of you lose every year. There's no way to change that other than stopping inequality from rising. And I think what people like Elon Musk want is for you guys all to be living in this Squid Game where you all think, I don't care if only one of us will win and 99% of us will lose. I want to fight the people around me to be in that 1%. You need to change the game. You need to change the game. You cannot play a game where every single year 95% of you lose, 96% of you lose, 97% of you lose, and you keep hoping to be in that 1%. You need to change the rules of the game, and that means working together. So, to conclude, Elon Musk is a great example of why inequality is a danger for you and your family. These guys are going to take the things that you need. They're going to take your politicians, your economists, your media, and ultimately your housing and your food. That is what it means. You need to fight inequality. The only way to do that is to work together. That's why these billionaires want you to hate each other. If you hate each other, they'll win. If you work together, you can win. Support the channel, tax the rich, cut tax on ordinary working people. Send this to your friends, send this to your mum. Thanks for your help. Good luck.
Yeah. You know, he's not even necessarily pointing the finger at any like minor. He's not even saying, "Oh yeah, they're Nazis" or nothing like that. He's just like, "Yo, like they're trying to come together, and well, they're already together. Like they talk amongst each other. How can we maintain? And you only need a few people. It's a lot harder to get like a huge group of people together as opposed to like a small group with a whole bunch of money who can just throw money at lobbyists and stuff to push their own agenda, you know, whereas we're so busy working hard and we're so exhausted and we're burnt. One of the things I was thinking about was how here, let me see, they could how they were going to not flood the market, they were going to flood essentially like the media and essentially overwhelm us, make us feel overwhelmed with all the things they're doing. So we just want to turn it off, which is exactly turn off the media, like not pay attention to what they're doing. Oh, we have everything under control. You just focus on your entertainment. You just focus on your work and things that you have to focus on, you know what I mean, your livelihood, your happiness. It's like the news is not happy. The news is like you cannot turn on the news and feel happy with what's going on, really. So just turn it off, entertain yourself, don't worry about what they're doing, which is very dangerous because they're slowly bleeding us for what little we have, and they're just adding to their collection to hand down to their next generation and the next generation who will keep up the status quo. He has another video that I liked where he explains how economics is taught in school. I'm gonna play that in a bit at halftime. Oh, actually, it's already halftime. Let me see if I can find it. This person's just playing. They're good, whatever. Oh, I think it's this one. Yeah, this one.
Why is Amazon paying me $63,000 a month? Well, I didn't make this kind of money selling yoga mats and toasters, and I damn sure wasn't talking to my friends into buying vitamins.
Okay, welcome back to Gary's Economics. Today we are going to introduce the first part of our online course, video number 1, which is going to be what is wealth. Okay, so I was at a conference the other day, a conference about economics media, and there was a guy basically spoke about how when people watch Jordan Peterson's videos, they don't just watch his recent videos, they go back to the beginning and they watch it through, because what people want is an online course where they can follow the subject through so they understand it completely. And he called it a MOOC, massive open online course. And it got me thinking about this channel. Basically, this channel, in my eyes, is an educational channel, which is to teach and educate ordinary people about economics, basically pushing a specific narrative, which is that living standards are falling because wealth inequality is increasing. If you want to stop the decrease in living standards, we need to stop the increase in wealth inequality. But obviously, I'm out here every week, making a video every week. You see a different video every week. And I kind of worry that if somebody actually comes in and they want to, understand exactly what we're doing here, they just see like 100 different videos, they don't know where to start, and it becomes quite difficult for people to educate themselves. And we often get people asking us questions which have been addressed in previous videos. Like, for example, people say, what do you mean when you say government gave hundreds of billions of pounds to the rich during COVID? The question we get asked tons recently is, can you really tax the rich? If you tax them, won't they just leave? We get asked questions about money, questions about debt, which are answered in previous videos. And I suppose I could try and go back to historical videos and try and link something together. But what I wanted to do was start creating, in amongst the other videos you make, a set of videos which are structured and designed to be watched in order, such that anybody who comes to this channel in a year's time or in 2 years' time can go and watch basically this online course that is really structured and explains everything in a step-by-step fashion about what I'm saying and about my ideas about wealth inequality in the economy, so that you can understand things in a really structured way, basically. I wanted to add, basically a structured element to the channel so that we keep doing videos every Sunday, but over time we start to build up certain videos which are designed to be watched in order, and we put them together as an online course. And today we are going to start that, and we're going to do video number 1 in the course. And video number 1 is going to be called What is Wealth? It's a very simple video which is introducing the concept of wealth to people, because often economists don't talk much about wealth. They talk about things like income, they talk about things like jobs, they talk about things like employment, but they don't talk about things like wealth. When I talk about inequality, I'm always talking about wealth inequality rather than income inequality. And in order to understand that, you need to understand wealth. So, what is wealth? First thing is, wealth is different to income. Now, I think for most ordinary people, their financial situation is basically about their income, which is about what job they do. When I was a kid, I thought that if you wanted to be rich, you got a job in a bank and you made, £100,000 a year. If you can make £100,000 a year salary, you're super rich. And the difference between financial positions of most ordinary people is largely about what job do you do. It's important to understand there are a group of people whose income does not come from their work. Their income comes from wealth. What is wealth? Wealth is about ownership of things, of assets. Now, the most practical and close to ordinary people's lives example of wealth is housing. So some people own their own house they live in, some people don't own their own house they live in and they rent their house. Some people own their house with a massive mortgage, some people own their house with a very small or no mortgage. This is the most obvious example of how some people have wealth and some people don't. If you own your house with no mortgage, you don't need to pay interest, you don't need to pay rent, you simply can live in that house essentially for free. If you don't own a house, you will have to pay either interest on a very large mortgage or you have to pay rent. So these houses exist, the house that I live in exists. Outside there's lots of houses and blocks of flats. Everything exists, everything is owned by somebody. That's the first thing. If you don't own your own house, somebody else owns it. Either through lending you money for your mortgage or directly they own it and you pay them rent. So the first form of wealth, housing, it exists, it's everything, it's everywhere. Everything is owned by somebody. I think this is quite visible. People know that housing is important. People know that either they own their own home or they don't own their own home. If they don't own their own home, they have to pay rent. I think what people often fail to realise is that there is much more wealth other than housing in our society. So I'm looking out here through this window, I can see Whitechapel, there's a massive hospital right there, that's Royal London Hospital. That's worth an enormous amount of money, it's owned by somebody, that's a form of wealth. If I look out here back into my right, I can see Canary Wharf. There's a bunch of enormous skyscrapers. These skyscrapers are worth an enormous amount of money. They are owned by somebody, that is wealth. There's a railway line in here, that is owned by somebody, that is wealth. If I go just out here onto the main street, that's Commercial Road. There's lots of shops, there's lots of restaurants. If I go over there to Stratford Westfield, there's an enormous shopping centre. In the centre of London, there are tons of skyscrapers, there are theatres, there are pubs, bars, restaurants, shopping centres. This is commercial wealth. Now, what is interesting about commercial wealth is ordinary people don't normally own it. Ordinary people are often struggling to own their own home. They don't consider when they go to work in an office, or whether they go to shop in Tesco's, or whether they go to a restaurant, that these commercial buildings are also owned as well. Now, this is a massive part of wealth. And the fact that ordinary people often don't own their own homes, but very often don't own a significant chunk of the commercial property, tells us another real fact about wealth, which is that property in many cases is owned by ordinary people, by the middle class, but commercial property is overwhelmingly owned by the rich. So, what is wealth? Largely in this country, it's property, residential property, but also commercial property. Residential property is often owned by ordinary people. Commercial property is overwhelmingly owned by the rich. One other big form of wealth, which is important to recognize, is debt. Now, when you first hear that, that might sound a little bit counterintuitive because you think, okay, debt is not wealth. Debt is like a bad thing to have. Debt is like negative wealth. One thing you need to understand is that debt always balances out. If one person is in debt, another person is in credit. So if you owe £400,000 on your mortgage, that ultimately is owed to somebody. One form of debt which gets an enormous amount of press at the moment is government debt. So the government has an enormous amount of debt. It's equivalent to something like, I haven't done the numbers recently, but I think it's like £35,000 per person in the UK. This enormous amount of government debt is owned to somebody. Debt often confuses slightly the real ownership of wealth because the main form of wealth which ordinary people own in this country, the UK, it's the same in a lot of other countries, is their home. But very often they own their home by using an enormous amount of debt. So if, for example, you live in London and you own a home that costs £500,000, which is a pretty average cost for a home here in London, you might have a mortgage of £450,000 on that house. If you own a £500,000 house with a £400,000 mortgage, basically you only own 20% of the wealth in your home, and the other 80% is owned by essentially whoever owns your mortgage. Debt, like commercial property, unlike residential property, is another form of wealth which is overwhelmingly owned by the rich. Now, there are a lot of misunderstandings about wealth. Firstly, a comment we often get is, no, actually, ordinary people own the commercial property, they own the debt to their pensions. And to a tiny degree, this is true. If you have a pension, if you have some savings, you will own some other people's debts. If you own some stocks and shares, you will own some small share of the commercial property. But really, it's a little bit of a red herring because overwhelmingly, the amount which ordinary people own is tiny compared to the amount that the rich own. Rich people have enormous funds, stock and share portfolios, enormous pension funds through which they own these things. Ordinary people do own a little sliver through their pension funds, but ordinary people own a very small percentage. So, what is wealth? Wealth is not about income. Wealth is not about your job. Wealth is about who owns the physical things in your country, the buildings, the property, the natural resources. You know, we didn't mention farmland. The kind of wealth that is relevant is different in different countries. You know, if you're talking about a country like Saudi Arabia or like Qatar, who owns the oil is an enormous part of the wealth. You know, in a very agricultural country, who owns the land is a big part of the wealth. In this country, the UK, and it's similar to a lot of developed countries, it's largely about properties, which is residential property, commercial property. In some countries, you might have a lot of factories. You know, obviously China has a lot of factories. Germany has more factories than we do. But basically, there is a lot of physical wealth in the country. Properties, buildings, natural resources, land, productive things like the energy production capacity, you know, the windmills, the coal plants, the oil plants, the nuclear plants. There is all this physical wealth in the country. Ordinary people, in most cases, own only their own property, and in many cases that's only through debt. All of the rest of the wealth is owned by essentially very wealthy people. And this leads to cash flows. The people who don't own the wealth have to pay the people who do own the wealth in order to use the wealth. The most obvious example of this is if you don't own your own home, you will have to pay rent to the person who does own your home. If you do own your home but using a massive mortgage, you'll have to pay interest to the person who does own your mortgage. And we spoke about the commercial property, so this extends all through the commercial property. So when you go shopping at Tesco, part of the money that you pay will go to the owner of that physical building that your Tesco superstore is based in. Some of it will go not just to the farmer who maybe produced the food you buy, but also to the landowner who owns the land. Some of it will go to the people who own the energy resources that transported the food to the supermarket. When you pay your taxes, a big chunk of your tax goes as interest payments to the people who own the government debt. So, real wealth exists, debt exists, ordinary people have to pay the wealth owners every single time they basically spend any money. Your rent, your mortgages, your food, your bills, your taxes, when you go to a restaurant, when you go to a pub, when you go on holiday, when you go to the supermarket. A little chunk of every single thing you spend is going to the wealth owners, which means there is a big net flow of cash every day, every week, every month, every year, from ordinary people who don't own much wealth to very rich people who do own wealth. These are basic concepts, but it's important to understand because I think a lot of people who are not rich don't realize how much wealth there is and they don't realize they're paying to use it. Mainly they don't realize how wealthy people are, and we're going to go in our next video in the online course to how that affects you and how that affects the economy. Okay, so that's video 1 of the online course, What is Wealth? We're going to keep doing these videos alongside the other videos. We're going to put them up on the YouTube in a separate, what do you call them? Those things. Yeah, in a separate playlist. We're going to put them up in a separate playlist on the YouTube so that over time we build up a course that people can watch from the ground up and start to understand everything in a really clear, simple way what we're doing. We're not going to stop the other videos we're doing, the more topical videos, the more salacious videos, which I know you all love, and the more educational videos pushing for changing the tax system. But hopefully this will give newcomers over the years a place to really develop all their understanding. Okay, thank you. $20 years, 30 years of education study. Okay, welcome back to Gary's Economics. Today we are going to do part 3 in our educational series, Understanding Wealth Inequality and the Economy, and we're going to explain why economists don't talk about wealth inequality. Okay, so in the first 2 videos in the series, we explained firstly, what is wealth? Secondly, what is wealth inequality and why it is destroying our living standards and making people poorer. Today's video, we're going to explain if wealth inequality is so important, why is it that other economists don't talk about it? Okay, so the first reason economists don't talk about inequality is because of the way economics is taught at universities. So for those who don't know, I studied maths and economics at the London School of Economics for 3 years, my undergrad, and then I did a 2-year master's in economics at Oxford. So I've spent 5 years at elite economics departments learning economics, and I think it's important to understand the way that economics is taught at universities nowadays. So the first thing to say is, and I think this will surprise a lot of people, in economics departments we don't talk about the housing crisis. We don't talk about why housing is unaffordable. We don't talk about falling living standards. We don't talk about why wages are falling, why it's hard to get a good job, why big cities are expensive, why things like energy and food are increasingly expensive. These kind of big economic problems of our time are basically not discussed at university. So what do we do at university? The main thing is we do maths. So economics nowadays is a very, very heavily mathematized subject. If you don't have a very good maths A-level, you basically can't even get into university to do it. And then when you get into the university, it's just very, very, very heavily mathematical. And once you go into postgrad especially, it's extremely phenomenally mathematical. And It's not easy maths. You're doing kind of a lot of algebra, a lot of simultaneous equations, but basically it's a math subject at this point. And it's important to say that the maths is not easy. So I had a maths and economics undergrad, and I was very good at maths as a kid. But then when I went to do my postgrad at Oxford, even though I was very good at maths, I found the maths quite difficult. And if you want to succeed, if you want to get good grades, you really, really have to spend a lot of time memorizing the maths, basically. And the context for this maths is they basically build a model, like a model economy, and everything affects everything else. So if we cut the interest rate a bit, what does that do to GDP, for example? Or if people suddenly start spending less money, trying to save more, what does that do to inflation? This kind of thing. If the government suddenly raises taxes, how does that affect the economy? And you build this kind of mathematical model. It's like a kind of, like a toy model, like a kind of game in a way. We raise this a little bit, that falls, this thing rises. And that's the kind of model that is basically used in modern economics. But of course, when you build a model, you can't include absolutely everything that exists in the economy. You have to make some simplifications. Some things will be included, some things will not be included. And the models which we study at universities nowadays, one of the big simplifications is that there is no inequality in the model. In fact, it's more than just that there is no inequality in the model. There is only one person in the model. So these models are what they call representative agent model. So rather than looking at 6 or 7 billion people in the world, or like 66 million people in the UK, or 300 million people in the US, they say, to make the model simpler, we are just gonna look at one representative person, so the average person in the whole economy. So all you care about is averages, right? We're just looking at one average person. And of course, if we change the distribution, if I take some wealth from you and give it to Bill Gates, or if I take some wealth from Rishi Sunak and give it to you, that changes the distribution, but it doesn't change the average. So basically, once you build this model, which only looks at the representative agent, which is the average, which is the aggregate, it's not only that there is no inequality in the model, there is not even any possibility for inequality. These are models of averages, these are models of aggregates, which is why when modern economists who've been to these elite universities think about the economy, they tend to think about them in terms of averages or aggregates, so that they're obsessed with the big aggregate measurements of the economy. For example, GDP is of course the classic one, unemployment, inflation, central bank interest rates, level of government spending, level of government taxation. These are things which you can measure on an aggregate economy, but they're nothing to do with how is one person affected versus another person. As soon as you take a model and you make it representative agent, a model of the average person, this model can't say anything about distribution, it can't say anything about this group of people is winning, this group of people is losing. We can't say anything like that in these models. So I think this is really interesting, right? Because if you want to be like an influential economist in the world of policy or academia, you are going to have a PhD, right? So you're going to have 3 years undergrad, 1 year, I did 2 years master. You're going to be doing a PhD for like 3, 4, 5 years. In the US, a PhD is like 7 years. You're going to have to do like some postdoc work, and then you're going to, if you're lucky, become a junior professor. So like by the time you reach a point that you are like influential in economic policy terms, you've been studying these models for like 15 years, like something like that. And the fact that these models don't include any distribution, don't include any inequality, that doesn't explicitly say we don't think inequality is important. But what does it do to a person who has devoted most of their life to the study of economics? That study has consisted of 10, 15 years of very difficult mathematical analysis, mathematical manipulation, of very difficult, very complicated mathematical models with no inequality in them. Like I think this is a very effective way to subconsciously convince, almost subconsciously brainwash a person into believing that inequality doesn't matter. So you never come out and explicitly say like inequality doesn't matter, but you say like here's a really, really complicated game, here's a really, really complicated mathematical model that you are going to have to spend 15, 20 years of your life understanding in absolute fine detail. And you never even explicitly mention it, but the model doesn't have inequality in it, doesn't have any distribution, doesn't have any space for that. So imagine you're that kid, you went in 18 years old, and then you spent 15 years of your life paying, you know, locked in libraries, doing really difficult maths with no inequality, no inequality, no inequality. And then, first of all, whenever you think about what's wrong with the economy, you're going to go back to the stuff you studied, right? And you're going to be like, maybe the problem is the interest rate is too high, or government spending is too low, or government taxation is too high. You know, you're going to focus on these things that were in the model. You spent 20 years studying that model. Of course, you're going to want to provide answers that are from the model that you told, the model that you've been spending 20 years of your life studying. But if somebody comes to you and says, hey, maybe the problem is inequality, maybe the problem is distribution, how's that going to affect your emotion? What's your emotional response to that going to be? I think you're going to get like a gut instinct, which is like, no, of course it's not. It's not that. Because if it was that, why the fuck have I spent 20 years studying something that's not even in the model? And also, you kind of have a bit of professional skin in this game, right? Because if this person is right with what they're saying, that the reason the economy gets worse and worse is because of growing inequality, then you have spent 20 years of your life studying something that has nothing to say about the biggest economic issue of our time. And you're a professor now at Chicago or LSE, some fancy university, and you've got nothing to say about this. If this is true, you're in big trouble, right? So I think this is the current way that we teach economics is very, very powerful at convincing everyone who has a powerful voice in speaking about economics, in insisting, no, that's not it, that's not it, that's not it, that's not it. But the end result is, most of these discussions are just, 10 people with elite university degrees talking to each other. So it's not that they even have to really deny somebody like me who says inequality is the problem. It's just never in the discussion. It's never in the discussion. It's a little bit like, who Copernicus is. Copernicus is this scientist who discovered that the Earth travels around the sun, and the Earth is just one of many planets traveling around the sun. And everybody accepts now that this is right. But before him, everybody thought that the Earth was the center of the solar system. I guess it probably wasn't called the solar system at that time, and everything traveled around, including the sun. And they had developed these really complicated mathematical systems of making that work. And the way that works is that all the other planets, they have to do loop-the-loops and spinning around. That's the only way that it works to make sense. So all of these guys spent their whole lives working out these complicated mathematical models of how everything goes around the Earth. And then a guy came and said, actually things don't go around the Earth. And he was massively, massively attacked. Nobody wanted to accept it. Because you have all of these prestigious academics who have spent their whole life developing models of how things travel around the Earth. I think that's kind of basically where we are now. And if I was right in saying that these guys are just missing the big thing, what would you expect? You would expect, basically, that their models wouldn't work in the sense that they would constantly generate incorrect predictions. And that is exactly what happens. These guys consistently generate incorrect predictions. So, I've spoken about it many times on this channel, and I'll speak about it on the next video on the course. My job was to predict interest rates. And interest rates modern economists are basically obsessed with interest rates. Before 2008, they basically thought you could solve pretty much any modern economic problem by just making sure you get that interest rate right. And if you look at the way that our economists react to financial crises and economic crises, how did they react to 2008? Slashed the interest rate. How did they react to COVID? Slashed the interest rate. How did they react to the inflationary spike after COVID? Rocket the interest rate up. This is basically where our economists sit at the moment, which is the way to deal with any economic crisis is to manipulate the interest rate. So the interest rate is their key tool that they use, basically. And yet, what are their predictions for their own interest rate like? So I was a professional interest rate trader from 2008 until 2014. In 2008, after the financial crisis, interest rates were slashed to zero in basically the whole of the rich world. Nobody predicted that. That was a surprise. And because they believe that low interest rates are very economically stimulative, they thought that rates would come up again the next year. They didn't. They then said in 2009, well, we were wrong this year, but rates will come up next year. They didn't. In 2010, they said rates will come up in 2011. They didn't. And they continued to predict rates to go up every single year up until 2020, in the middle of COVID. Every single one of those predictions were incorrect. And then they finally said in the midst of COVID, now inflation is so low and will stay so low for so long, interest rates will never go up again. And interest rates immediately went up to 5-6%. So, you know, I know when I come out and say inequality is the big thing, and you live in a world full of economists that say, oh, the problem is things to do with the interest rate, things to do with levels of government spending, things to do with levels of taxation, I can sound like a bit of a quack, basically. Why is this guy saying the problem is one thing when all of these prestigious elite economists aren't mentioning it? Well, they're an education system which never talks about it, and their predictions are constantly wrong. Whereas if you look at my predictions, and you know, I correctly predicted interest rates after the 2008 crisis, but I've also correctly predicted things on this channel. If you go back and look at the first video on this channel, which we'll link in the description, I predicted in the beginning of COVID there would be an inflationary crisis, cost of living crisis, a huge spike in the stock price, the gold price, house prices, and huge increase in inequality. All of these things have happened. So I know it's easy to dismiss somebody, especially somebody who doesn't come from a rich, privileged background, saying the elites are wrong on this. But the elites are continually generating incorrect predictions, and I'm generating correct predictions here. So I think that what we have at the moment is essentially a broken education system in economics. But there's more to it than that. And the second reason why we don't speak about inequality in economics enough is because we have a system which aggressively takes anybody who is good at predictions out of the conversation. And to explain this, I want you to put yourself in the mind of a young 20, 21-year-old economics student, loves economics, loves the maths, studying at loads at an elite university. You graduate, whatever it is, magna cum laude or whatever, you're top of your class, and then you have to decide what you want to do with it. So if you want to be in this conversation, if you want to be an academic, or if you want to be advisor to government, or if you want to work in public policy, you have to stay in academia. You can't just do an undergrad. You're going to have to do a master's. It's going to cost you a lot of money. You're going to do a PhD. You're going to have to work, spend money, locked in libraries. If you're lucky, you might start making money in your mid-30s, or you can go into the city. Not only does it pay you way, way, way more, but it gives you the opportunity to prove, look, I'm good because I can make predictions. And academia doesn't really care if you can make good predictions. So one thing which was really clear to me in my time in the city and my time in academia is if you're really, really good, you want to be in the city. Because if you're making good predictions, you will be recognized, you will be paid, and everybody will know that is the guy over there who is right, because they're really aggressively analyzing who is the guy who's making good predictions. They're tracking that and they're paying that. Whereas when I went back to academia in 2017, I had my first lecture at Oxford, and it was about interest rates, and I thought, this is really interesting, right? This is the thing which we've predicted really badly for 10, 15 years. This is the specific area I worked in, this is the area I'm an expert on. I think it's really interesting, right? Like if you are at elite universities and you're studying something really important, and we've been wrong about it for 10, at that time it was 10 years, now it's more like 15 years. It's interesting, right? This is like a kind of like an unsolved problem. Like if there's a thing that we're really bad at, we can work out why we're bad at it. So I went to the professor, I said, why do you think we've been wrong about interest rates for 10 years? And he said, oh no, we always knew interest rates would stay zero, which is, categorically wrong. And I went back and I showed him the data and I said, look, you've actually been wrong for 10 years. And he said, oh, that's interesting. It never went anywhere. So what this shows is, if you're good at predicting, which means you're good at working out other people are wrong, the city will pay you. Academia won't even notice. It won't even notice. So what does this tell you about academia's ability to improve? Like if these guys are able to be wrong year after year after year after year for 10 years and not even notice, they're not going to improve. They're not going to improve, basically. So what you have is a situation where anyone who is good and wants to make money is aggressively paid to leave. And if you're good and you stay, even if you are able to correctly identify an area where everyone is consistently wrong, they don't really care and they're not going to listen. So what kind of person stays in academia when they know that if they're good, they will do much better and get paid much better leaving academia and going into finance? Basically people from rich families. It doesn't make sense to do that if you're not from a rich family. Like if you have the option, you know, I made millions of pounds in the city and you know, that is what paid for this flat, and you know, when my brother needed to buy a house, I helped him, my sister's trying to buy a house, I'm helping her. Like people from ordinary families cannot afford to make that choice if they do. So the kind of people who stay in academia, you need to be either not good enough to get into finance, from a rich family, or basically a little bit mad. Like, and this is what happens. And so you have this system which kind of brainwashes people into saying inequality doesn't exist, it doesn't matter. Doesn't listen to people who are right and have ways to, who are demonstrably better in their predictions. And aggressively takes everybody who's half good out of the conversation. And if you do go into finance, obviously then once you're in finance, you can make a lot of money making good predictions, but you're not allowed to speak publicly. So when I was a trader, I was making a lot of money betting that inequality would devastate living standards and keep interest rates low and push house prices up and push stock prices up and push inequality up further. But I wasn't allowed to say anything about these things. I had another point which I need to make on this. So the third reason economists don't talk about inequality is that pretty much all powerful, influential economists are quite rich. They're quite rich, they're generally from rich families. If they weren't from rich families, they probably wouldn't have stayed in academia. Economics has the worst social representation of like different social classes of any subject in the big American universities. So you have rich people who've gone in to study this subject. They probably don't need money, otherwise they would have gone into finance. And then they get paid to work for a think tank or work for a newspaper, and they themselves are quite rich and comfortable. The people who pay them are probably quite rich. They're heavily incentivized not to talk about inequality, right? It's in a quite obvious way, which is when somebody is rich and comfortable, they want to keep things the way they are. You know, when you talk about a crisis of inequality, it hurts most people quite badly because wealth tends to concentrate at the very top. But there's a sort of, you know, the top 1%, especially top 0.1%, does really, really well. But there's like 5 or 6% at the top that benefit from that. And these guys include basically any economist with a voice. So economists are wealthy, they don't want to talk about inequality. They've got a massive amount of skin in the game saying that inequality doesn't matter. 20 years, 30 years of education studying something which has nothing to say about inequality. They need this to not be a problem. Okay, so to conclude, why do economists not talk about inequality? Primarily, it comes from an education system which completely neglects to discuss it, which means that anyone who is involved in this discussion has studied for 20 years without ever talking about this. So it basically indoctrinates them into believing this is not a problem. And also they have a massive incentive in pushing it, because otherwise their education is a waste of time. It's rich people, it works for them and their class interests. Anyone who is really good at this is paid out of the game and paid to keep their mouth shut. So basically they're not going to fix this. So what does that mean? I'm filming this video at the back end of 2024. We had an election this year in the UK where the centre-left Labour Party beat the centre-right Conservative Party. And I think people often think that the reason that politicians do nothing about inequality is because they're representing their own interests. It's important to recognise there's kind of this whole class of slightly self-serving, slightly idiotic, very posh, very rich economists that are holding this up. And they're going to do nothing about inequality. Inequality will get worse and worse. Living standards for ordinary people will fall, and these people are not going to stop it. So the responsibility has to fall upon ordinary people themselves to stop it. when I first started talking about these things publicly in 2020, I was writing articles for newspapers. I wrote an article for The Guardian, and those articles are mainly being read by quite posh, quite privileged, quite rich people. And I was convinced that we were not going to get positive change by talking to the group of people who benefit from growth and equality. So I made consciously the switch to YouTube to try to convince ordinary people they need to do something. And that's why we're doing this channel. So I would encourage people to support, keep watching these videos. I think the next video we would do on this will be a little bit talking about my personal experience and how I came to become convinced that inequality was the problem. And then we'll keep doing different educational bits and bobs that will build up the understanding. But that's it, part 3 of the conversation. Why economists never talk about inequality, because the universities train them not to, and because they're very rich and they're doing just fine, thanks. Okay, thank you.
Well, now, in the U.S., international aid is also on Trump's foreign policy chopping block. For now, a federal judge has paused a funding freeze on USAID. Tech giant Bill Gates joins Walter Isaacson to discuss how the global fight against disease could be affected by the sweeping cuts, as well as his new memoir, Source Code.
Thank you, Bianna. And Bill Gates, welcome back to the show.
Great to be here.
One of the things I love about this new book of yours is you dig deep into your childhood, very reflective. And you even talk about your quirky personality into details when you were young, obsessive in your own mind. And you say, if I'd been born now, I'd probably be diagnosed with on the autism spectrum. And a lot of people I write about seem to have those traits and great innovators. Elon Musk and others. To what extent do you think that that was actually a superpower for you?
Well, it certainly held me back in terms of my social skills. I was late to develop there, but it was a big asset in terms of taking something I was interested in and being able to put very long hours into it, whether it was math to begin with or software development. You know, I got a lot of feedback, I got a lot of exposure, and so, you know, by the end of this book, even though I'm still quite young, that deep interest made me a software expert.
You call your book Source Code. It's a wonderful title because it's sort of a nice metaphor for the inputs you get as a kid become part of your operating system. Let me ask you about one or two of those inputs. One of them is when your parents bring you to a psychologist, because you're not actually the nicest kid in the family, and the psychologist gives you a simple piece of advice, which is, I think, you're a lucky kid. Tell me how that informed your source code.
Yeah, I was using a lot of my mental energy to sort of plague my parents about the arbitrariness of their rules and feeling like, okay, that was some, great thing that I was able to make things a little hard for them. And the person I spent time with sort of said, no, you have an unfair advantage. It's not going to help you in the long run. They're really on your side. And so that was wonderful that he convinced me to redirect my energy and think of my parents as more positive, and so it worked better after he had flipped my focus.
You have a certain humility in this book, and there's a wonderful thing that Benjamin Franklin said that helps with humility is realizing you've been wrong at times. Tell me what realizations you had growing up that you were wrong about, and it helped you change the way you look at things.
Well, I definitely, when I first started working with other people, I was only good at working with people like myself. I believed in long hours, and I was pretty harsh. And so even in these early Microsoft days where I have 20 employees, figuring out, okay, just because you're smart at programming doesn't mean you're good at other things. It doesn't mean you're good at managing programmers. And so constantly saying, there are different types of intelligence, and I have to learn how to work with all of those, even though my only natural ability is working with sort of hardcore engineers.
And were there any things that you wanted to make good for people, that like the professor that you told him he was wrong, or others where you say, okay, I got to make it good on these folks?
Yeah, there were a number of people that as I was writing the book, I was sad to hear were no longer alive. Like one of the professors had actually been nicer towards me when I got in trouble than I had realized, you know, and written a lot of very positive things about.
Wait. How did you get in trouble?
Well, I was using the Harvard computers a lot, and there was a question of was the way I was using them, had they agreed to that or not.
You were actually writing code for the first personal computer, right?
Exactly. This basic interpreter, you know, which I put in the public domain, and but they did in the end admonish me for bringing a non-student, Paul Allen, my co-founder, into that computer room, which was actually quite fair. But for a while, it looked like I might really get in trouble, and I didn't realize this professor had very much come to bat for me.
You had a 3-hour dinner with President Trump right after he was elected. And I remember we talked about it a little, and you said you tried to talk him into keeping some of the foreign aid, and all you really got was that he really listened to you and said maybe he'd call you before he made a final decision. Tell me what the upshot is, because he seems to have, along with Elon Musk, pretty much decimated USAID.
Well, I'm hopeful that some significant portion of that can be reversed and preserved. You know, Elon, of all the elimination he's done, 99% of it are these employees of USAID who work overseas in very tough circumstances, and they allow the U.S., in addition to our military power, to get out there and help out with famine and HIV medicines, including this program called PEPFAR. And so I know a lot of those workers. I know that work. You know, a very, very high percentage of it is stuff every taxpayer would be proud of. So there's a little bit of a discussion, you know, that, yeah, Elon, I think, said, okay, we made a mistake, we went overboard. But now, you know, what is the equilibrium? How many of those people can be capped so we can continue to save tens of millions of lives?
How many lives could be lost if they don't rectify this?
Oh, it's definitely in the millions. PEPFAR has kept over 20 million people alive with HIV drugs, you know, started by President Bush and continued on a bipartisan basis, literally up till the day that Elon decided it wasn't a good organization.
It seems almost that it's almost worse than never having done it at all if you put people on HIV and AIDS drugs and then all of a sudden, one day, they disappear.
Yeah, I think whoever was doing these software queries and finding less than 1% of these things that they were kind of, in many cases, incorrectly saying outrageous things about, I don't think they really had the picture of that here on the field. And so, you know, keeping people alive from HIV, the U.S. Has done a great job. And, you know, even if we have to reduce that sum, an abrupt withdrawal is a terrible thing.
But there's a larger picture, which is I don't think people understand either how much we do in foreign aid or even why we do foreign aid. So leave aside the details. Why should we be giving foreign aid?
Well, most people, when they're asked, think the foreign aid is a big part of the budget, like 5%, and they think it should be more like 2%, when in fact it's actually 1%. There is the uplifting element that if these countries can get out of the poverty trap, then they participate in doing business with the U.S., they have gratitude towards the U.S. So even beyond the moral reason, maintaining stability, reducing illegal immigration, you know, we have something in common that we can help these countries. And now there's a little bit of a, you know, do they favor China over us? And because of this PEPFAR, you know, they've been very much positive towards the United States.
You know, Michael Bloomberg, when the U.S. pulled out of the Paris Accord recently, said, okay, he's going to help make up for it. Is there anything the Gates Foundation can do in this regard?
Well, USAID was giving out over $40 billion a year. And so the Gates Foundation, even as the largest philanthropy, is only about $9 billion a year. You know, there are some really unusual things like medical trials that are being interrupted that, that's actually quite unethical, that we may step up in a very minor way, but there's nothing out there that can replace things like PEPFAR or the President's Malaria Initiative. It's just, these are very tight times for all donors. Other rich countries are more generous than we are as a percentage of their economy. The African countries are very indebted. So no, if this money goes away, there will be dramatic consequences.
Robert Kennedy Jr., Secretary of Health and Human Services, in his book, he accused you and Dr. Tony Fauci of a historic coup d'etat against Western democracy. And all the things from vaccines to COVID to pandemic that you've been interested in, how is this going to affect your ability to do what you've been doing at the Gates Foundation?
Well, the Gates Foundation is going to work with the government. The NIH is the best medical research organization in the world, just like USAID is the best aid organization. And we've done a lot with them. The pipeline of innovations that I got President Trump enthused about, including things like eventually having a gene edit for an HIV cure. And so that'll be under Robert Kennedy. So, I'm going to go meet with him and explain, why.
Has he agreed to meet with you?
I think it's very, very likely that we'll get a meeting late this month. I hope so. I'll be reaching out to him.
I noticed at the inaugurations, I'm sure you did, that all the tech bros are there in the front row. They used to be tech nerds. Now they're invited to the front row of the inauguration. What happened to the tech nerd culture to become so cool and tech bro-like? And what do you make of them all being in government now?
Well, the profit streams of these tech companies are phenomenal. I mean, these are the highest value companies in the world. And of course, the government, whether it's through the software they buy or AI regulation or antitrust, they affect these companies a lot. So, unlike when I naively thought Microsoft didn't need to be in Washington, D.C., and that was a great thing about this country, now all those companies have a huge presence. And so, they're playing a for-profit game. I'm no longer in that, but I can understand why they're being very responsive and trying to connect.
Do you think there's some danger of that type of tech bro mentality coming into the government?
Well, the government needs to be independent, and work on behalf of the taxpayer and the consumer. And, so there's always been a question as big business and government are aligned. It's early days here to see, how it gets managed. Issues like antitrust and government purchasing, AI regulation. So I'd say I find it fascinating. They are kind of competing to get the most attention.
When you came down here to New Orleans a couple of years ago and spoke at Tulane to my students, you talked about OpenAI, ChatGPT had just come along. And you said you were going back and working with the Microsoft teams to embed AI into it. How has that gone? What's going to be the thing we'll see coming out of that?
Well, the last 3 years since the ChatGPT large language model and many excellent competitors have come along, the progress has been pretty amazing. They still can't solve all the problems. They still have reliability issues, but the performance and that reliability is on a track that it's going to be profound how they can increase to first white-collar productivity, and then as the robots get better, all of the economy, including blue-collar as well. And so for me, I advise Microsoft, and then I take that knowledge so that the Gates Foundation can get these technologies to students in the inner city in the U.S. and to the developing countries, particularly in Africa, and not have it be a 20-year delay between usage in the rich world versus the developing world.
You've been an advisor with OpenAI and its relationship with Microsoft. What do you make of Elon Musk's sort of, to me, surprise bid to try to take back OpenAI from Sam Altman and maybe from the ownership stake of Microsoft?
Well, AI is about the most competitive space I've ever seen. You know, whether it's independent companies like Elon has his XAI, there's Anthropic and many others. You know, Google and Microsoft are the two biggest companies investing not just tens, but literally hundreds of billions. And so, you know, I think some of these maneuvers are, you know, sort of driven by the personal relationships, but overall, you know, I've never seen anything more competitive, which is partly why the progress we're seeing is so rapid.
Way back in 1997, in a previous century, I interviewed you for Time magazine, and I asked you if you thought there was something fundamentally different between the software of computers and the wetware of our carbon-based system and what we call consciousness. And let me went back and looked at it, and here's what you told me. You said, I don't think there's anything unique about human intelligence. All the neurons in the brain that make up perceptions and emotion operate in a binary fashion. We can someday replicate that on a machine. That was before you raised 3 kids, you watched them look at your face and recognize it. That was before ChatGPT came along. So let me ask you again, sort of the same question. Is there something fundamentally different about the way we humans can engineer AI and the way that nature or nature's God created the human mind?
Well, certainly they're not the same. But if the question is, say, take medical diagnosis or a robot doing factory work, will the quality of that factory work or that medical diagnosis from the software exceed human capacity? The answer is yes. In time it will. Now you'll be missing the wonderful humanness, and you know, humans will still, with their extra time, choose to interact with each other. By and large, you know, consciousness probably won't be there, but anything that's utilitarian, the AI will eventually surpass human capability.
You write near the end of the book that piecing together memories helps me better understand myself. What was the most interesting self-revelation that piecing together memories came?
Well, it's stunning to me how lucky I was with my dad, my mom, the time I was born, that, you know, many times where I'd be exposed and very good software people, adults would guide me on how to improve. Just a number of those things that came together that meant at the end of this book, which is the start of Microsoft, you know, I was in a position to see that software and having the world's best software factory, you know, could make a huge contribution. And so, you know, my amazement, my gratitude, my, you know, reflecting back on friends and family was a very fulfilling exercise that humbled me in terms of all the incredible things I've gotten to experience.
Amazing, gratitude, humbling. Do you think a machine will ever be able to give that feeling?
No, feeling is a intrinsic thing that, you know, we understand. That's like consciousness. It will be able to write words like that, but not experience the real human emotion that I did.
Bill Gates, thank you for joining us again.
Thank you.
This is what Ivy League universities you can get into with a 3.6 GPA.
90% of students with a 4.0.
Like a pretty simple level. Welcome back to Gary's Economics. Today we have got a guest on the channel. I'm introducing Jimmy the Giant. Is that what we're calling you?
Yes.
So Jimmy the Giant has a YouTube channel where he talks politics, economics, subcultures. He's got a video on there called How I Escaped the Alt-Right Pipeline, which talks about how he was a big fan of Jordan Peterson, wasn't he?
Yeah, I love the
and how he's been watching a lot of stuff. He's been watching our channel, and it's made him more skeptical about these right-wing ideas. It's made him more interested in inequality, economics. A lot of people have been messaging saying we should chat. I've been wanting to get more people on, basically, to talk about what we're doing. More YouTubers, people are talking about the same thing. So welcome to the channel, Jimmy.
Hello, hello.
Really, the main thing I wanted to talk about, the main reason I wanted to have you on is because, so, as you know, I've been doing this thing for a while, right? Where I'm trying to create a space where people who are worried about the economy can come. They feel like welcome, they feel like they can understand what's happening, they feel like empowered, and they can just develop this understanding in a way that's like not, like a non-hostile space. Because the way I see it is, bringing people to the YouTube, look, at the end of the day, what I'm doing, I'll be straight with it, it's a political project.
Yeah, yeah.
It's a political project. And this might sound, I honestly think there is nothing more powerful politicizing than giving people a good understanding of what's happening.
Yeah, yeah.
Because the reality of what's happening here is just gonna get worse. And I think this, so, I just shot a Musk video before this, and I know you're gonna shoot one.
He's the gift that keeps giving for content.
He's going to be funding a lot of this like anti-immigrant rhetoric, right?
Yeah,
and
yeah.
Obviously, we are never going to be able to compete for funding with people like Elon Musk. Where we can compete is, the reality of the situation is, if we keep going in this direction, poverty will get worse, and more people will be in poverty. And they can never say that.
Yeah.
They will say that, and they'll say it's because of immigration.
This is one I've been kind of confused about, is like, this is about immigration, but it ties obviously into economics. Why would right-wingers who are in big businesses, like an Elon Musk, I think I understand it for Elon, but there's other examples, why would they be anti-immigration? Because for them, obviously, immigration is better for their business, largely.
So, by the time this comes out, my Musk video will be out, and it's described in there, but I'll go through it. Yeah. I mean, to be honest, this is the way I see it. The way I see it, it makes total sense, right? Because in my opinion, economy is going to keep getting worse in terms of living standards. And it's already been getting worse for a long time. And people are super, super unhappy with the status quo, right? With the way things are. So if things keep getting worse, people demand some sort of change on the economy. They're like, we know that this direction is not working. We need something else. There's this quote from Milton Friedman, which is like, at times of crisis, the alternative will be chosen from the ideas lying around at the time. So like, we are in a state in society now, I think anybody really smart recognizes we're going downhill. Yeah. And as you keep going downhill, eventually, politically in democracies, some kind of change has to be sold to the public. So then we're looking around and we're like, okay, what are the alternatives? It's really, really obvious what the #1 loudest, most popular alternative is right now. Like, it's these anti-immigrant, anti-foreign political parties, massively growing in popularity all over the world. They are the loudest voice. What's the second loudest voice? I honestly think the second loudest voice is us. Like, not just me, but like, you know, if you look at Luigi Mangione and the support for him, right? The alternative is tax the rich.
And the right uses all that's always what populist right does. It takes elements of populist left rhetoric. So they will be anti-corporations. Like you see this weird crossover where very right-wing people will be anti-corporations or anti-certain billionaires. Because for them it's always about making a scapegoat, and you can do that within even the billionaire class. You can say billionaires are great, like these people, they fund our economy, they make jobs, but it's those billionaires, and they always tend to end up being the ones they don't know, which is always the Jewish ones. So they'll point out to George Soros and, you know, certain ones. That's maybe a little less true because they'll also point like Bill Gates and stuff like that. But they'll pick certain ones, maybe the ones that align to, like, it seems actually more, it's the ones that maybe have some left-wing values or something. They pick, say, the left-wing billionaires, the ones who bring the world down. But they understand that, everyone's always looking for an enemy. In a time of crisis, you're looking for an enemy. And they understand that, the billionaires understand that. And they are looking for, well, how do we make it not us? How do we keep some form of the status quo, but it's not us that gets targeted. So we pick these billionaires and these migrants.
Yeah, I think these guys have lots and lots and lots and lots of money. And I think they understand on like a pretty simple level, we need to fund really any potentially popular narrative
Yeah.
that is not blaming us.
Yeah.
Ultimately, not a lot of people put money into like funding this narrative building.
Yeah.
So the billionaires don't need to pay that much to kind of dominate
The narrative.
the narrative, right?
Because also it's like, this is the thing I came to the enlightenment of, and it's crazy it took me so fucking long, but it was like, there is the separation of left-wing economics and left-wing social values. So the way that a right-winger can look at the world and say it's overrun by leftists is because they're talking about social values. And they're talking about like LGBT representation, discussions on race, discussions on gender. They consider that the left. Whereas you can literally not believe in any of those things. You could be a racist lefty on economics, but right-wing on social values. So they can paint the world as being overrun by leftists, where we're so right-wing on economics. And because people don't have this education and understanding this terminology, it gets so confusing. Because they can say, oh, look at the left and they're, LGBT flags on Oxford Street and blah, 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 were controlled by the left. And you're like, well, bruv, we have like fucking foreign billionaires own our water. They own our fucking railway. It's like, it'd be insane to think that we're left on economics in this country. I mean, we have obviously some safety nets.
Yeah.
But that's how they perceive the world from this lens. And it's like, that's a level of education people need to start understanding. That separation on left-wing social values and left-wing economic values. And that's the thing I try. I talk a lot on economics. Because I personally believe like a lot of social things are downstream of economics. Yeah. So I think you in societies where it's more equal, you probably find there's less discrimination. So I sort of believe in that rising tide floats all boats in this premise, where it's like, if we can reduce inequality, if we can raise people's living standards, you'll probably find less racists and you'll probably find that people get along. Maybe, not like 100%, you still need to put efforts into those things, but I think you have to, this is like I think when you over-focus on like the social issues, you're putting your cart before your horse before the cart, whatever the fucking expression is.
Yeah, I mean, you know what I do, like, I barely speak about social issues.
Yeah.
I mean, the only reason I've been talking a little bit more about immigration recently, and I'll tell you exactly why. I'm not an expert on social issues, right? And I'm not an expert on immigration. I'm an expert in economics. The reason I've started talking about immigration is because I started seeing it in the comments.
Yeah.
And
all I get.
Like, obviously, my channel's called Gary's Economics, we talk about economics, right? And it was about a year ago, maybe more, a year and a half, I started to see people talking about immigration in the comments. And I was quite confused initially because, like, immigration was not really previously seen as an economic issue. And it first started popping up here and there, and then it started popping up more and more and more and more and more. And I started to see some people are definitely being told the reason for is because of immigration.
Bruv, everyone's being told that by everything.
Yeah, and then I remember I was watching, so I watch like BBC News, Sky News every morning when I eat my breakfast because I want to see like what people are being told.
You watch?
Yeah, still. Like, I don't watch a lot of like alternative economic stuff because what I want to know what the majority of people are being told. What is the mainstream?
That's probably from your that's probably what made you good at economics, because when you were in the book you were talking about asking your mates why they're struggling in the economy rather than reading stuff, because you're trying to get you're trying to see the world from the perspective of the people you want to help.
Yeah, to be honest, it probably is related a little bit to when I was a trader, because as a trader, for me, it was always these two things. It was like, what's the reality? What's going to happen? But the time you make money as a trader is when the reality is different from the popularly perceived opinion. Like if people are right about something, then the prices are right and there's no money. Like when there's money as a trader is when there's a big gap between what's real and what most people think. So
this is where the market is like saying this thing's good, but you're seeing it that in reality this isn't.
Yeah, for me, when I look at a market, I don't know if you've seen like these trading floors that have all these screens with all these numbers. You're like, this sound like bullshit, but like when I see those numbers, it's like a forecast. for what's going to happen. Like those numbers to me are like a weather forecast. Like this, you know, in 6 months' time this will happen, in 3 months' time this will happen, blah blah blah. And I'm looking at that forecast and I'm saying, is that really going to happen? Is that really going to happen? So like, you know, my big trade was after 2008, saying rates would stay low, people thought rates would go high, and that was basically because they thought the economy would recover.
How did you have the, like, I know we're in sort of tangent, but how did you have the confidence? Because you were new in that job, I suppose, at that point. You weren't been there.
Well, I didn't really start betting on it till early 2011, by which time I'd been full time for just over 2.5 years.
Because I'd be like, well, I'm too new at this job. I'm probably like wrong. Maybe I have this intuition, but probably I'm wrong.
But you know, the thing is, like, I went to LSE, you know, like, so I was like quite like a talented student or whatever in my primary school, and then I went to grammar school, and I was kind of like the smartest kid in the grammar school, right?
Man like Gary, you know.
And then you know, and then I went to LSE, and I thought LSE would be full of smart kids. But the maddest thing about LSE, in particular, you know about LSE, right? LSE, for those who don't know, London School of Economics, like a very fancy economics university in London, and loads and loads of foreign students. I don't want to be disrespectful to the foreign students at LSE, right? A lot of these guys are not that smart. Of course, some of them are, but at the end of the day, the truth is, they're there because they're from very rich families.
Yeah.
And the thing is, they don't even need to be smart.
Yeah.
Because like they're gonna go home and they're gonna work like for like the government or like for their dad's company.
Bro, some of the dumbest kids I've ever met were rich as
they're
fuck.
there. The truth is, a lot of these guys go to LSE to find a husband or a wife. I know that sounds mad,
Tinder
but
for
the
the
thing
wealthy.
is, and they work for Goldman Sachs for a few years, and then they go. Then when I went into the trading, I remember being in like one game theory class in third year LSE, and the professor asked this question. It was quite an easy question, and he asked one guy, nothing, another guy, nothing, another guy, nothing, another. They don't fucking care. They don't care, and then they're gonna go and they're gonna memorize the last 5 years of exam papers, and they're gonna get like 71, and it's gonna be good enough for them. You know what I mean? Yeah. Like that. And
how do you make, like, this is one of the ones that drives me insane. I used to believe it, and it's funny how much I've flipped, but how do you make someone who's like on the right understand that like meritocracy in that sense, like the smartest kid will not be the one that wins? Like that, it is literally, I have met so many people, and I think if most people really are honest about life, they will have noticed wealthy people who are dumb, and like they just had good backgrounds. Like I've seen that a lot. I think luckily from having I went to like public school, and then I went to private school. My parents got like inheritance, so I went to like private school. All the kids were loaded. Yeah. And I saw quite a few of them are dumb, but obviously they're kids. But then when I got older, I worked in marketing, and then you start like going to these fucking, I'd be getting taken to like these manor houses and stuff where they would rent the whole place out to have a marketing. I don't know what we were doing. We were just like, I don't know what we were talking about, but they would talk and discuss bullshit. And you would meet some of the thickest people, like really dumb people, and they're in like senior positions, or at least doing well. And it's like, how do you break through to like average people who are maybe on the right, where they really believe this idea that if you really work hard, you will get ahead and you will win? Oh my.
Do you want to ask your question again, just in case you want to include one where you don't spill a cup of coffee in the middle?
I would say, yeah. So how do you get through to like people that have really bought into this idea of meritocracy, that it is so clear? Like, how do you get through to them that just the smartest person doesn't win? That isn't true. I've met a lot of smart people who, like Carla talked about it, where it was like some of the smartest people I've ever met were drug dealers, or they went to jail and stuff like that. And it's like, it doesn't correlate. It is literally, your background plays such a massive role.
I'll tell you what I think. It's difficult to get through to people like that when they're young.
Yeah.
And, you know, I look at my demographics on the channel, and we do really well at like 25 to 35, 35 to 45. We don't do that well with 24 and under.
I'm the same.
And I think the reason why is, when you're 24 and under, and I was like this when I was 24 and under, you're on it. You're going for it. True. Like, you trying to make it, you trying to make your money, and like maybe to some degree, you believe if I go for it, if I'm going to run for it, I'm going to make it, right?
Yeah.
Very few people above 25 believe that.
Yeah.
And so the truth, because the truth is, once you're older than 25, if you have any visibility, like, of people from different class backgrounds, you realise fuck me, literally everyone I know is exactly as rich as their dad.
yeah.
And you realise it, like, you know, like I come from a poor background, and then I went to like LSE, and I was even the kids who go to LSE, even the kids who go to LSE that come from poor backgrounds, they don't get good jobs. The vast majority of them don't get good jobs.
So mad.
And even the ones that were smart, and you know, like I was one of the top students at LSE. My grades were like some of the best grades in the whole university. You've read my book. I got my job by cheating in a fucking card game.
Yeah.
Like that is the way.
Yeah.
Like it's like there are so few people. I'm literally trying to think of a single person I know, other than me, that has significantly like transitioned upwards, like in terms of like where they land.
Yeah. Like I used to think, you know, when I was like, definitely, when you're younger, you're so right. When you're younger, you just don't want to be a fucking nihilistic person, because you want to have some hope in life. You want to think like, if I work hard, I can get ahead. But it was funny for me how my attitude flipped from being like kind of like successful now. Before, I was super like, anyone can make it. You just have to work hard. I was looking around, I was looking at all my friends who were like doing well, and the ones who weren't, and I was like, the ones who aren't doing well, they're not working hard. And so I made, you know, I like got some success. And then my attitude completely changed, because I started to realize like the reason I got success ultimately really comes down to the fact that my parents own their house. I didn't have to move out of the house until I was like 25. So my parents, and I didn't go to uni, my parents just allowed me to dick around for like 8 years. I was just allowed to, I told them like, I'm gonna make a clothing brand. I'm gonna make a vegan food stand. And they, you know, they didn't charge me rent. And so I'm already, like, all those factors already, not having to get out, so I didn't have to get a full-time job, didn't have to pay rent. So I have so much more time to take opportunities. So like meritocracy, I do sort of believe that meritocracy exists in the middle class. Yeah. If you're in a position where you have some comfort and you haven't got to jump into some life commitment at the age of 18 of some job because you need to make rent, you can have like 6-7 years to figure shit out, take chances, and it's a game of probability. Like the more chances you take, one of them will pop. And for me, it worked out. By the end of it, I'd gone and done a lot of hard work, but the reason being I could do that is because I had all that extra free time most people didn't fucking have. The reason my YouTube career popped off was because I got furloughed for 2 months as one of my videos went viral. So I had two months just to work on YouTube. Yeah. So I had the time.
I think one thing I've been wanting to talk about this for a while actually. One thing about social mobility is social mobility exists at a very zoomed in scale. So what I mean is, if you take two people from the same like financial background, you know, two kids grew up next door to each other on the same street. If one of them like works really, really, really hard and like studies really, really hard, and the other one, you know, just like sits around smoking weed, like most chances this guy will end up richer than that guy. But if there's a kid like 10 minutes down in a nice neighbourhood, who's from a much richer family, that kid can sit around and smoke weed. You'll never catch him. You'll never catch him.
He'll end up in
What I mean is like, so it is true for people, and then what that means is then social mobility seems real. Because people compare themselves to people on the same level. I always remember.
It's the same for me, man.
Yeah, my dad, he won't like me like calling him out on this, but my dad is like, he's a little bit reformy. You know what I mean? Like,
they all are. They all are.
There's a lot of people supporting reform, right? Like, so we shouldn't like mock it, right? My dad was a bit like that, and he was like, he was this kind of, you know, we just work hard, we get our head down, you know, we don't like point fingers, we don't look at the rich, and
that's that Thatcher era. That comes off the back.
He
of that.
went, he was like
Don't I have a
fan.
And he probably is the generation that won off.
Yeah, he was like 21, 22 when Thatcher came in, and they thought it was like cool and sexy, whatever. But he went for a walk around the area he grew up with my mum. They're from South London, and they walked around Balham, and they saw in an estate agent's window a house on the street my dad grew up cost more than £1 million. And I think that's when he realised, well, it can't work. How can social mobility exist when the amount of money that I need to give my kids the life that my dad gave me, his dad was a bus conductor, right? Is completely impossible to get no matter how hard I work. Like that's the thing. Like this is the thing when house prices become £1 million a house, £2 million a house. That means that social mobility can only exist at a zoomed in level. That means that like no matter how hard you work, even the amount of money I made, I went to uni with kids from LSE. Like it doesn't matter what I do, I will never be as rich as them. Like I will make you know, very, very few people will ever make the amount of money I made. I will never even be able to touch these guys, regardless of what they do. Like, so, and that's what it means when house prices are like that.
Yeah. What you were saying, and this is something I've sort of thought about a lot, is like the separation of, how would you word it? Like, what can be true on an individual level doesn't necessarily ring true for a big group. So like, on an individual level, and this is what I say, if I was to talk to a friend and be like, and they went, or like some young 18-year-old lad who's like, life advice, I would tell him all the libertarian, go pull yourself up, go to the gym. I would tell him all that shit.
Yeah.
But I would be insane to think that everyone in society, that advice even works for everyone. On an individual level, you can probably improve your life slightly. Like your example is good. If you had two guys from a working class background, one sitting around playing COD and smoking all day, and the other one's like working, he will get ahead. He's probably never going to buy a house, but he's probably going to get ahead. And the other guy's probably not. So on an individual level, while it is true, if you were to work harder, probably you would improve your life fractionally. It's the dumbest advice on a macro.
Yeah, I want to be like really clear. I ain't telling nobody don't work hard.
No, yeah.
And I never said.
That's where the left gets a bit
I never
lost,
said to anybody don't work hard. And I'm not against making money. Like I've been poor, you know, and I ain't gonna tell you know anybody out there. And I work fucking hard. I worked hard. I worked hard to get my job, and I worked hard in my job, and I worked hard to make money and support all these things. But and this is a big thing which I think about a lot nowadays. Is like I also understand that class interests exist.
Yeah.
And we live in a world where very rapidly the middle class is losing to these super rich. And on an individual basis, these rich guys will win. They will win. Right? You cannot compete with these guys. They're too rich. They will win. And over time, that wealth will pass out of your class and into their class. And because you can't win on the battle of money, you have to play the game of politics. You just fucking have to. You have to play the game of politics. If you don't play that game, you're going to lose. But how do we communicate to people that you basically have to? In the sense that you have to work hard, and you have to save your money, you have to try and invest, you have to do all these things. But if you don't play that political game on the same team as that guy that lives next door to you, as the same team as the guy in the football team, as the same team as like the people you go to school with, as the same team as the, you know.
That's why
if you don't play that political game, you basically have to vote.
I think that is where the right does really well with the young male demographic, is because it offers a empowering message, albeit stupid, like to tell young people they can somehow, you know, become a billionaire. It's like, it's outrageous. But to a young person who has no life experience and no understanding of like complicated systems, like power structures and how they affect you, an optimistic message will always sell to a good, especially young men who are being told they need to go and provide and need to become powerful and strong, and we idolise that. Yeah. That's always going to win against this nihilistic realism, but this nihilist, this pessimistic, sad attitude that I guess is what the left, because we are more realistic and we understand, like, the average person doesn't really have a fucking chance. That struggle. So I think we need to find like a really empowering message to give to people. And I think what they, I try and analyse, like, what did they do in like the 1920s and like when you had the work, like the labour movements, they were empowered. Like, they weren't pussies. They weren't going, man, this fucking sucks. They were like, no, we're going to take down the fucking, I mean, they were like, some of them were wild communists, but they were like, we're going to take down the bourgeois, blah, blah, blah. But they felt like they were having a battle against the powerful. And we can sell that message. Like, you can talk about how, like, we will rise, we will win, and we will fight these people, and that is more optimistic. A young lad needs to get behind something. A young lad doesn't want to sit there and be like, man, this sucks, we're never going to get anywhere. We need to have like a battle and a fight. And it might be dumb, it might be really stupid, but I think that's how we have to frame stuff, is this is a big battle that we can win, but we have to unite and fight against it. And I think a lot of it is about rhetoric. Like, I'm quite a believer in rhetoric. Like, I think you need strong, powerful ideas that motivate you.
I mean, that's why sort of your channel caught my eye in a way. The big question I want to ask, what do you think we need to do? What do you think we need to achieve ultimately? How do you think we need to play it to stop things from getting worse? Because a thing I struggle with is I think we're going to lose.
Yeah, I was talking to my missus about that. Like, I was saying, like, Gary is a pessimist. Sorry.
No, mate, you tell me what you think. I think that's
like, I I would say I land on being more optimistic. Perhaps that's always just how my attitude has been. And I was thinking, you come across as a realist, and realists are pessimists, because reality is the fight is unbelievably challenging. Yeah. And if you're to be a realist, like, you can make the argument it's very unlikely. Yeah. But I think that is important to have that realism, because it does keep you grounded.
But I want to make clear, when I say I think we're going to lose, that doesn't mean I think we're definitely going to lose. I wouldn't do this job. Listen, I'm a trader, I'm a betting man, right? I wouldn't do this job if I thought we're definitely going to lose. I'd just be off making my fucking millions. I'd be in the Philippines somewhere drinking pina coladas, right? I don't need to do this, right? I think that we have a chance. I think that in a sense that, because I'm so pessimistic about the economy, I think that actually creates massive political opportunities. I think that the level of discontent on the street is massive. I think that people don't fucking like Nigel Farage. They just don't see anyone better. I think they honestly don't see anyone better. Look, people hate the Tories. Increasingly they hate Labour. And Nigel Farage is just like, I'm someone else. And I think that there's a fucking gap.
That's why I would say I'm optimistic. I like to see a lot of stuff as like I play board games with my mates quite a bit, like a lot of strategy games, and I'm not even that good. I always come second, but my mate is very good. I'm a very smart mate, and I always, at the end of the game, I always sort of like say, how did you do it? And he's got such a strategical, he can think steps forward. So I have picked up a bit of it, and I like looking at things like that. So like I see right now as a massive, what you're saying, like a massive opportunity. Like there's two sides, and it requires lots of things to go right in order for it to work. But I can see something like the fact that in Britain, if we compare, like, say, everywhere's seeing this far right surge, and that's obviously the fear of people who are like quite economically left wing or whatever. The far right surge is worrying, but we see it in like European nations, we see it in America, and we see it a little bit in Britain. But I think Britain stands in a particularly different sort of set of material circumstances that make us a little bit less likely to really fall down that rabbit hole, and we have a bit more opportunity. And I think a lot of it, and it's like every bad thing can be a good thing at some point. It's like we had 14 fucking years of austerity, and like I think when you look at reform, and I know they're a bit clever, like sometimes they say some sort of economically left-wing thing, oh, we want to get free rail, like nationalise the rail and stuff, but fundamentally their economic beliefs are small state cuts. And like you look at Rupert Lowe, he talks about we need to shrink the state, and they're sort of regurgitating that stuff. I don't think that rhetoric will play well in British people specifically, because we've had 14 years of slashing the state. We've cut $500 billion in planned spending across those years, and we're all aware of it. We can see the results of shrinking the state. So that rhetoric, I know they're always going to lead with immigration because that can get people in the door. Yeah. But if we really jump on like talking about their economic policies, it's exactly the same as what we've had. And you're basically, Reform are just saying more cuts. Like that is fundamentally where it will be. So if we can jump on them on that stuff, then also the second thing is that Donald Trump, he's like so tied to Reform. Like if you think the success or lack of success of Donald Trump is also the lack or the benefit to Reform. If Trump does really well, Reform will probably do well. If Trump does really bad, it's not good for Reform because they're like in bed basically. So Trump has 4 years, and our election, if I'm not mistaken, is just after when he will come out of office.
Yeah, it should be if it goes 5 years.
If he doesn't do another coup. Yeah. So like, we've got an opportunity where we're going to see the Donald Trump era, and then we have our election. So that is material. That's like quite a different kettle of fish to other people. Like for us, that's really good. We've had this 14 years of austerity. We don't like big cuts, and we're going to see what Donald Trump does. Hopefully, in our like from a gameplay mechanics sort of perspective, you want Donald Trump to kind of fail. Like it will help us. Yeah. And so then after that, hopefully in those 5 years, we'll have enough time to push this message. And the other thing is, Reform are fucking doing really well right now. All the attention's on them right now. Yeah. Can they keep that momentum for 5 years, and can we come up in that period of time? That's my...
I think... Not to again be the pessimist.
Go on.
So I think that... I don't think Donald Trump will stop American living standards from falling. So I think you're right in that, because I think he's committed to plan tax on the rich. I don't think that's going to be good. I think living standards will keep falling in the States. The problem we have is that I also think Labour will fail.
Yeah, that's our problem.
So, and it's weird in a way because, of course, Labour are supposed to be seen as a left party, Trump and the Republicans are supposed to be seen as a right party, but they will both fail because of the same reason, which is that they will not deal with growing inequality. And I think I haven't spoken about this yet, but like next election will be interesting because the right will be split between the Conservatives and Reform. Labour, I think, will almost certainly do pretty badly. So you could end up with this kind of weird three-way split. Labour will probably also lose to more to the Greens.
But that's to assume that Labour won't get taken over.
So this is
that's what we need to do.
And this is, you know, what I wanted to ask you then after this was like, after this sort of, you know, what do you think our chances are? I wanted to sort of zoom in a bit more on you and me, because you and me are you and me, and what we need to do is what is like the best thing from our strategic position. Which is, what is the best thing for like us to do? Because my plan, I think there's going to be an opening. I was going to say I think there's going to be an opening on Labour, but to be honest, I kind of think fuck Labour. Not in that sense. I don't want to be like I hate Labour, but what I mean is, I think our only chance is to get the idea that inequality is the cause of living standards bang at the front of the conversation, and it doesn't, because you look at Rupert Murdoch, right? He doesn't fucking lobby the Conservative Party. He fucking tells the people what to think. Right. And then the Conservative Party have to do what he says, because if he controls what the people believe, then
that pushes
it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
And you know, don't get me wrong. You know, I would love to have Labour coming to me and saying, but the truth is, even if Labour were behind me, if the public didn't believe that you need to deal with inequality, Labour couldn't do shit anyway. So I think that, okay, look, our YouTube channels or whatever, medium-sized, whatever, but like, we have a public voice, and we can, to some degree, influence what the public think.
Yeah, and an engaged voice, that our audience, I think they feel, and that's what I like reading in the comments, and I see it in yours as well. It doesn't sound like people are kind of like on our side, and they're like championing us, and that's like a good sign for like some kind of like movement or something. Is that you've got people that you're giving them faith, like you're giving them something, someone that can help fight for them, and that's like a good thing. I think what you're saying is right. Personally, like I would happily see just a pressure group, could be a party, like ultimately like UKIP were very good at pressuring the Tories, and I'm not opposed to that. My hope would be that you make a pressure group that forces Labour in a direction. And what you're saying, if you can force the public
push
attitude,
the public.
I see what you're saying.
Like at the end of the day, if I'm right on this, and I think I am right, the public are fucked if you don't deal with inequality.
Yeah.
And if the public know that, if they really know that, then it doesn't fucking matter what Labour do, and it doesn't matter what the Conservatives, it doesn't matter what Farage do, because the public can say, we are not going to vote for fucking anyone who doesn't deliver on this issue. And I think that is what I would hope to achieve. And when I say that, like, this is one of the reasons why I kind of want to have you on. It's not just me, and it's not just you, and it's not just me and you. This is a societal conversation. And if enough people get behind this idea, and it's obviously because we have YouTube channels, we can amplify our voices, but everyone has a fucking voice. Yeah. So everyone goes out, like, this is not something that will be decided on YouTube, right? Like, people are going to watch this, and then they're going to go to the pub with their mates, right? And they're going to talk about it to their mates, right? And they're going to go to fucking church, and they're going to go to fucking mosque, and they're going to go to fucking football, and they're going to go to fucking hair salon. You know what I mean? Like, ultimately, what I want people to do, and what I want you to do, obviously you're your own man, what I want the people watching to do is the same thing I'm doing, which is fucking convince people.
Yeah, that's such a good point. Yeah, like if you can just if our job is to try and get the yappy political guy in your group to start seeing what we're seeing, if we can get him on board, and this could be anyone who's literally watching, you might not have a YouTube channel or something, but it could just be some bro who loves his politics and that, and he's the guy who will chat about that amongst his group, and he will softly influence his group, and then that can, if that happens on a large scale, that massively changes.
One thing I want to say on this when you mention that is just like, don't be pricks to your mates, basically, because I know, like, you can piss people off if you're too aggressive, like, and I know, like, I try not to talk, and I hope I haven't done it too. I try not to talk disrespectfully about people who vote for a form, people who like Donald Trump, people who like Nigel Farage. Like, I think these guys are misdirecting you. We need to be like, you don't win arguments by telling people around you that they're fucking pricks.
That's exactly right.
Like 100%, like we need to be bringing people in here, man. We need to be like support, and like people are scared, man. People are scared. Look, people are hating immigrants, right? Because I watched Sky News the other day, and it said there, housing crisis, immigrants. As simple as that, right? And people think, because people are being told that they can't get housed because of immigrants.
Yeah.
So like you can't turn around and be like, anyone who wants low immigration is a racist, anyone who wants low immigration is a prick. Like, we need to convince them, look, it's the growing inequality. We need to make that case, and it's not about like pissing people off and pushing people away, like people are scared, man.
Yeah, I agree. That's like one of those ones where you're saying like, where I was thinking earlier, you know, I said about the meritocracy, there's a few certain like sticking points that I think people need more information on, simplified. Because at some point people didn't believe in meritocracy, at some point people didn't believe immigrants were the cause of all problems, but they heard a few little things and they built up that story, that like belief in their head. And I think like the immigration one is one I try and attack at. I've done a few videos, but it's like this zero-sum people. We have a massive gap of information with immigration. Gap of information about immigration because we see it such a zero-sum way about when it comes to economics. And this is like this thing that I realised as I got older is like little information on a topic is worse than no information. It's like a classic thing people say. And like immigration is a really good one because you could say something like, you witnessed, I don't know, you worked in this industry, say it was like, I don't know, you worked at a shop and you was stacking shelves or something, and you notice that there's now like an Asian guy doing that job. In your head, from an individual level, if you don't understand macroeconomics, you have seen that guy took your job. And that's how you see it. But the understanding around immigration, how it affects economies, is one of these areas, because we're so poorly informed about it, you would look at it from a surface level and not have a deeper understanding. It'd be like looking at the earth in front of you and going, the world is flat. But we know it's not flat because when we were in school, we were taught about like how the fucking solar system works and all that. But because we see things and we have such a gap of information, you don't understand, like if an immigrant comes in and he takes your job, blah, 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 whatever, you see that as a net negative to your life. But that immigrant who's come in, he's brought in, let's say, he needs his hair cut once every week, or he needs to go get his car repaired, and he needs to go buy food, and he goes to the local restaurant. That immigrant has brought trade to thousands of businesses. So like, the way we understand economy on like an individual level, when we see this guy's taking a job, we're not seeing the wider invisible effect that he is bringing benefits to your economy. So like, this is one of those things where if there's a lack of information, people will just use their sort of like first-hand interpretation of what immigration looks like in their life or whatever, and not expand it out to wider economics. Like, that immigrant is a benefit because he's bought a load of trade, or he's a new customer to this business. If you fit carpets or whatever, he will one day need his carpet fit, he will employ you. Like, do you see what I'm saying? And this is one of the topics, like the meritocracy, where that lack of information, that lack of understanding, allows people to just say like, yeah, they're taking your jobs, they're doing this, they're like, you know, stealing the houses and blah, 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 blah.
Yeah, man, I worry about the like corrosive effect it has on like just communities, basically, like this, because I know that, you know, people who want low immigration, they're not racists. There are some racists, but a lot of people just hold that this is the economic problem, right?
Yeah. But that's why they always say, I'm not a racist, but, and that's why I've got an Asian mate, because they're not fundamentally hatred. They don't have a hatred of their skin color or their skin color, whatever. They're being told that they're the root of the problem on a macro level.
Yeah, I just see like it's fucking divisive.
It is. Yeah.
It's fucking divisive, and you know, I come from East London, and it's like very, very, very multicultural place, right? That's not like unique by any stretch of the imagination. Like, especially when we talk about poorer people in this country, especially when we talk about the cities, especially when we talk about younger people. it's a fucking multicultural country, right? And I worry that all of this narrative, all of this like discussion about it, is driving people against each other and making people distrust each other. And for me, like the message I'm trying to push, the message I'm trying to sell is like, that group over there, they're gonna take your stuff. And this, on an individual basis, they're much stronger than you. And the only way you can defend yourself is working together. And if, you know, the working classes, which is, you know, the working classes is racially diverse. The working classes of the country is racially diverse. And listen, talking about the levels of migration you want is one thing, and like, I'm open to that. But like, if this starts to spill into just like distrust between people of different races, we're fucked.
Are you saying like you think instead of trying to dispel every myth around immigration or every argument or whatever, even, you know, if they have some good arguments or whatever, instead of going down that route of trying to debunk and disprove and stuff, you would say it's better to just put the attention on the real like problem, which is obviously inequality. So like, are you saying from a strategical point of view, you don't know how valuable it is to like go into the ins and outs of why these people are wrong, but rather try and show why you're right?
This is something I've thought about quite a lot. There's a degree to which it's intentional that I haven't engaged that much with the debate on immigration because I think it's fucking divisive. And I grew up in a very like multicultural area, you know, and but I went to the schools I went to. Literally, I went to schools that were like 5% white.
Yeah, yeah. My school was like at least 50-60% black, so they were like mainly Nigerians. So I was just completely normal with it. I was like, I didn't think about it.
I just feel like if I would like to find a way to like.
I'm about to cook myself something to eat real quick. I'll be back in a bit.
Obviously, you know, you're affected in some way by being like a small ethnic minority in the place where you grew up, but you form friendships. Of course, you form friendships with people from different ethnicities, right? And we need to be able to see each other as fucking people, you know what I mean? And like, not just the differences.
So I always think that. I'm always like, yeah, no matter how much you think you're different to say a guy who, even like say someone who's coming as a refugee, how different you might think your lives are. Realistically, the things that happen on a political scale, those decisions, the same decision, if they raise a tax on, you know, working class people, or if they, I don't know, if they cut, more so, if they cut a certain public service, if they underfund the NHS, both you and the refugee are very negatively affected by that exact same decision. Whereas the very wealthy person, they're quite wealthy. So like, your lives are affected by the same decisions in very similar ways. If house prices go up, that affects you and the guy who goes to the mosque. Like, your lives are both very negatively affected. The billionaire or the millionaire even, they make money for that. So it's like, you've got to start seeing that the same things are affecting the people we think we have a lot of differences with. Our lives are so similar, I'm sure.
Let's talk about how much do you think we can achieve on YouTube, and what do you think is the best way to be effective?
Yeah, I think my channel's like projected like 2 to 3 years. I'll probably have like 1 million subs, which is like big. That's really big. And I mean, like videos, it depends, but it means on average they'll probably hit like 500,000 views, and some will get like 1 million more often, and that's massive. And if my channel probably is, I think your trajectory is probably steeper, so yours will probably be in a similar category. And bearing in mind that would put us 3 years out from the election, so we'd be in a bigger position at a time where we're still like becoming closer to elections. So that's like quite good. And I think if we can make this ecosystem, like it's great that we're doing this, because it's like, if we can make an ecosystem of very similar creators, and we talk to each other, and we make cool, interesting, fun, engaging content that's relatable for just like average people. I think, I don't know, I see it as a very powerful thing. Like you got to think like Joe Rogan and all them lot, they all came from like, it was small in the beginning, but it was well connected, and there were interesting people from different backgrounds, and like people loved their culture, they loved the thing that it was. Like you felt like you listen to Joe Rogan, you go to the gym, you're probably into, maybe you got a little side hustle or something. You felt like you were part of a thing. And I think if we can create something like that, especially like, you know, we talk a lot about young lads, but I think like in my sort of channel and stuff. But I think like if we can give something for young lads, I think that'd be great, because if we can connect them, then it will just galvanise people. So I think we have a good time around doing it.
This idea about like an ecosystem of different creators. One of the reasons I wanted to have you on is because I don't actually watch a lot of YouTube.
No, you don't.
I don't watch a lot of social media.
ASMR.
Yeah, except for my ASMR. Don't out me for watching ASMR. So I don't watch a lot of social media. I know you are like a lot more clued in. So maybe you can talk a little bit about other creators that you think are doing good work, that people watching might want to go check out, and also about like whether you are doing work yourself to try to sort of build a bit of community that is trying to do something a little bit more political.
Yeah. So I've started a Discord like maybe a year ago, and that's doing like pretty well. I think we're like 2,000 people, and it's fairly new, but they're super active and they're always chatting. So like I understand the need to do the connecting the people and that, so I'm trying to get more into streaming, because that's like the perfect platform for doing that. So I've been working on like, it's tough getting the time to stream, but the goal is anyway to stream a lot more and do collabs with different people, and like a list of creators I would say who are like killing it, that are sick, that I could see coming together. So people like Ordinary Things, he's sick. We don't agree on everything, but on the general problems about like inequality and stuff, we're like pretty clued in on that. And he makes great videos, they're very funny. He's just a Britishy lad, like, you know. So Ordinary Things, and he's got a big audience, like 1 million, whatever. Just Some Geezer, he's a younger, newer creator, but he's been making these like pieces on like right-wing people. So he did one on like Tommy Robinson, and he did one on like Piers Morgan, and they're really good. He's quite funny as well. So I want to like connect up with him. Who else? There's a geezer by the name of Tom, is it Tom Nicholson? Tom Nicholson? Yeah. He's I'd say he's a smart bro. He's like a brains. He makes incredibly good videos, and he's funny, and he's very switched on stuff. And his academic side's good because it makes you like learn stuff that maybe you gloss over or whatever. Who else? A Different Bias. He's a guy who makes daily, he's great, right? So we got all these big video essay channels where we talk about very nebulous, big topics, but A Different Bias, he makes like daily political commentary on British stuff, and he's very good, he's funny, they're off the cuff, and they're like good. So
there's people doing stuff.
There's people doing stuff, and they're funny, they're charismatic people, like they're all...
I often think like, it's gonna need that. It's going to need lots of different people doing lots of different things, and like...
And I think streaming and podcasts, like connecting these people, because that's like where everything's at. Right?
And I would like to say, like, people watching, if you're interested in creating, like, we need more people doing it. We need more people doing it. And people message me sometimes, you know, should I study economics? I'm quite anti it. But we need people studying economics. We need people going into the political parties. We need people going into the media. We need people doing like creative stuff. We need people creating art. We need people like
musicians, bro.
Yeah, whatever, like wherever you are, like if you're thinking about getting involved, get involved
in like, your own way. What you're saying is right about music. Music's massive. Like I want to start making more music. You need to start making music. Get Gary on the mic. But yeah, like musicians and stuff. Because if you go back and listen to that older Carla Fire in the Booth.
Yeah.
You listen to it. The man just fucking explained inequality in a song.
But I want to encourage people, like, a car looks great, but you don't need to be a car.
No,
what
no.
I'm saying is, we can all be influential in the sphere that we're in. We can all be, like, you know, it might be like, you might just reach whatever your school, where people here are still in school, you might just reach people in your workplace, like, make something, like, do something, reach people around you, that's what I would say.
And I think, yeah, like, I know I keep banging on about, like, types of people, and I know it's sort of dumb, and on a personal level, I don't really care, but, like, if you're someone, if you're, like, a geezer who's fucking absolutely TRT'd out and you're massive, and who in our areas looks like that and is making that content and can speak to people that are similar like that. Same for, like, if you're, like, a fucking lad from the ends, like, if you started doing content or just doing something and talking about these topics, you're going to speak to so many people that the really academic lot who are great, they're never going to reach and they're never going to appeal to.
Yeah,
So
that's what you need, like, the more diversity of voices, and it can work in weird ways. It can work in, like, I remember when I was a kid, when grime popped off, and it was like, it was Dizzy Rascal, and it was Kano, and it was Wiley, and, like, for me, those guys were me. I was like, these guys are me. Like, so you never really know, like.
Yeah, and it's like, when, so, like.
But I would like to add to a point, like, you know, we need women doing this as well. Like, I know, like, I see the demographics on my channel. I know it's mainly men watching. Like, everybody is welcome here, and we need people of all different.
And the ladies, they're a bit more ahead of us, man. They're more left wing, so they're doing a good job already. So, like, we're trying, like, but yeah, keep doing what you're doing. You, the ladies are smashing it. We need to pick up the slack our end, I think. But yeah, women are killing it.
Yeah, try to get people as many people on as we can. But anyway, I want to get to my next question. I know you've been following the channel for a bit. Is there anything that we've been talking about that you think is not clear, that you would like understanding better? Is there anything we haven't covered that you would like us to cover?
Yeah, the one that does jump to my mind is if the wealthy own assets.
Yeah.
I understand that housing, I can definitely understand that the argument why owning housing is very negative, net negative generally for people. If they own stocks in companies, would the right-wing argument not be correct that would bring more money to invest into the company, to bring more jobs? And is that a fair argument? Or?
There being more wealth is not a bad thing. You know, if wealth is being creative, that's a good thing.
Specifically,
the problem is it's transfer. So, like, if those stocks used to be owned by ordinary people, and then one generation down the line, the ordinary people don't have them, this is a problem. It's a problem because you need to. That's what your pension is basically. You're owning pensions. So, like, if these guys are owning the stocks and you're not owning the stocks, well, then how are you going to pay for your retirement? You see what I'm saying? So
is there like statistics to say that, like, at some point, working class or middle class families owned more stocks, and now more stocks are landing in the hands of billionaires? Is there probably something to say?
Well, I mean, a lot of young people are not even.
I've never even thought about it.
Like pensions, you know what I mean? Like pension contributions, like it's becoming way more difficult for young people to own pensions, these kinds of things. But the truth is, like, that kind of private asset in this country, the working class has never had like a massive share of those kinds of
you
private
kind of
assets.
clicked something in my head, I get it. Yeah.
Like in a country like Germany or the US, where there's more of a culture of owning stocks and shares for the working class, they will see more like they're losing stocks and shares. In this country, the truth is, like, the middle class never owned a huge amount, but like our generation versus our parents' generation, they were saving pensions more than we.
What you're saying, I never put those two together, that it's pensions that are stocks and shares. I never put that together, and I know for a fact that my generation
nowadays, young people, just increasingly just don't own stocks.
That's what I was going to say. Like, I don't know. I know very few people that have an actual pension, and my dad is always like, when we was your age, we were starting building up our pensions.
Yeah, but so there's knock-on effects, right? Which is like, okay, you don't have stocks and shares, don't have a pension. Well, that means like you can't save much money, you know what I mean? And you can't, you're going to drop your spending, right? Because you know, like, oh my God, like I don't have a pension, you know what I mean? I can't afford this. And it means and then also the rich, just on the other side, this is the side which doesn't get spoken about. The rich owning a shit ton is itself a problem. Because if the rich own a shit ton of stocks and shares, as opposed to ordinary families, they generate a shit ton of passive income. What do they do with that passive income? Buy the rest of the fucking assets. Yeah. And that is why you can't afford a house, right? Yeah. Like, if you give these guys loads of money, the big thing that you see, if the rich, and people wouldn't think about this, if the rich have a fuck ton of stocks and shares, of course you can't afford a house. Like, if that guy's making 100 grand a year passive income, you know,
you can't compete on that.
Yeah, this is the problem. They drive the house price up. And it's not that I'm not anti-wealth. I'm not anti-wealth, but the truth is, like, the economy is not zero sum, but if it's growing very slowly like it is, it's kind of zero sum. And if these guys are getting more and more and more and more and more, they start to buy the things that you need. You know, why do you think it is that, you know, rents go up in London? Somebody's fucking paying them. It's the fucking rich people that are paying the rents, you know what I mean? And that's why they drive the price up for everything that you need.
Yeah, that clicks out. The pensions thing that made that more. Yeah, that's a good way of explaining it. Because I never even thought, I was like, well, when did we have stocks and shares? But then I realised, obviously, pensions are stocks and shares.
Yeah, right. It's a good question. People don't realise that.
Yeah.
That's how ordinary people hold their stocks and shares in pensions.
It was kind of like, I've noticed that, I don't know, is there a theory about this, but it's like, I noticed the difference. So my wife's Ukrainian, which I bang on about, and they became capitalists in the 90s.
Okay.
And they didn't, to give you perspective, they didn't have restaurants until like the 2000s. You'd go to like a canteen and it wasn't going to be like state of the art, you just grab it and fucking bang it on a plate. Yeah. In the 2000s, you see like this insane rise. Well, really it's sort of late 2000s into 2010s.
Yeah.
You see a rise in what you could probably call like early stage capitalism, where there's like a real, what people think capitalism is, which is go work hard, have a good idea and life will reward you. That kind of exists in this sort of wild west early stages of the Ukrainian economy. Okay. And so a specific thing I noticed, is very specific, I don't know if it's too granular to make any grand points about, but is I noticed that if you go to Ukraine, if you go to a cafe, you will walk into that cafe, it will look perfect. It'll be incredible. Every cafe, not just like one of them, every one of them. Okay. And you walk in, you go to the toilets are immaculate, they're cleaned, they're perfect. I know this is very random, but we'll come
learning a bit about Ukraine here.
Yeah. You'll go in, toilets are perfect. It smells nice, they have high quality soaps. You come back after you've taken your dump and you eat your food. Food's amazing, obviously. You wipe, I'm not just advertising Ukraine, there is a point here. You wipe your mouth, you put your tissue down. The staff comes, they take the tissue, everything's perfect, right? Okay. You come to England, you go to the toilets of most cafes, they stink of shit, there's toilet paper everywhere. And if you go to like, you want someone to fucking serve you, you need a scanner app, the QR code doesn't work, they take ages to get you. And I wanted to know, is there like this theory that when an economy's growing, they're competing, the belief in capitalism is that there's competition drives innovation. In the early stages of creating an industry, does that competition create innovation? But when they've achieved their customers, so they've got a customer base, I believe there's a crossover point where they stop innovating to compete for customers because they've got their market, and they start looking for shortcuts to make money, which could be employ less people, it could be lower the quality of the meat in the food. Video games, I noticed, had a very similar trajectory. They were sick in the 2000s. Now it's all about loot crates and microtransactions and phone games. Is there a point when is there a name or is there a concept that once you reach, you've caught your audience, then you stop innovating and you start like profit gouging, like you try and, does that make sense?
It's a big question, and obviously, you know, Ukraine is not the only country which has very high service culture. I lived in Japan for 2 years, and the quality of service there is like phenomenal. And we could sort of debate how capitalist Japan is. It's kind of a complicated question. I think there is a thing that can tend to happen where I think, and I'm not anti-capitalist. I'm not pro-capitalist. I try to just be pragmatic on things. Capitalism tends to work well when you have a lot of room to expand. And this is why, I talk about being the dangers of high inequality, and people sometimes use as a counterexample, like the USA, which has high inequality and has had for quite a long time high living standards. The USA is still quite a new country, and Europeans arrived there not that long ago, and they were able to expand almost freely because they were basically able to take most of the land over time from the natives. So it's a fucking massive country to expand into. And it doesn't really matter if the rich get really fucking rich. If you have like infinite land and natural resources over there, because like you can get really fucking rich and I'll just go over there.
Start something new.
Yeah. So like under that kind of this like American context, for a long time, inequality like didn't really seem that dangerous, right? Because you can get as rich as you like, and this kind of concept, which is like politics, and it works, right? Which is like, you know, we go over there, you know. Like for a long time, America was effectively infinitely large from the perspective of Europeans, right? Because it was so big, and you could just keep going west, and you could keep going west, and there's more land, more resources, just go. That is very different to like a mature, advanced economy like Britain, or increasingly like the US now, where every square inch of land is owned.
Yeah, I've heard something about you kind of connect to a thought there, because I've heard that being called like the new frontier or something like that. So capitalism works by finding new frontiers, exploiting the frontier, and then moving on to the next.
Yeah,
one.
if there's loads of land, it doesn't matter if you've like settled here and you've made this yours. If there's just infinite land, I can just keep going. But as soon as you run out of land, then suddenly people can't keep going anymore, and they need to find land, they need to find work, they need to find resources.
Yes.
And then also, the rich are still expanding, right? Because the rich are still really rich and they're still expanding. And then what are they expanding into? Well, they're not expanding into empty land anymore. They have to take from somebody else, you know. So I think capitalism tends to work well in like young economies that are growing quickly. The problem is like when you kind of run out to stuff to expand into. And then what tends to happen is then the rich start to take the assets of the middle class and the poor, basically. And one thing that I think is really is quite interesting is, you know, I made a lot of money in my like early mid-20s, and I did like a fuck ton of investments. And some of the investments were like, oh, let's invest in a new company and start building a new thing, let's build a new restaurant. And a lot of them were just like, let's just buy property and let's just buy gold and buy. Almost all of the let's build a new thing failed.
Yeah.
And almost all of the let's buy an existing thing worked really well, basically. And that's kind of what happens, right? Because once you've got nothing to expand into, well, it's much easier to just because the rich are much richer than the middle class.
Yeah.
They can just outbid you. And that is what this rise in house prices, rise in stock prices, that is the rich outbidding the middle class for assets.
Oh, it's so interesting. That's why the board games, man. Everyone should play a board game.
That's exactly what it is
like at the end of a board game, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. It's very much like the end of Monopoly, which is like, you know, it works fine. We're all buying, but then suddenly, like, these guys own everything, and you know,
it's so logical when you think about it. It's so logical, yeah.
Yeah, well, I mean, you know, you look at history, like early, like Industrial Revolution, like it wants to expand. It wants to expand, and that's why you saw like the Europeans. That's why colonialism happened in a sense. Like it's like we have all of this shit, expand and go and like take the. But then eventually, like in a sense, you can view World War I and World War II as basically like they ran out of world to expand into, and then but because you're still growing, you still have all of this like excess production, but you don't have anywhere to expand into. You have no choice but to fight each other, and it's like, okay, well. Like we've already taken over the world. You've taken over the world. There's nowhere to expand into. Well, but we're still producing shit. We have to go to war. Basically, there's no other option. Like it's. But what you're seeing now, is like the weak hands are being shuffled out, and the weak hand is the Western middle class, and the Western. To be honest, it's not Western elite. It's the global elite is just absolutely decimating the Western middle class.
So it's the end of a poker game.
Yeah, but then what happens when the middle class goes? Yeah. You know, once again they'll be in a situation where the rich,
and that's the thing
the rich will go at each other. I mean that's, you know,
that's
what fucking Putin is, right? That is the rich going at each other.
And it's funny that these lot they have the access. They have the best access to information, and they should see the writing on the wall. Like it would be insane for billionaires.
Please don't assume they're intelligent.
No, yeah, I don't believe.
Like these guys, I think the best way to describe. I heard it described as like a Mongol horde.
Yeah.
Like these guys have money, they have power, they have resources, they want money, they want power, they want resources. They're not, you know.
It's like, it sounds cartoonish to say it, but they are so overdriven by greed, their greed will consume them and kill them. Like capitalism will kill them.
But to be honest, it's more than the greed. They're just so fucking rich. There's this, it's easy for them. Like they can outbid you on everything. They can outbid you on fucking everything. Like it's not this. Like, you know, Rishi Sunak, £700 million. What's the passive income on £700 million, right? 5% a year he's going to be making £35 million a year, right? £500,000 a week, right? Conservative.
Yeah.
It's not difficult to outbid everyone when you're making £500,000 a week passive income.
Yeah, yeah.
In fact, these guys won't even do it themselves. They'll have a family office that all they do is they just buy shit, 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 buy shit. And your kid is out there working a job for 50 grand a year. He's competing with Rishi Sunak's kids who make £500,000 a week passive income.
And he's watching Andrew Tate thinking that he can fucking, he'll be with him one day. That's mad.
Yeah, it's just to like make it very simple, right? Power fucking matters. If you allow that group to get really, really, really fucking powerful, whilst your group is losing power, eventually they'll take everything. You know, and that is why the vast majority of human history is a tiny group of super rich elites and a massive group of impoverished peasants.
Yeah, I don't know how people can't, like, they should just understand inherently through, if you've even read any story in history, that's always been the case. Like, it's always been.
But it's been a long time now, you know, but you know, I read a lot of classic books, as I'm encouraging you to. You go and read Dickens. It's only 150 years ago we had that here. It's not.
The reading about that period of time that led to World War II and then seeing the similarities.
At the time of Dickens, the UK was easily the richest, most powerful country in the world. Yeah. And your average British person lived in absolute desperate poverty.
Yeah. And to believe that that would somehow pan out differently is just, it ignores history, every story of history we know.
But, you know, the rich, they've got their own stories. Yeah. They've got their own stories, and their stories are, if you work hard, you'll make it. Their stories are, the reason you're poor is because of immigrants. The reason you're poor is because of foreigners. Their stories are, just go buy Bitcoin and you'll be a billionaire. You know, they have their stories too. But what they want is your stuff, and if you believe their stories, then they'll get it. But that's the power of story, and that is why I do this YouTube channel, and that is presumably why you try.
Yeah, man, that's why like my stuff is like, it's not, I don't put just academic papers. It's, I tell a story. It's like I'm making stories that you can relate and feel. There's music, there's like emotions, because story is the most important thing, and your story could be based on a lie or a truth, and so I'm trying to put the truth into a story that makes people feel something that hopefully makes them think differently, I suppose.
Well, good luck with it.
Yeah, and you, bruv.
Yeah, thanks for joining the channel.
That was fun.
Yeah, good luck with your stuff. And with the viewers, Jimmy the Giant, check his channel out on YouTube. And keep supporting us to make more stuff. Take care.
You know, the worst part about this is, because like luckily they all survived, right? The worst part about it is extracting your luggage from that. Oh my God. Oh my God, dude. You ain't getting your luggage back. Let me tell you. Okay? You are not getting your luggage back. All right. The last story of today, before we move on to other stuff, is at least 3, including child, critically injured after Delta planes crash landing in Toronto. I covered it briefly in the morning when it first happened. You already know. Planes go up, they're going to come down and crash. Okay, why? Because we're in the age where there's no DEI, ladies and gentlemen. That's right. It turns out it was always DEI or die.
Hello, everyone. I'm Major Garrett coming to you from New York City. We start tonight with breaking news. 1 child and critically injured. That's what authorities say after a Delta flight from Minneapolis flipped upside down at Toronto's Pearson Airport. As you can see, the runway is covered with snow, and there were wind gusts, crosswind gusts of up to 40 miles per hour at the time of this crash. 14 people in all, authorities tell us, were transported to area hospitals. I want to bring in commercial airline pilot Laura Einsettler. I hope that I've got that right, Laura, for your assessment.
Yeah, we need more Lauras. Laura shouldn't be on television. She should be manning the fucking plane, or rather, womaning the fucking plane. Okay, do you understand? There's your problem. All the female pilots got fired for DEI, and now they're on television instead of flying the fucking planes.
Of what we've seen, and as people look at these astonishing pictures of a commercial airliner upside down on a snowy runway, Your initial thoughts?
We're in Toronto.
But the situation is very tragic, of course. The great part about this in the sense that the cabin is mostly intact, but we will have to determine exactly what it is that happened and why this happened.
And as you look at it, it is a tragic situation. The initial reports seem to be much more positive than our deepest fears would have reasonably led us to suspect, looking at a commercial airliner upside down. That has to be testament to the crew.
They're going to be looking at different factors that are involved in this, such as the gusty wind conditions.
Guys, planes do that sometimes when there's no DEI, okay? That's it.
Conditions. It is very challenging, especially in February, to be.
Bro, let me tell you, you bet your ass I'm keeping that shit on, the seatbelt. You know how they're always like, oh, please keep your seatbelts fastened until the plane comes to a full halt, and everybody always takes them off. And by everybody, I mean I always take it off the moment that the tires, the rubber hits that goddamn runway. I'm like, all right, time to take the seatbelt off. Going forward, never again. You understand me? I'm keeping them shits on until after people get up, okay? I'm testing the waters. I'm like, you can get up and try to grab your bag before me. It's all good. It's all good, baby. We ain't going nowhere, okay? Never been a stickler for this kind of safety measure. I always am the type of person who thought that it's like not that big of a deal. Who cares? You know what I mean? I'm clapping every time a plane safely lands, okay? I'm clapping extra hard when we actually safely get out of the plane. And also on top of that, I'm not taking those seatbelts off.
Operating in and out of Toronto, the airport does an excellent job in maintaining typically clear runways for us as we're landing and taking off in and out of there. They're going to be looking at things like wind gusts, wind shear, possible wake turbulence situations, what the crew was experiencing, and take the details from there with the NTSB, the CAA, and the FAA.
And Laura, to my untrained eye, it is something that I'm assuming
right now I'm making some salmon in the air fryer with broccoli and a baked potato. It's cooking right now, so I could probably do a race before I got to go back and finish up, and then I could eat, and then I could stream until morning. I like Gary's economics really because I like Hassan. Gary's more chill in the sense of Gary doesn't really like poke the bear as much. I like Hassan because he pokes a bear, but getting more bees with honey is a real thing. And Gary's economics, he's kind of just trying to explain why it's not in our best interest to assume that people like Elon Musk and people like Trump have our best interests at heart. You know what I mean? It's like greed absolutely corrupts. Like they're just trying to find ways to get more money, and they will sacrifice as many people. Just the fact that freaking Elon Musk cut like these USAID programs in Africa that was helping with AIDS treatment, like this one program where it's like they were able to help babies who were born. It's like the mom would have HIV or AIDS, and the baby would be born, and it was funding treatment to help the baby not get the AIDS, right? Which is like really good, right? So like the mom, it sucks. The mom caught the disease, and it really sucks. But they were funding treatment that would help maybe the baby have a brighter future. And for someone like Elon Musk, who is a multi-billionaire, to without really reading into the details and seeing what the program does, and then just cutting it like cold turkey, like cutting it to the point where like the offices or like the doctor's offices or whatever that was over there, like they just closed up shop. And now all of a sudden, all of these people who you don't know, you don't see, right? What would you care about them? You don't see a face. You don't care. It's my tax dollars. You know what I mean? I want my tax dollars. I want my tax dollars back. Uh, it's like essentially killing people. And for them to just be like, oops, my bad. It's like, bro, it's like, it's insane. It's absolutely insane. And it's really heartbreaking. It's really heartbreaking. It's fucking ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous. So that's why I liked a string of these Gary videos. I just discovered him like yesterday morning, really. Yeah, like yesterday. No, yet like actually Sunday. Let's say I discovered him on like Sunday. And I was like, oh, I like the tone of voice. I like how he's just explaining, like, listen, this is what the situation is. We need to actually, as like, and the left, the right, fuck all that. Just like the majority of us, the 99%, because the 1% is rich, right? So the 99% of us, we kind of need to come together and voice our opinion and let them know, let our politicians know, like, yo, y'all need to get out of the pockets of these billionaires. You know what I mean? And y'all need to have these programs that help us. Like one thing, I was listening to this one news, I don't know, news video or whatever, where it's like, because they want to privatize everything. And the point the person was making was like, the reason why a lot of these government programs aren't privatized is because it's not a for-profit thing. You can't make money on it. Just about everything in everything in the private sector is to turn a profit. Some of these programs, you are losing money. You're losing money. Like these people that need this type of healthcare, these people that need these type of drugs, I would say a good portion of them can't necessarily afford it. So it's like these government programs are in place to not to turn a profit. It's literally to help. And they want to privatize all of these. Like there are so many programs that exist that help people like us essentially not get exploited by these corporations, and they are and Elon Musk and Trump is like doing everything in their power to like cut them, make them atrophy, like or privatize them. So it's like, so essentially they're going to be able to keep all the money, and the programs won't be able to reach half of the people that it could. So it's like, how are you gonna make some of these programs private when everything in the private sector is to make money? That's one of the biggest issues with the healthcare in America. It's privatized. So it's not actually about our healthcare. It's about turning a buck. It's anyways, yeah, let's continue.
On approach, something happened with the wind that was of such significant turbulence that it turned the plane upside down. That's just my uneducated look at the video, wondering what might have happened. Does that seem like a plausible scenario to you?
It depends on the variables of the circumstances. So how strong were the wind gusts?
After this video, actually, I'm going to play another podcast. I already played it but I think I played it in the stream where I was just being too overzealous. I was just really agitated. I was still coming off of the shock that, oh my God, Elon Musk and Trump won. Elon Musk does the Sig Heil, and our vice president goes over to Germany and literally talks to like the Nazi party in Germany. Like I'm seeing all of these things happen, and my first thought is to really just try to spit venom, which isn't good. right? It's not good. It doesn't, venom isn't honey. Venom isn't, honestly, probably some types of venom might be actually sweet, but that's neither here nor there. But it's like, I calm down after my work week beat the shit out of me. I'm sitting here, I was watching these other videos, and it's like, no, like I actually need to talk these things out. So if like anybody disagrees with these point of views, I'm more than happy to have a conversation with people online and be like, okay, so what can we do? What can we do that and honestly, like I would have to, like, I'm leftist, so let's say like, oh shit, hang on.
The capabilities, of course, of the aircraft experience. Were there any larger jets possibly preceding this to kick off any wake turbulence in addition to gusty winds? What were the runway conditions, things of that nature?
But none of this explains how this thing can flip. Like, please explain to me how a plane just flips upside down. As far as aviation incidents goes, this one is truly insane. I get the runway is icy, fine. How does the plane flip? Body is round. If a ring whips off, it'll rotate like a ciggy.
Hashtag dark woke crash another plane. And another thing. Every day that wokeness is not reinstated in this country, people will DEI. Starting tonight. I'm a day them of my word.
Come on. Don't take no video.
Bro, you know the worst part about this is, because like luckily they all survived, right? The worst part about it is extracting your luggage from that. Oh my God. Oh my God, dude. You ain't getting your luggage back. Let me tell you. Okay? You are not getting your luggage back. I don't think it's... Whoa. It's getting a handful.
Come on.
That's crazy. I didn't even notice that.
Don't take no video. Put that phone away. On the way.
Holy. Oh my God. Yo, I was just on this plane.
That's so crazy.
Oh my God.
21 KT crosswind component at the time of landing. That's 0.8 KTs below the max allowable crosswind for the aircraft and runway conditions is an excellent explanation of the technical side of what happened. I'm grabbing my Steam Deck.
I'm losing weight and feeling confident thanks to hers. I got prescribed compounded GLP-1 injections, which have the same active ingredient as Ozempic and Wegovy. Through hers, I get a reliable supply I can count on with temperature-controlled delivery. I chose hers because they know that everyone's body is different, and they take the time to understand your health history, lifestyle, and goals. They provide access to personalized treatment plans. Plus, their app has custom in-app tools to keep you on track. Everything is done 100% online. I wish I knew about hers sooner.
I don't give a... Oh, yeah. You bet your freaking ass, dude. That's why I have... If my stream backpack is up above my head and now I'm like closer to it, I'm grabbing it. If you think I'm not grabbing it, if you think I'm not grabbing my stream backpack and my remote desktop setup, both of which are carry-on items for this reason, you are out of your dang mind, okay?
Sorry about that. The fire alarm. It's fine. I decided because you cook baked potato on high heat, because even if you cook it on high heat, it's going to be for an hour. But I decided to just go ahead and try to kill two birds with one stone and throw my salmon in there as well. Not a good idea. Got to cook the salmon over a little bit lower heat. It should still be fine though. Yeah, like the next video I'm gonna show after this one, What is the podcast? I think the podcast is called Citations Needed, and they talk about how big corporations set it up to put the blame on the consumer, even though like when it comes to the food in America, it's highly processed. They put all kinds of chemicals in it. It's giving us all kinds of cancer. But they threw money at it. They threw money at public service announcements to shift the blame from them putting all this shit in the food to, oh, you need to watch what you eat, you need to have a healthy lifestyle, things like, oh yeah, you need to recycle more, even though they're pumping out like green radioactive shit like into our ocean, killing our fucking coral reefs, killing off our wildlife, and they're just getting more and more money. Like this whole idea of Trump saying, oh yeah, we need to drill baby drill, like just the fact that people still voted for him, as and that's like his quote that he kept reiterating, drill baby drill. Like, so what? So go into like go into nature and drill out more oil where there will be oil spills, like the wildlife in that area will just get destroyed. like like what the fuck? Like, there were so many videos I watched growing up as a kid. What was the name of this? Fern Gully. Fern Gully was literally that. Fern Gully was, I think, like a human ends up shrinking. A human. He was like a logger. He was like a logger. He was out there cutting down trees, and there was some kind of like magical fucking beings or whatever, but they're like fairies or whatever the fuck, and they were in the forest, and they end up shrinking him, and to essentially like teach him how, like, they're they're like cutting down the wildlife, pumping all of this carbon monoxide into the air with their big machines, and essentially destroying nature. Um, and I'm not saying you can't cut down trees. Yeah, cutting down, growing trees to cut down to use to build stuff. Yeah, that's good. We should have a designated area for that. Uh, but like this whole idea of drill baby drill and moving away from more fuel efficient ways, moving away from electricity, or like, so it's like, fuck that. um let's cut money, let's cut money from the programs, let's cut money and fire people from the programs that have been put in place to go against these big corporations that just want to price gouge us and destroy our nature. Let's privatize everything. Let's give tax breaks to the rich, continue to tax like the middle and lower. What middle and lower classes left? You know what I mean? What middle class is left? Is really just, like, and then what do they do to make sure the blame doesn't go on them? They say, oh, you need to eat better, you need to exercise more, or it's the immigrants' faults. It's the same people that farm for you, the same people that you can literally go to Home Depot. You can go to Home Depot and these people will be standing out there on any given day and they will paint your whole house for like half the price, a quarter of the price. If you ever are lucky enough to own a home and then you wanna renovate it in some way, shape, or form, and you go to Home Depot, like go into Home Depot and see what it would take to contract like a Home Depot certified worker or whatever to do it. It's an arm and a leg, right? But it's like, if you want to do a simple thing like paint your house, you can go there, and these people who don't know you at all, they trust you. Could be a fucking psychopath, you know what I mean? But they will go to your home, they will paint your house for like a quarter of the price. They just want to work hard. They don't even want to work hard, but they're doing it because like they have to, because like they have to. They have to. That's just the way the economy is. And they do it for like so much less. Oh no, it's their fault. They're the reason. Not us. Not us destroying your nature. Anyways, so yeah, after this video, where is it? Let me actually, and I need to go check on my salmon and my baked potato.
I'm grabbing it and I'm basically turning it on. I'm live streaming the process. I'm like, what's up, guys? It turns out that DEI fully caused this incident. Now that we don't have DEI, you know, planes are falling out of the sky, and we're here. I'm here. Luckily, no time for personal news. Yeah.
Yo, I was just on this fucking plane. Holy fuck. Everything.
Yeah, you're right. Chat was still complaining about the lighting. Yeah. The chat would be like, "Oh my god, the audio is so bad. Oh, the audio is so bad." America one more.
I'll be right back.
DEI.
What's going on? Get off the street now. Go. This isn't good, man. Whoa! Don't stop. Keep moving. Holy shit! Go, go, go. What the hell's going on? EMP! Just keep moving. Look out! Yeah! Go, go.
Yeah, they don't make games like this anymore. All the games are now gay and woke. Kaya, don't even think about. No, get back there. That's crazy. Trump has started firing hundreds of FAA employees. Nice. Developing. The Trump administration has started firing several hundred FAA probationary employees who maintain critical air traffic control infrastructure, according to their union. The move comes not even 3 weeks since the deadly mid-air collision over Washington, D.C. That's so awesome. That is so awesome. We're just bouldering towards the opposite thing that we're supposed to be doing. Amazing. That's cool. That's great. Oh, also this. The safety of air travel is a nonpartisan matter. SpaceX engineers will help make air travel safer. When I think of safety, I think of things that Elon Musk makes. Now, SpaceX, not as bad as Tesla, okay? But considering that it's Elon Musk, just learned a plane crash landed upside down right before this tweet. Trump right.
About that. You want to watch this guy do it? Okay, yeah. Let's
Every airline pilot now they remove DEI.
Let's watch a pro.
Huh.
You know what, Brad? I think. I think we might be done. I can't do it. How you feel about that? You want to watch this guy do it? Okay, yeah. Let's learn from the master. Pro.
It's crazy how much Republicans can get away with, including but not limited to directly destroying the country. Like,
in 2022, her writing has also appeared in many other publications, including The Washington Post, The Atlantic, The Nation, New York Magazine, and The Guardian. Jesse, thank you so much again for joining us today on Citations Needed.
It was such a pleasure. Thank you for having me.
Yeah, we're gonna restart that. And the you know what's gonna suck? So I turned the heat back up, but the one bad thing about putting the salmon in your air fryer is it'll stick. So, you know, maybe a bit of it is like on the bottom, so obviously you have to clean that or whatever. But now that I'm turning the air fryer back up, I'm worried about it burning again and it's setting off the fire alarm. Because it's 3 a.m. here. So the fire alarm is very loud and it could wake up people. So hopefully that doesn't happen. In the meantime, let's listen to this and try to get a bit more knowledgeable on what's going on in the world and enjoy some gaming, because I feel like I can't turn my brain off. I'm not able to turn my brain off and like just ignore what's happening and just play video games. Like, and I don't really want an audience like that either. Like I said earlier in the stream, like if you pay attention to the news at all, like they were outspoken and they said it, like Elon Musk and Trump and them, like they're trying to like override our senses. They're trying to just throw so much shit at us. Like, what the fuck is going on that we are paralyzed? One person, like one was, oh, they want to traumatize us, so we're paralyzed, and we just essentially just want to turn off the news. Like, you know what? I don't care. I don't care. Do whatever the fuck you want. You know, let me just focus on what makes me happy. Let me just focus on me and mine. But we can't live like that. It can't be 4 years of that. It can't. You know, I can't contribute to that. So, you know, I'm gonna play videos while I'm playing video games that hopefully will educate us and while we're gaming, because we need to know. The more we know, these fuckers are trying to eliminate the freaking Department of Education. Like, the fuck? Anyways.
We are 100% listener funded.
Yes, as always, you can subscribe and support the show on Patreon. We'd be very grateful if you did that. If you listen to the show and you like it and you haven't yet, please do. It helps keeps the episodes themselves free and the show sustainable.
Choose the product best suited for baby. Nestle urged in a 1970s baby formula ad. What size is your carbon footprint? Wondered oil giant BP in 2003. Texting and music listening put distracted pedestrians at risk, announced USA Today in 2012.
These headlines and ad copies all offer a glimpse into a long-standing strategy among corporations. Place the burden of safety, health, and well-being on individuals in order to deflect responsibility and, most importantly, regulation. Whether in the areas of transportation, climate, or nutrition and food safety, individuals, namely quote-unquote consumers, are increasingly expected to assume full responsibility for their own well-being and are blamed, shamed, and punished, or worse, made ill or injured or die when they can't live up to these unrealistic expectations.
Sure, everyone must bear some level of personal responsibility in matters of health and safety, obviously. But corporations from Chrysler to Nestle, in concert with a compliant U.S. media, have taken advantage of this truism to place a disproportionate level of obligation onto the people who work in their warehouses and buy their products. At the same time, they've been able to fend off even the most minor structural changes, say, using less plastic or using healthier ingredients, with often dangerous, sometimes deadly consequences.
Today's episode is part one of a two-part series of what we're calling the Great Neoliberal Burden Shift, a process whereby corporations deflect blame onto the relatively powerless. On this episode, we'll examine how corporations have shifted the burdens of liability onto consumers and other individuals, examining how the auto, fossil fuel, and food and beverage industries have orchestrated media campaigns to frame people they harm, whether directly or indirectly, as responsible for their own misfortunes.
Later on the show, we'll be joined by journalist Jessie Singer. She's the author of the book, There Are No Accidents, The Deadly Rise of Injury and Disaster, Who Profits and Who Pays the Price, which was published by Simon & Schuster in 2022. Her writing has appeared in many publications, including The Washington Post, The Atlantic, The Nation, New York Magazine, and The Guardian.
So if you look at history, it's no coincidence that the rise of blaming workers for dying at work times exactly to the rise of vitriol around worker deaths and the rise of those deaths. When workers were dying in this country more than ever, we start to see this creation of the mythology of the accident-prone worker. And those industrialists taught the same tricks to the automakers. And so when road user deaths start to rise to catastrophic levels for the first time, we see the creation of blaming road users for dying in crashes.
This episode was done in collaboration with Workday Magazine, which can be found at workdaymagazine.org, so we are grateful for their contribution. This episode, as again we are required to say by Illinois and New York and New Jersey state law, is a spiritual successor to episode 95, The Hollow Vanity of Libertarian Choice Rhetoric, where we discussed just that, the use of choice rhetoric to deflect blame from large systems, large corporations, and to put the burden of managing one's health and safety and every minutia of environmentalism onto the individual rather than those who are actually the author of our suffering. So if you haven't listened to that one, it's a banger. I recommend it.
One of the starker examples of what we're calling the great neoliberal burden shift really comes from the auto industry and its crusade to criminalize jaywalking. In the early 1910s, a number of U.S. cities began to pass anti-jaywalking ordinances. Kansas City was the first to do so in 1912. In fact, the city's primary newspaper, the Kansas City Star, may well have coined the term jaywalking in an October 1905 issue. Originally, the term had little to do with crossing the street in legally unsanctioned ways against traffic, referring instead to using the sidewalk without regard for other pedestrians. At the time the term jaywalk was introduced, jay was a slang term meaning a rube or hick, a yokel. In fact, jay driving was also used as an insult to refer to motorists who drove poorly. But as more and more cities passed anti-jaywalking laws, jaywalking assumed the definition we know today. Adding to this stigma, media quickly rallied around the cause of shaming jaywalkers. A widely republished piece from a May 1913 edition of the Cleveland Plain Dealer stated the following, quote, "It is manifestly unfair to assume that every autoist or motorcyclist who runs down a pedestrian is primarily at fault for the accident. The victim may have invited the difficulty. The driver may have been wholly guiltless," end quote.
By the 1920s, the auto industry began to embrace the term, developing a PR campaign around it. With the increasing adoption of cars, pedestrian deaths were increasing likewise every year, from roughly 1,600 in 1910 to over 17,000 by 1923. People thus began to seek safeguards. In 1923, for example, Cincinnati residents sought to advance a ballot initiative that would require a speed limit of 25 miles per hour. Car makers orchestrated a multifaceted strategy to shift the responsibility of road safety onto pedestrians. As writer Joseph Stromberg wrote in his 2015 article, The Forgotten History of How Automakers Invented the Crime of Jaywalking, in Vox.com, quote, "The National Automobile Chamber of Commerce and Industry Group established a free wire service for newspapers. Reporters could send the basic details of a traffic accident and would get in return a complete article to print the next day. These articles, printed widely, shifted the blame for accidents to pedestrians, signaling that following these new anti-jaywalking laws was important." He would go on to add, "In getting pedestrians to follow traffic laws, quote, within quote, the ridicule of their fellow citizens is far more effective than any other means which might be adopted," unquote, within quote, said E.B. Leffers, the head of the Automobile Club of Southern California in the 1920s, unquote. So the Automobile Chamber of Commerce curated stories for the local newspapers to place blame, and naturally the blame was always on the individual rather than any kind of systemic issue or safety issue or manufacturing issue with the cars themselves.
Or municipal policy.
Or municipal policy or road design or thing of that nature.
In another example, in 1927, Chrysler founder Walter Chrysler wrote an article for the New York magazine The Outlook, claiming that the, quote, "only cure," end quote, for deaths and injuries from car accidents was to teach children not to play in the streets and train police to enforce these rules. Our guest Jesse Singer has added to this, quote, "The catastrophic rise in deaths and injuries from auto accidents," Chrysler wrote, "was a problem of errors made by wild pedestrians. Pedestrians in the rain obstructing their vision with umbrellas, and pedestrians crossing the street while reading books," end quote. So you can really see this shift from public spaces, right, sidewalks and streets, going from places where people can live openly and freely and conduct their business, walk where they want, to becoming a place for cars. And as cars took over our streets, the laws adapted to favor corporations. Now, fast forward 80 years, pedestrian deaths again began to increase in 2009. Rising 15% between then and 2013. By 2023, pedestrian fatalities had reached a 40-year high. This is owed in large part to car-centric infrastructure, which is of course dangerous for pedestrians, as well as the growing popularity of large SUVs and light trucks. From the year 2000 to 2019, the number of smaller vehicles on the road, such as sedans, fell from 60% to approximately 40% of all vehicles in the US. Meanwhile, the number of SUVs rose from 10% to over 30%. In 2021, more than 80% of new vehicle sales were for trucks and SUVs.
Not coincidentally, the auto industry and corporate-friendly media took a renewed interest in blaming pedestrians for their own injuries and deaths, with stories of quote-unquote distracted pedestrians too engrossed in their phones or music to pay attention to traffic. Here's an example from January of 2012 from the Los Angeles Times. Research highlights dangers to distracted pedestrians. December of 2012, USA Today Texting, music, listening puts distracted pedestrians at risk. This is from ABC News from August of 2015. Quote, distracted walking, how pedestrians are endangering our streets. So here we have a neologism of pedestrians, people who are texting while being pedestrians. The term pedestrian was embraced by Ford Motor Company, which used the term to paint pedestrians as irresponsible. Now, even if they crossed at a crosswalk, they could still be at fault for being glued to their phones. Ford also incorporated the term in a 2016 ad campaign for its new, quote, pedestrian detecting feature. The Chicago Tribune, this is from June of 2016, headline read, as pedestrian deaths rise, the Illinois Department of Transportation reiterates the importance of paying attention. Cities throughout the country, Hawaii, California, and New Jersey, and elsewhere, even floated passing legislation against so-called distracted walking within the past 15 years. And yet, research, namely a 2021 report by Kelsey Ralph and Ian Girardeau from Rutgers University, shows that the emphasis on distracted walking has been counterproductive. The researchers attributed pedestrian risks to distracted driving and SUVs and included a number of important findings, such as the following, quote, listening to music was not associated with higher crash risk. Distracted pedestrians were more likely to cross with the light and use the crosswalk, and pedestrian risks were highest in several metropolitan areas in Florida, quote, that are known more for their inhospitable streetscapes than their distracted walkers, unquote. So here you have, again, a campaign. You say this, and people say, oh, what, you think people should be distracted while walking? No, obviously not. But clearly, Ford and Chrysler and Stellantis and GM, they all have incentive to put focus on these discrete moral failings from consumers, whether it be pedestrians or drivers, because, again, it doesn't do anything with the urban landscape, with the way we design roads, the car-centric focus of that design, and more importantly, the safety features and the safety elements of the cars themselves.
And bigger cars are also going to be more lethal when they come into contact at high speeds or even low speeds with people, with human bodies, right? So the shift away from smaller cars also leads to a rise in danger, in real bodily harm and lethality to pedestrians that are hit by cars. And so basically making the pedestrian the focus of blame for these injuries or deaths is certainly in the interest of the car companies. And we see that borne out in municipal policy. Now let's move on to another area where this happens as well. The climate and fossil fuel industry. One somewhat notorious example of this neoliberal burden shift is the introduction of the phrase carbon footprint into the English lexicon. By most appearances, the term first popped up in the 1990s in local news articles and, by the end of the decade, in a BBC vegetarian food magazine. But its more popular and common use comes from the oil company British Petroleum, or BP. In 2003, BP, which was in the process of rebranding as Beyond Petroleum, released a commercial in which people on the street were being asked about their quote-unquote carbon footprint, and then attempting to define what the term actually meant.
What size is your carbon footprint?
The carbon footprint, that I don't know.
Whatever it is, the whole population of the world, make that a very, very big number.
How much carbon I produce? Is that it?
You mean the effect that my living has on the earth in terms of the products I consume?
The ad then ends with some text on the screen stating that, quote, we can all do more to emit less, end quote, followed by BP's plans to reduce emissions by 4 million metric tons over the next 4 years. Yes, it's all well and good, even necessary, to encourage people to make efforts to reduce their contributions to fossil fuel emissions. But changes in individual lifestyles are dependent on structural and infrastructural supports as well. Public transit, a healthy agricultural system, etc., not exactly what BP has in mind.
Additionally, it's of course absurd for a corporation that emits this much greenhouse gases to lump itself with the individuals. In 2007, which would have been the deadline for BP's pledge, BP hired a new CEO who would later shut down the company's solar and alternative energy divisions on the grounds that they weren't sufficiently profitable. BP has continued to scale back its stated climate goals, such as they are, amid soaring profits, doing so as recently as 2023 and probably even later.
Yeah, so this idea that even the term, which seems kind of like just embedded in our language, like carbon footprint, like as an individual way to assess how much you are contributing to destroying the planet necessarily, is a marketing scheme. It is from an oil company, shifting the burden from them onto you.
Yeah, you guys need to do better. In 2009, there was a documentary, this sort of reached peak, called No Impact Man. And he's a Manhattan-based family who tried to go without any carbon footprint whatsoever. And they were going to be an example of how to leave a carbon footprint life. This was kind of the height of sort of bourgeois environmental activism, but, good for him, I guess. But clearly, that's not a very scalable way of handling a global crisis that's going to kill humanity.
Similar to carbon footprint, there's another environmental phrase with a similar story. This one, reduce, reuse, recycle. The 3 R's refrain appears to have first arisen in the early 1970s, potentially coined by machinery manufacturer Rex Chainbelt Incorporated. At that time, Claudia Lawrence, the director of one of the divisions of the company, had been traveling throughout the country, evangelizing about the power of individual environmental action. A 1971 Tampa Tribune article reported the following, quote, Mrs. Lawrence believes it all begins at home. Consider the 3 R's individually to be creative, she says, in thinking of ways to cut down consumption, end quote.
Now, this all seems fairly innocent, and if you view the 3 R's in descending order of importance, this can actually be somewhat good advice. Again, it's not that these campaigns are necessarily inherently sinister, it's that they're used to replace rather than supplement corporate responsibility and regulation. So major corporations, namely the plastic, oil, and chemical industries, soon took advantage of the slogan, the 3R slogan, to tout their own cynical recycling initiatives while effectively ignoring the reduce part and reuse parts, of course. In the 1990s, companies like Exxon, Chevron, Dow, DuPont, really bleeding heart environmentalists, and their lobbying and trade organizations began to fund TV commercials extolling the virtues of recycling their own products. Here's a DuPont commercial from 1990 we're going to listen to real quick.
The bottle may look empty, yet it's anything but trash. It's full of potential. And at DuPont, we're making sure that the potential isn't thrown away. We've pioneered the country's largest, most comprehensive plastic recycling program to help plastic fill valuable uses and roles instead of filling valuable land. At DuPont, we make the things that make a difference.
So there was a garbage man, I guess, who keeps throwing plastic in his garbage truck and it keeps spitting back out at him, insisting that he instead recycle it. Now, it turns out, some may already know this, it's been in the news quite a bit over the last few years, but it turns out that plastic recycling is utter horseshit. It's basically a corporate-made fiction that does not exist and has no functional real-world utility. An investigation by NPR and PBS in 2020 confirmed that recycling plastic was a highly ineffective way to conserve resources. The report noted that less than 10% of all plastic ever in the history of plastic has been recycled. The rest, of course, is dumped and sent offshore to places in Southeast Asia. The report noted that executives had known about the inefficacy and pseudoscience of recycling plastic since the 1970s. Here's an excerpt from their report. At Syracuse University, there are boxes of files from a former industry consultant. And inside one of them is a report written in April of 1973 by scientists tasked with forecasting possible issues for top industry executives. Recycling plastics, it told the executives, was unlikely to happen on a broad scale. Quote, there is no recovery from obsolete products, it says. It says pointedly, plastics degrade with each turnover. A degradation of resin properties and performance occurs during the initial fabrication, through aging, and in any reclamation process. The report told executives. Recycling plastics is, quote, costly, it says, and sorting it out, the report concludes, is infeasible. So, plastic recycling turned out to be total bullshit, but the plastics industry in particular wanted to get ahead of the nascent environmentalist movement in the early 70s. That would, of course, if there was this horrible thing that caused all kinds of problems and environmental pollution to rivers and lakes, and you could never get rid of, the obvious solution would be to ban it. But it was extremely profitable and extremely cheap. So they had to sort of do something, right? You had to sort of look busy like we were doing something. And creating the theater and the sort of empty performance of recycling something that over 90% of the time is total bullshit is obviously the preferred alternative to actually banning it or outlawing plastics.
Now let's go a little bit further back into the history of plastic propaganda. A related phenomenon to the recycling push arose with the concept of littering. In the middle of the 20th century, the food and beverage industry began to replace glass bottles and other forms of reusable packaging.
It was good. Salmon's really easy to make. Just season it up a bit, cook it up. I like the ends of it. I like the edges of it crispy. Excuse me. Salmon's easy. And baked potato, you can't really go wrong with a baked potato. I definitely don't help my... It's not healthy. I don't make... Obviously, it's not a healthy baked potato. Sour cream, cheese. Just mashed all up with the crispy skin. So good. And it's so crazy how like sometimes I'm trying to not do it at all now. But sometimes coming home from work, I will excuse me, because I work overnight, so I'm coming home in the morning. Sometimes I like to stop at like Burger King or McDonald's or whatever. Get like a breakfast from there. And it tastes good, I guess, initially going down. But then I usually go straight to sleep. Like, you know, obviously floss, brush my teeth, take a shower. And I go to sleep with a belly full of like fast food. It's horrible. Absolutely horrible. Wake up feeling like shit. Acid indigestion. Wake up feeling like shit. But when I say screw that, because it's not like the breakfast I make is that like it's healthier in the sense of it's homemade. I'll come home, I'll get 2 pieces of bread, butter them up, right? Toast them a bit, put some cheese on it, give myself make a grilled cheese sandwich, grab an egg, fry the egg, season the egg, grab some turkey bacon, throw the turkey bacon in the air fryer, fry up that turkey bacon, put that on the sandwich, put the egg, put the egg on the cheese, put the turkey bacon on the egg, close the sandwich, bite the sandwich, eat all that shit. It's not necessarily healthy, right? But I sleep so much better. I sleep so much better. I have an ear infection. I've been taking medication for it, but I just started the medication regimen today. So this ear still feels clogged. So much better. I sleep so much better, and I wake up feeling full. I don't feel like like when I eat Burger King and I go to sleep, I wake up feeling shoity, like straight shoity, like it's horrible. It's horrible. But so it's like, you know what? Nah, no more. God damn it, no more. I ain't doing that shit no more. I'm not gonna do fast food anymore in the morning before I go to sleep. Shouldn't do it at all, but baby steps. It feels so much better. And this food, when I order food, because there's times I'll be so exhausted I don't want to cook shit. Even the food I order, I really try to not order like bad food. I try to eat Indian food. I've been eating a lot of mango chicken lately with rice. Once again, not like I'm not vegetarian or vegan or whatever, eating the healthiest of the healthy. Even this is water with a lime in it. I don't buy juice. You know what I mean? I try to cut down on like the sugar, because I go hard as fuck on sugar. Like I have Pop-Tarts in there. I'll go hard as shit on sugar. So I realize, wait a minute, if I'm eating like brownies and cookies, chocolate chip cookies, I will fuck a chocolate chip cookie up. Excuse me, I have to sneeze. Sorry about that. I will fuck a chocolate chip cookie up. It's so much darker, bro. I think. Ay, ay, ay. Oh, it brightens it up for me. Okay, cool. So I was like, okay, if I have to make a choice between chocolate chip cookies and like cranberry juice, chocolate chip cookies all day. So I stopped buying juice. So I just drink water. I just keep water in the house. I'm trying to ease off the chocolate chip cookies too, though. How much time do we have for this next race? Anyways, let's continue. Our lesson in how corporations and the American government kills us.
Packaging with plastic, a significantly cheaper material. As plastic production increased, so too did trash. Companies sought to
Oh, and there's another one. After this video, I'm gonna play another video. I was playing these last week. And I appreciate all of these podcasts for being so well read and knowledgeable and enjoying research to really put these things together. I just want to play video games and kind of listen to this stuff, but it's so fascinating, and I want to stream. I kind of want to share stuff like this with my audience, but for the most part, streaming video games, people that watch video games are not really trying to. It's almost like they're trying to turn their brain off. Now's not the time to turn our brains off. Turn your brain off when you go to sleep. Now is not the time. We turned our brains off, and now Elon and Trump are president again. Anyways.
frame this as a consumer problem, though, rather than a corporate one. In 1947, the American Advertising Council, also known as the Ad Council, the corporate-sponsored nonprofit that creates PSAs and ads on behalf of the industry, popularized and may have indeed coined the term litter bug to refer to an individual who threw their trash onto the ground rather than in a trash can. Paul B. Gianni, a copywriter for the Ad Council, later created the tagline, quote, "Every litter bit hurts," end quote, which appeared throughout ad campaigns beginning in 1963.
A few years later, after the 1947 campaign in 1953, beverage and packaging corporations launched the nonprofit Keep America Beautiful, which created a series of ad campaigns to present keeping the earth clean as a matter of personal responsibility. Initially spearheaded by William C. Stolk, president of the American Can Company, it currently today partners with Altria, formerly Philip Morris, the tobacco company, Coca-Cola, Marlboro cigarettes, Anheuser-Busch, McDonald's, and Dow Chemical, among others. The founding of Keep America Beautiful was in large part motivated by, of course, what else? The threat of regulation. In 1953, Vermont state legislature passed a statute declaring that beer could only be sold in returnable, reusable bottles. After some corporate opposition, the law eventually took effect in 1954. The law was dissolved in 1957 after much industry lobbying and promotion from friendly media. Here's an excerpt from November 16, 1957 New York Times article that was promoting Keep America Beautiful. The headline read, "Keep America Clean. New Yorkers are well aware of litter, thanks largely to the coordinated efforts of city departments to clean up and the campaign to get people to stop scattering it being carried on by the Citizens Committee to Keep New York City Clean and also by the city. But litter is a nationwide menace, and there is a nationwide drive underway to conquer it. Witness the conference of Keep America Beautiful Incorporated, held at the Waldorf this week," unquote. A few years later, in 1960, Keep America Beautiful and the Ad Council joined forces. At the time, as writer Ginger Strand noted for Orion magazine, quote, "Disposables delivered just 3% of the soft drink market. By 1966, it was 12% and growing fast, as was the Ad Council. By then, it was the world's biggest advertiser," unquote. The Ad Council, working at the behest of Keep America Beautiful, would release a series of high-profile ads urging individuals to accept personal responsibility of preventing litter, while corporations would continue on with business as usual. Some of the most famous include Susan Spotless from 1961, which we're going to listen to right here.
It happens in the best of places, in the best of families.
Daddy, you forgot. Every litter bit hurts.
Right, Susan Spotless. Every litter bit, thoughtlessly dropped, blemishes a bit of America. Our highways, our streets, our picnic spots. Keeping America beautiful is a family affair.
And of course, there's the much maligned Crying Indian ad featuring the actor Iron Eyes Cody, actually an Italian guy, as a very, very upset Native American looking at the landscape that has been destroyed by littering. This started airing in 1971.
Some people have a deep, abiding respect for the natural beauty that was once this country. And some people don't. People start pollution. People can stop it.
The New York Times notably has continued to promote Keep America Beautiful for decades, seeing virtually no issue with its corporate nature. A couple recent examples include this March 7th, 2013 headline, Keep America Beautiful turns to social media. And later that year, in July of 2013, the headline, After the Crying Indian, Keep America Beautiful starts a new campaign. The article read in part this, quote, more than 40 years after teaming up to create the iconic Crying Indian advertising campaign, Keep America Beautiful and the Advertising Council have joined forces to promote the benefits of recycling. The new public service campaign created by Pereira and Odell uses a plastic bottle and aluminum cans recycled respectively into a bench and a sports stadium to illustrate how recycling materials can be given a second, useful life, end quote.
And of course, plastic can't recycle. It's all just kind of corporate bullshit. But yeah, and this type of ethos, there's so many examples of this. There's sort of too many to count, this personal responsibility, but just one that popped up on June 11th of 2024. Governor Hochul of New York started a new campaign for New Yorkers to be, quote, air quality aware. So when the air quality is poor, they're starting a campaign for individuals to educate themselves about how to read the air quality on Google and know whether or not they should go outside. So now, as climate change accelerates, increasingly, we're going to be getting a series of endless awareness campaigns, because obviously that's cheaper and easier than shutting down the fossil fuel industry. And now this ethos has also been popular in the food and safety vertical as well. One of the more notorious perpetrators of this is Nestle. In the 1970s, it was revealed that Nestle had been marketing its infant formula to mothers in exploited countries. Formula can, of course, be a perfectly healthy alternative to breast milk, but at the time, and in the targeted countries like Jamaica, India, and Nigeria, the cost of Nestle's formula forced some parents to dilute their baby's milk, thus reducing its nutritional content. And because formula is contained in bottles, it was much harder to keep sanitary than breast milk in places with limited access to clean water, washing facilities, and sanitation, leading to malnutrition and infections that could have been fatal.
According to a 1974 report by the organization War on Want, Nestle marketed its formulas, including the formula Lactogen, as a healthy, modern alternative to breast milk for mothers in urbanizing regions, framing it as a solution to the problem of, quote, when breast milk is not enough, end quote. The report noted this, quote, the survey on infant feeding in Ibadan, Nigeria, threw some light on the effect of media advertising in that community. It showed that 38% of the 400 mothers recalled at least one advert for the baby milks, a large number in a community in which only 14% read any newspaper or magazine, and only 52% ever listened to the radio. The information they recalled is equally interesting. 12% of all mothers remember that, according to the advertising, Lactogen gives or restores babies strength, energy, and power. Far fewer recall that, quote, it is good for babies if mother's breast is insufficient, end quote. And none had actually heard that mother's milk was better than Lactogen, end quote.
Now, Nestle ads at the time included the following. They read, new Lactogen full protein enriched with 11 vitamins and iron. One read, with Nestle, you can choose the product best suited for your baby. And they had different, I guess, focuses based on your baby. I don't know how you would know that, I guess weight. Nestle had introduced a number of health initiatives in the West as well over the past couple of decades, but there was mountains of evidence showing that generally low-quality food manufactured by Nestle. In 2021, the Financial Times reviewed an internal presentation at Nestle that stated that more than 60% of Nestle's mainstream portfolio of food and drinks could not be considered healthy under quote, recognized definitions of health. And in 2024, the groups Public Eye and the International Baby Food Action Network found that Nestle had been adding sugar to baby food in poorer countries like India and the Philippines for years while keeping sugar levels lower in wealthier countries, contributing, of course, to early diabetes and things of that nature. So this is part of their broader campaign to promote so-called healthy choices, because clearly Nestle doesn't need to be regulated. The poor and obscure people in the global south need to educate themselves better and take personal responsibility for their own babies.
Yeah, this idea that it's always on the user, right? It's always on the consumer to make whatever choices they're going to make based on, you know, hey, what is available in the marketplace, Adam, right? And sometimes those choices are absolutely necessary, right? Baby formula can be absolutely necessary. No harm there. But the advertising campaigns that push these products also totally absolve themselves within the campaigns themselves from any kind of responsibility. The corporations will bear no responsibility because it is up to the consumer to do right by themselves, their communities, and the planet.
Yeah, because the general idea is that corporate executives know that people are going to get mad when they're polluting and poisoning them and making their lives miserable and making traffic kill human beings. They know the natural instinct is going to want to have regulation. So something has to fill the gap. But most of the PR industry is about kind of filling up that space, saying, you know, corporate do-goodism, corporations like Walmart are going to work on feeding people healthier choices. Like, you have to look busy. This is kind of what corporate PR and corporate so-called nonprofit or charity work is. It's reputation laundering, but it's also very much about taking up space and taking up oxygen and making it look like something's being done. And again, that's why these personal responsibility things, they're true on some level. You know, it's true that people should not be throwing bottles and glass and plastic in the streets. Like, obviously, that's kind of, again, these are kind of obvious truisms of sort of good social behavior. But when they are the alpha and the omega to how we approach a problem, they obviously are going to have a very, very low ceiling, which is exactly the point. And most importantly of all, they indemnify, protect the profits of these corporations. So obviously tons of money is going to go into making that the solution rather than just regulating it from the top down.
To discuss this more, we're now going to be joined by journalist Jessie Singer. She's the author of the book, There Are No Accidents: The Deadly Rise of Injury and Disaster, Who Profits and Who Pays the Price, published by Simon & Schuster in 2022. Her writing has also appeared in many publications, including The Washington Post, The Atlantic, The Nation, New York Magazine, and The Guardian. Jessie will join us in just a moment. Stay with us. We are joined now by Jessie Singer. Jessie, thank you so much for joining us today on Citations Needed.
Thank you so much for having me.
Yeah, so let's begin by talking about the kind of broader approach that corporations and captured regulators have taken to offset legal and moral responsibility from the corporation onto the public. Now, next week we're going to be discussing how this happens in the workplace, specifically the way that labor and workers are meant to be their own policemen and their own safety experts. But I want to talk about specifically in the context of your work, the, for want of a better term, consumer, or to use a more high-minded word, citizen, how corporations oftentimes have structured society and legal regimes to indemnify themselves and to make it so there is a cultural and a legal burden placed upon the average person. So I want to begin by talking about this very concept of accidents, which obviously is the theme of your work and your book. Let's sort of begin there and how the very concept of reducing these things to accidents necessarily puts it into this kind of discrete moral failing camp in terms of how people interpret it.
Absolutely. It's a bit tricky, right? Because accident's a word we use 100 times a day. But when we actually think about what it means, it's this random, unique, one-off, individual incident, you know, that could never happen again in the same way, where a person is to blame because they screwed up, but not really that to blame. They're not a murderer. They're just a mistake maker. And this happens 1,000 times a day across the country. But if you zoom out and you look at all of these accidental deaths, you see that there's nothing random or individual happening here. Race, class, down to the county level define who dies by these so-called accidental deaths. And part of this is a byproduct of corporations and regulatory policy pushing us to see each of these as individual acts, because if not, then we're looking at the system and we're saying like, oh, why are Black people dying in house fires at twice the rate of white people? Why might that be happening? What does that have to do with how we allocate housing in this country? I always like to cite this because I feel like it's the perfect model of it, but something we all probably repeated at some point, which is guns don't kill people, people kill people. Right. There's this little NRA nugget of, this is not a matter of the product. The product is not the problem here. Cars don't kill people. Corporations don't kill people. Lawn darts don't kill people. People kill people. So if you look at history, it's no coincidence that the rise of blaming workers for dying at work times exactly to the rise of vitriol around worker deaths and the rise of those deaths. When workers were dying in this country more than ever, we start to see this creation of the mythology of the accident-prone worker. And those industrialists taught the same tricks to the automakers. And so when road user deaths start to rise to catastrophic levels for the first time, we see the creation of blaming road users for dying in crashes. Exactly timed to when people start to get really angry about it. And so this aspect of these corporations, the policies pushing us to see this as an individual matter because otherwise we blame the system, they're kind of taking advantage of psychological tendencies we have, urges to find an individual to blame. And we can talk about the big psychology there, but part of that is really simple of the problem is over if you find an individual who screwed up, because then you can move on. You've solved it.
Yeah, because there is a kind of, what we refer to in the show as the macrotizing of the micro. It exists in all cultures to some extent, but I think it's very acute in American culture especially, which is maybe even parallels with a kind of Western colonial kind of attitude where it's we take these individual concepts which on an individual basis are perfectly reasonable and healthy. I will teach my child to take responsibility for their actions. It's sort of a thing you would teach a child. And then we kind of abstract that out to a policy level in a cultural way, which is of course exactly what your Koch brothers and your American Enterprise Institute and your Heritage Foundation want you to do. They want you to have this kind of moralistic framework because, as an example, there was a two-way access road on the highway growing up where I was in San Antonio. And I don't know if you know anything about going down a two-way access road that feeds into a highway at 45 degrees, is if you don't really recognize it's a two-way, you have head-on traffic coming towards you. And people died at this intersection quite often, quite frequently, accidents, severe accidents. And I just remember thinking, when I was a kid, why doesn't anyone change that? Why are we... And of course, their brilliant solution was to just put, a bigger sign up. But then I remember people would say, well, you just have to pay attention. And I'm like, yeah, okay, but we don't put a huge, metal spike in our steering wheels. And then someone's like, should we have the big spike in our steering wheels? This seems like a bad idea. You would say, that's a systemic problem. Not you should drive safer. You know what I mean? There's this rather, cheesy, faux...
The car manual comes with a warning about the steering wheel spike, Adam, so...
Yeah, the steering wheel spike, the kind of Mad Max thing facing you right in the face, so you know what I mean? Or, your windshield just randomly goes black every 30 seconds. Clearly there are systemic or kind of design issues that are not an issue of individual failure.
It's funny you bring up that specific point because we actually did used to design our cars with more or less a steering wheel with a spike hidden in it.
Oh, okay, well there you go.
Because the original car designs didn't have a collapsible steering column. And so in the 40s and 50s, it was really common. You didn't have seatbelts and you didn't have a collapsible steering column. And so you would crash and the steering column would impale you.
Well, that's bad.
And one of the things that comes out in essentially the actions that lead to our first automobile regulations, and this is Ralph Nader, sounding the alarm, testifying before Congress, is that the automakers had a patent on the collapsible steering column. They had invented it, they had figured it out, and they just weren't installing it in their cars. And so tens of thousands of people were dying every year in car crashes where they were impaled on their steering column. The technology existed to solve it, and automakers were simply not using it. And one of the things in that testimony that Ralph Nader really wonderfully points out is that the automakers created this idea of the nut behind the wheel and pushed this into the mythology, this thing that we would all talk about. The only thing that's wrong with your car is the nut behind the wheel. And this was a thing people said. And it massively benefited the automakers, right? Because if you died in a car crash because of the nut behind the wheel, then you didn't die because you were impaled on your steering column. And there really wasn't a notion at that point that a car could be made safer so that when you screwed up, when you drove like a nut, you didn't die.
Right.
There wasn't an inevitable consequence for your mistakes.
Well, I actually want to take this concept of the automakers pushing certain narratives, certain concepts, and actually flip it. So we're looking outside the car now. Earlier in the show, we detailed the evolution of the concept of jaywalking, And I'd love to get your thoughts, Jesse, on how this idea emerged into the popular imagination and how it plays out legally, in addition to like what the actual real human costs have been for this kind of shifting of burden, right? So it's not only is it the nut behind the wheel, but now the jaywalker as well is to blame. So basically everyone is to blame except the people who made the cars or the people who create road policy or have control over our municipal infrastructure.
Yeah, and that's exactly it. So to understand the jaywalker, it helps to imagine a city before cars. These are these pictures you see of like the Lower East Side where Orchard Street is full of a million push carts and there's kids playing in the street. And the streets were just public spaces. They were like parks. They were nothing more than the space between buildings. They were open air shopping malls. They were public space. And then all of a sudden, cars come along. People start to own cars, wealthy people in particular, in cities, and they move really fast, faster than anything else moves in the urban landscape. And pedestrian deaths start to skyrocket. People are furious about this, absolutely furious. And they blame the car. They blame the car because they see this idea pretty clearly that there shouldn't be anything moving this fast in places where there's people walking. There shouldn't be people moving this fast in cities, and the car becomes this kind of vilified thing in the beginning. And of course, if automakers want to sell cars, that's like a huge problem, the car being evil. And so they start to push forth these two narratives. That's where the behind the wheel gets invented, and the jaywalker. And so that's jay is an old word for hillbilly, like a yokel. You walk like a yokel, a country bumpkin. And they start to push this into like the terminology, and they do this in all sorts of ways. Like they buy newspaper ads, you know, to publish like editorial comics about the jaywalker. They develop their own crash reporting because there wasn't crash reporting at the time, you know, where they offer to newspapers like, hey, here's all the crashes that happened in Brooklyn last week. And they decide who's to blame in each of them and always blame the jaywalker. And they even print street signs that say like jaywalking prohibited even before it's not a law, and give them to cities to hang up. And since we're on the Citations Needed podcast, I just want to say that I learned all of these wonderful stories from Peter Norton's book, Fighting Traffic. So I kind of call these two ideas, like the nut behind the wheel, the jaywalker, they're like personal responsibility red herrings, human error red herrings. This way to kind of like hinge on our urge to like find a bad guy in every horrible tragedy and pin it on someone. But the jaywalker is really tricky because it quickly takes over. You know, people want cars, cars become affordable, they spread everywhere, and they take over this space in our cities. And people get, you know, shunned to the sidewalk, and cars spread across the country. And then you could really see what this looks like today. I like the bus stop as perhaps the ultimate location of it. So something that's been happening, one of the contributors to the rise in pedestrian death, and pedestrian death has fell for decades, but it's been rising for the past 10 years. And one of the main contributors is the suburbanization of poverty. People are getting pushed out of places like, let's say, central Atlanta and moving to the suburbs of Atlanta. But they're poor, so they don't own a car, and they rely on the Atlanta Metro bus system. But roads aren't designed for people to walk anymore. They're only designed for people to drive. And so you get this situation, which happens all over the country, where there's an apartment complex full of people who don't own cars. And on the other side of the street is a bus stop that all those people need. But there's no crosswalk because there's no intersection there because cars don't need to cross there. You know, and intersections are only built where cars need to intersect. And so if you live in that apartment building, what do? Do you walk 15 minutes up the street, across the crosswalk, and 15 minutes back down the street every single day on your way to and from work? Or do you run across the street? Now, there are explicit policy decisions going into what brings a person into living in that apartment complex, to not being able to afford a car, to not building a crosswalk where there's a bus stop and an apartment complex. But if you get struck and killed running across that street, you'll be blamed for jaywalking.
I mean, clearly these are people who just like to jaywalk. I mean, they clearly are ideologically committed to walking in the street illegally. I mean, you can't absolve them
to just yokeling it up,
to just being slack-jawed yokels for fun, for the lulls. Yeah, I mean, I think that, again, you sort of touch on this idea of needing a bad guy, and it's something that reminds me what Cass Sunstein wrote about, the idea of the Goldstein effect from 1984, where there's this sort of mysterious entity that shares these menacing videos, and the idea that like to have an enemy, you have to have a face. And in many ways, there is a face, of course. There's CEOs of these car companies, there are lobbyists, there are people who push for certain regulation, but it's far removed. It's more abstract than obviously when someone has a car accident and someone gets killed, they're going to sort of blame the driver. And for the record, there are a lot of objectively horrible drivers. There's a lot of speed demons. So it is partially a moral or individual issue, which, you know, we want to keep reminding people. We're not saying no one has any personal responsibility, but of course, this pales in comparison to the broader kind of systemic incentives, as you mentioned, right? Putting a pedestrian walkway over a 4-lane random avenue would have probably prevented most of those deaths or some variation thereof. So I want to talk about how this kind of approach obviously creeps into other sectors, as we discussed at the top of the show, specifically the idea of like food and food safety and food nutrition, with a lot of the pushback over unhealthy, processed, crappy food. In parallels to respond to that, especially large kind of crappy food dealers like Walmart even paired, sort of teamed up with the Obama White House to do a kind of education, healthy choice education, the promotion of choices. This is a kind of favorite of the Heritage Foundation crowd, the American Enterprise Institute crowd, where it's about giving people the option, right? People love to talk about choices. It's kind of this, again, great way you make it about individual moral decisions. So I want to talk about this sort of use of the educational campaign that's ostensibly directed towards consumers or the average person, but it's typically almost always funded by big business, big ag, big processed food. And of course, this happens in other verticals, which we can talk about as well, where it's ostensibly an education campaign, but really it's kind of a subtle propaganda campaign to make their systemic greed and deregulation become your fucking problem.
Nothing makes me more mad than PSAs. I hate PSAs. It's like, that's how you know. They're like little secrets telling you who's evil. This makes me think of, there was this seminal, like, terrible study in the 1990s that really, like, I'm sure the Heritage Foundation funded it. I don't want to know. But the headlines were all like, researchers identify the top 10 causes of death. And it's like smoking, poor eating, lack of exercise, drug use. Now, no question of why these behaviors arose. No question of why these behaviors arose more in certain people. And no question of relating these things to anything systemic. Just telling the bad person story. People die because they're bad people. And like, it so much is the root of all that money spent on PSAs, the ad council. And even when we got to the point of blaming tobacco companies, right? Like, their punishment when we were like finally successfully suing Philip Morris, their punishment was to make ads.
PSAs.
Yeah,
exactly.
Telling people not to smoke, to make ads saying, please don't use our product is poison, we will keep selling it. Like, we legislated personal responsibility to die, and then we were like, it's freedom.
Yeah, I mean, this idea of nothing is the fault of the people creating the problem. It's you, idiot, for buying the thing or using the thing. Look, we told you not to use this, and then you used it, and then we're getting rich, and this is all your fault.
Yeah. But we also, in this other ad, told you to use it with a cartoon that might have attracted you when you were 18. There was this great old, I'm talking about Ralph Nader a lot, but there was this great old Ralph Nader op-ed that I dug up when I was reporting my book. And he was like defending consumer regulations. And he said something like, the consumer can't know if there's poison in their water or flammable materials in their walls. He went on like that for a while. And it was like a really important defense at the time. Just this idea that like there's bad things out there and you don't know about them, the government will help. But like today, I feel like those regulations have become so warped and the regulators so captured that the consumer may actually know that there's poison in their water and flammable materials in their walls because like that's perfectly legal again. But also that like the economic calculus has shifted so much that like they can't afford to do anything about it. That you own a home in a toxic place now, and those are simply the facts. And that toxicity is within acceptable level.
Well, actually, yeah, I want to kind of stay on this for a second because I think it hits on something else that we were discussing, which is climate and environmental policy, right? And so with the ongoing destruction of this planet, we get things like the BP created carbon footprint idea or anti-littering campaigns or recycling programs. Now, to be clear, anti-littering and recycling is not inherently terrible, right? Like, sure. But the idea that that somehow is going to, individual consumer action is going to offset the massive corporate destruction of the climate is maybe like the biggest neoliberal burden shift that we could think of. Can we talk a little bit about the approach to climate change and broader environmental regulation and how that has been so infected for decades and decades by these corporate-led kind of PSA campaigns about individual responsibility? Again, clean up after yourself, or recycle these plastic bottles that we insist on using, or pay attention to your own carbon footprint, even though we are the gas and petroleum company.
I think this is such an interesting example because it's like, it's a little tricky. Like you were talking before about like how, there really are some speed demons out there, but like we actually have like a technological answer to that that's like regulated into cars in Europe where your car can't go faster than the speed limit.
Which seems like a no-brainer, by the way. And you bring it up, people act like you were trying to rip their heart out of their chest, but go ahead.
Yes. But it's just, with the safety stuff, it's like, it's there and we tell this story of individual responsibility to stick with the freedom. But I think what's trickier about the individual responsibility stuff when it comes to climate change and the environment is it plays to our ignorance. That like we might not really understand how global warming works or why a few degrees make a difference. And the overwhelming scope kind of makes these personal responsibility red herrings like run out of their utility, because as you understand more about climate change, you don't actually believe that one person's behavior will make a difference unless it's like Taylor Swift is going to stop using her jet. So like at the same time, like you're seeing like regulations like limiting emissions, say from like a chemical factory in Louisiana, but like inherent in an emissions limit is a statement that this much emissions is okay. And so like we get to this point where like the problem seems so much bigger than the personal responsibility that they're putting on us in a way that like almost makes it not work anymore. Like we know too much. The veil's been lifted.
Yeah, to me, it's the way I always look at it is a waterfall of responsibility. It's about the people who make the most money off the destruction of the planet or the killing of pedestrians or the poisoning of people's food. They should be the most responsible. But below that, there's, sort of the middle manager, the distributor. Then below that, there's the consumer. It's not that there isn't a such thing as a kind of individual responsibility. And I think this is what makes people kind of nihilistic, is that there doesn't seem to be a plan or like a sort of broader responsibility structure. It's just constantly some faceless corporation shoving responsibility onto us. And then people say, well, fuck it, why would I care? You know what I mean? Like, if no one else is really doing it, there's no sense of like shared responsibility. And you see that a lot around climate nihilism, how it doesn't seem like anyone, people talk in these kind of apocalyptic terms and how the world's going to end and all that's subjectively true. But none of the people who are sort of in charge, either in the sort of government space or even the corporations who kind of parrot some of the right liberal, sort of framing, they don't ever seem to sort of take it urgently or take it seriously. And I think that's part of the frustration for a lot of people, that there isn't a sense that corporate CEOs or the government regulators are taking really any kind of responsibility. And to the extent to which they do regulate things, they present it as some kind of benevolence or beneficence. They're sort of doing us a favor.
I wonder how much that has to do with the fact that it's like a bit obtuse compared to the other things that we're talking about. Like the best safety systems, like whether in worker safety or traffic safety, all adopt some version of the safe systems approach, which is essentially like the people who create the system are most responsible for people's safety in the system. The users are less responsible, and the users have to be able to make mistakes and survive. Like that's like the best of worker safety in the world, the best of traffic safety in the world. The people who are doing it right are doing that. But there's not like a corollary to that, because something I talk a lot about is like the disregarded deaths of climate change that we're seeing now. And these are mostly accidents, mostly in that wheelhouse, people overheating, farm workers overheating, people drowning in floods in basement apartments, climate migration, emergency traffic crashes, which we're seeing more and more at the border, hypothermia deaths that are happening indoors in places that never used to have snow. It's the closest we have to a tally that feels like tangible, that like could have a safety response, because all the other stuff we're talking about, these sort of beneficent, actions from the government are to the environment. And it becomes this thing that's like, a little loose, right? Like a little hard to hold on to. I mean, I feel like the closest we have is like all the bald eagles dying from DDT. But even that, it was specific.
Yeah, I think with climate you see this a lot, right? I write this column at least every few months where there's, Canadian wildfires or there's a heat wave in South Asia. And there's all this kind of reporting on it. But very, very, very rarely is climate change mentioned as a contributing factor. So, because every journalist is kind of programmed to kind of stay in their lane. And so you even have, of course, climate activists have been criticizing this for years, where you have 124-degree temperatures in Phoenix, heat index, and then they have the B-roll with like kids playing on the fountain in the playground, and it's sort of this kind of fun little personal interest story. And our inability to connect, and again, we see this with tons of stuff we cover on this, from, perseverance porn, right? Grandma works 2 shifts a day at Walmart to pay for her son's chemotherapy, and then
Little Billy has a lemonade stand to cover all the lunch debt. It's
like there is just an inability to look at anything in a systemic way. And the second you look at things in a systemic way, you're a left-wing ideologue. You're recalcitrant, you're difficult, you're ideological, you're fucking annoying. We're getting calls from our sponsors. And I think that's kind of what makes people feel like, again, it all perpetuates this idea of individual moral responsibility in a way that makes everybody completely unable to connect any dots. And to the extent to which they do connect dots, it's like dumb Alex Jones stuff. It's kind of end times Christianity or some other stupid pseudo-conspiratorial stuff.
I actually think that's worth talking about, because I think there's a reason we do that. It feels really good. Blame has served an evolutionary function to us. We are psychologically primed to blame individuals, to find that bad guy story. So many different psychological tendencies point us in that direction. And so I think that's an important thing to recognize. And it's a conversation I like to have a lot. I know it feels really good to be angry at that one person who threw that can on the floor. Or I work a lot with families who've lost people in traffic crashes, and talk about I know it feels a little better to be angry at that driver. But if we don't look at the system that surrounds that driver, then this same crash is going to happen again with a different driver. And so that feeling of seeing something horrible and really wanting to be able to separate ourselves from it, to remind ourselves that couldn't happen to me. It involves us going, I bet they did something to deserve this. Let me find what that something is. And, seeking something, we find it, and we find that human error red herring, the distracted driver, the bad parent, the clumsy worker, and then we get to feel better. And that's worth a lot of currency in a world where we're not paying that much attention.
And also where things seem overwhelming. Where do you even start to replace, to put in a stop sign, or to make a street safer, or to make sort of better barriers so people who step off the curb 6 inches don't get destroyed. I mean, it's, for most people, politics seems very inaccessible. It seems very abstract. And of course, that's by design in many ways.
Well, but so much of this also has to do with this idea that we're really beholden to, of the neutral tool. That these things are just created, and then they exist in our world, whether it's a car or a gun or even ChatGPT. And it's all just how we use them that is going to dictate whether they are used correctly or incorrectly, right? Whether they do good or they do harm. It's all on the individual user of that thing, rather than, maybe those things shouldn't exist. Maybe those things should be regulated in a certain way. Maybe not everyone should have access to certain things. All of these different ways of also thinking about how quote unquote tools may be used. All of this just continues to protect this idea of corporate innovation, right? Oh, well, but these are all just advances, and we just either, we need to kind of figure out how to use these things. I mean, Adam, I think, citations needed itself. We've discussed this idea even of media literacy, right? That it's well, yeah, people need to know how to parse these shitty narratives, these terrible stereotypes, all this corporate controlled reporting. But it's so hard to envision a world where you don't have to be as media literate because your media is not inherently so shitty and dangerous.
Yeah, which ultimately goes down to who controls the systems and who owns the systems versus sort of general awareness, which again is why sort of the function of a lot of corporate nonprofit sector, they launder these things.
Raise awareness.
Yeah.
Well, Jesse, it has been so great to talk to you about all of this. Your book was really, really influential in our research for this episode. Can you tell our listeners what you are currently up to and where people can find your work? Of course, they can just look up your book and definitely buy it, everyone. But what else are you working on these days?
Yeah, I am really focused right now on child safety because I had a baby about a year after the book came out. So now I have a toddler. But besides that, I'm starting to think about a new book that applies a lot of these ideas we were talking about blame and how bad person narratives kind of serve as an impasse to changing systems, but looking how it applies not just to safety and accidents, but public safety and like more stigmatized issues. So how like crime and homelessness and drug use serve as like a vilification of victims that prevent us from solving problems that have pretty practical, simple answers.
Wow, that's extremely our shit.
This has been so great. Thank you so much, Jesse, for joining us. We've been speaking with Jesse Singer, a journalist and author of the book, There Are No Accidents, The Deadly Rise of Injury and Disaster, Who Profits and Who Pays the Price, published by Simon & Schuster in 2022. Her writing has also appeared in many other publications, including The Washington Post, The Atlantic, The Nation, New York Magazine, and The Guardian. Jesse, thank you so much again for joining us today on Citations Needed.
It was such a pleasure. Thank you for having me.
I'm gonna play part 2 of this tomorrow or later tonight when I stream again. Because I think there is a part 2.
Yeah, I think corporations, and you're going to see this a lot with a lot of code-funded think tank stuff, Reason Magazine, Heritage, things of that nature. The focus on personal responsibility, the reason why it's so appealing, again, it has a modicum of truth. It's sort of a thing you, like you said, it's something you teach your kids. It's something you, in theory, hope that you have in yourself, which is personal responsibility. If I mess up, it's my fault. But this kind of moral sandbox is where these corporations want us to remain and play, because it, conveniently enough for them, completely abstracts out their own responsibility. And again, I do think that's a unique strain in American culture that they're exploiting as well, that they push and they promote, but to some extent they don't even have to, because it's inherent in our kind of self-perception as rugged individuals.
Right. Everything is individual responsibility.
Yeah.
If we like the convenience of plastic bottles, then it's on us to make sure that those plastic bottles are recycled. And that makes a lot of sense, right? That's one of those kind of common sense, it sounds true. But what it implies inherently is a world in which we are using plastic bottles and there is no other alternative. A world in which one-use products are the norm rather than an exception, or rather than something to work toward reducing the use of. And a world in which corporations are just going to continue to push convenience, right? Convenience, luxury items, or even absolute necessities, but in single-serving packaging, right? That can't really be reused, it can't be recycled, and it certainly can't be reduced because we all want the convenience. So, I sound like a grumpy old man railing at the, convenience culture, but that all kind of loops back around into this idea of personal responsibility, that none of this stuff can be regulated away, because if it's regulated away, you'll take away our freedom of choice. You'll take away what even makes us happy, right? Like, oh, you're saying I can't have this can of Coke or this can of beer? Like, that's a drag. You're taking away the only thing that makes me happy because you're railing against where this can is going to go or where it's from. And so, yeah, this idea of it's all on you, the consumer, because we can't imagine that an alternative world is possible, is basically the stock and trade of these corporations that continue to profit from this.
Are you suggesting that DuPont, Dow, and Philip Morris don't really want to keep America beautiful?
I would never suggest that, Adam, because the Ad Council said that they do.
Ah, the Ad Council, right. Okay, sorry. Whatever that is.
Well, that will do it for this episode of Citations Needed. Thank you all for listening. This, again, was part 1 of this 2-part series on the great neoliberal burden shift. We will be talking about how corporations do the same thing, but target the health and safety of their workers as being the responsibility of who? Their workers, not of the companies themselves, on next week's episode. So stay tuned for that. But until then, of course, you can follow the show on Twitter at CitationsPod, Facebook, Citations Needed, and become a supporter of our show if you are able to. And we hope that you are, if you like the show, through patreon.com/CitationsNeededPodcast. All your support through Patreon is so incredibly appreciated, as we are 100% listener funded. And as always, a very special shout out goes to our critic level supporters through Patreon. They include Brad Hayward, Zach Cathcart, Lorenzo Mitchell, Ben Lazar, Morgan Green Hopkins, Ed Zitron, Corporate Zombie, Eric Joyner, Buzz Among Us, Stinky Pete, DL Singfield, JM Geralt, Chris Vincent, Nigel Kirby, Scott Roth, Porter Schutz, Zachary Henson, Josh Durlam, Joe Wengert, Steely Dan Halen, Douglas, Danger Manley, Green New Neil, Trazdat, Brickshop Audio, Supple Old Man, David McMurray, MSP, William Rush, Garrett Geiser, Political Zombie, Extra Domum, Gwendolyn, Kyle, Heather Redacted, Kevin Bowman, Anna Marie Kane, Akash Rathi, Zavapalan Shelvanithalan, Jason Eason, Chris Sarah, Dash X, James Michaela, Greg Wesley, Jude Johnson, Max Belanger, David Bettner, Brendan O'Connor, Ultra Miraculous Zappo, Sturm Wyvern, Darren Brady, Bart DeCourcy, Rob, Max Wilsey, Blake Bunell, Xenia Zitvornik, Tatia Maslani, Tsukimi Yuki, Psychic Pizza, Panic Emoji, Brendan Hines, Doc Reitzel, Philip Moss, Rulo's Bar, Jameson Saltzman, a very throwable brick, Bitcoin Wallet Inspector, Shockfist, Weedlord, AI Scare, Backups Care, and of course, Computer Scare. I'm Nima Shirazi.
I'm Adam Johnson.
Our senior producer is Florence Burrow Adams. Producer is Julianne Tweeten. Production assistant is Trenda Lightburn. The newsletter is by Marco Cardellano. Transcriptions are by Maknor Imran. The music is by Granddaddy. Thanks again, all. We'll catch you next time.
All yours.
How do you sleep at night?
In a mattress from Mattress Firm. They have a low price guarantee, so I sleep.
Get matched at Mattress Firm? Sleep at night.
His knees, hands up in the air. I think he was a former policeman, or was literally I think currently a cop, or he was just like an off-duty cop or something. Okay, and this dude went up and him with his when he was on his knees with his hands in the air, speaking in Hebrew, saying he's Jewish. All right, let's talk about South Florida. South Florida man shot 2 Israelis, cops say. Now, this is somewhat of a ridiculous story because initially they thought that the 2 Israelis that were shot, they thought that they were shot by someone who is of Palestinian descent, okay? The victims, who were Israeli tourists, right after being shot, took to social media to chant, to Arabs, okay? Anyway, let's watch the story and let's figure out if it was actually a Palestinian person who shot these Israeli tourists.
Story you'll only see on Local 10. 2 men shot more than a dozen times while driving on Miami Beach. Tonight, we hear from those victims. Local 10's crime specialist Bridget Matter is live on Miami Beach with the exclusive. Bridget.
And it's truly a miracle that these 2 were not seriously hurt. They say that while they were driving, they were randomly attacked, a man shooting off as many as 17 shots at their car.
This is the mugshot for 27-year-old Mordecai Braffman. He's accused of shooting at 2 men in my...
I'm glad I prefaced this with the guys were like, oh, Palestinian terrorists attacked us, which is crazy because the article itself, I think, like what they posted, literally features a guy who shot them, and his name is Mordecai, which is not a common Palestinian name. Okay, just gonna put that out there. All right, Mordecai Braffman, 28. Why does he look so smug in the mugshot? I do not know. Oh, I think he thought that they were Palestinian too.
Miami Beach Saturday.
That's the reason, ironically enough.
Evening.
There was a truck passing next to him. Yeah, they know. Right on him. Boom, 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 boom. He just randomly
People need to just shut the fuck up, put their guns down, and play
was
more
shot
video
in the
games.
shoulder. He
Fucking
spoke
idiot.
to us with help from his cousin to translate.
idiot.
He says he and his father were randomly attacked while driving off Alton Road, the 2 visiting from Israel. Video shows their car riddled with bullets. Police say 17 shots were fired.
He put the window down from the driver's seat and just blasted them.
Ari was hit in the shoulder. the bullet still lodged in his body following the attack.
After they took off, he tried shooting them from the back of their car. Bullet went through right next to him, right next to his ear, because he was the driver. And he was holding his dad's head because he thought the dad got shot in the head.
Surveillance video shows the men trying to get help from a nearby business. The suspect was quickly arrested. In the arrest form, it says Braffman.
He saw 2 Palestinians and shot and killed both. That's why he has that fucking smug ass face in the mugshot, by the way. It is literally the real life Spider-Man pointing finger at each other meme. This dude, okay, this dude thought he saw a bunch of Mizrahi Jews, okay, who were literally visiting from Israel and thought, oh, look at these goddamn Arabs. They must be Palestinian Arabs. They must be Muslims. And he just started in the most Florida man way possible, blasting. Yeah, 17 shots, 17 close range shots and only 1 hit. He's IDF for sure. Oh yeah, yeah. My man said, oh, my bad, I thought we were in the West Bank. He said to himself, sorry, I was gonna spit, but it was too far for me to spit. And some of the spittle might actually get caught in my own car, so I chose to blast instead. The other side of the story that's crazy is they also thought that the dude shooting them was Palestinian or Arab. My father and I went through a murder attempt against anti-Semitic background. They tried to murder us in the heart of Miami, but the creator of the world was with us, so he didn't go. I want to say thank you to everyone for their support, and it is not taken for granted with Israel live to the Arabs. Y'all are so brain dead, dude. What an insane situation. Now, I don't know if Mordecai Braffman is Israeli or if he's a homegrown American Zionist sociopath, okay? But we at least know the victims were Israeli. But it doesn't change the reality that both of the parties involved thought the other party was Arab. Well, I guess the Israelis were Arab. They were Arab Jews, but, you know, that doesn't stop them from not thinking they're Arab ethnically and then saying to the Arabs, regardless. Oh my God. So is anybody Arab in this scenario? Technically, the Israelis that are visiting are Arab Jews. But of course, if you say that, then they get very mad at you because, sorry, that's just how it is. Zionism is a ethno-religious supremacist attitude that dictates that if you're Jewish and Arab, then you're not Arab. Arab is a pejorative. Mordecai is an American pro-Israel supporter. Oh, it's one of our boys, okay? He's a homegrown. Makes sense. American pro-Israel supporter fired 17 rounds at a father and a son in Miami Beach, wounding both. Believing he had killed them, he reportedly told the police, I killed 2 Palestinians. Yeah, he thought he shot and killed them.
The suspect was quickly arrested. In the arrest form, it says Braffman told detectives he saw 2 Palestinians and shot and killed both. The victims and the suspect, father and son, say it was a miracle neither were seriously hurt.
He's saying God gave him life as a gift, and he's still alive, so he's happy.
The 2 say they're thankful for a security guard at one of those businesses that helped them and called 911. As for the suspect, he's facing a second-degree attempted murder charge. We're live in Miami Beach tonight. Bridget Matter, Local 10 News.
Incredible stuff. Incredible stuff. Like, what do I say about this? This is the type of shit Mordecai was on. Mordecai Braffman follows only 8 people on Instagram. This is one of them. The Jewish Marksman, an account promoting Jewish vigilantism. Proud Jew, husband, father, and serious American. Firearms training and guidance for serious citizens. Bring them home now. Let's be clear, untrained protection is no protection at all. The Jewish community needs defenders, not just gun owners. Ay, ay, ay. I mean, this is the famous case that I'm talking about, ironically.
When you finally decide to take care of you, there's Instacart.
IDF reserve is charged with manslaughter after killing a civilian who stopped terror attack. Aviad Frisia is charged with manslaughter for Yuval Kestelman, a civilian who stopped a terror attack in Jerusalem. Frisia mistook Kestelman for an attacker, firing despite clear signs he posed no threat. By the way, they released him initially, and then people were like, what the f are you doing? Oh, there's a ton of JDL fanboys in South Florida area. This isn't surprising. Yeah, the dude who shot was on his knees, hands up in the air. I think he was a former policeman, or was literally I think currently a cop, or he was just like an off-duty cop or something. Okay, and this dude went up and shot and killed him with his when he was on his knees with his hands in the air, speaking in Hebrew, saying he's Jewish. How can a guy who was literally shot for looking too Arab immediately go on the line and write to Arabs? You know, that's how it happens. Anti-Semitic incident in Miami. They literally write who the shooter is, but they still call it anti-Semitic on HebrewNews.com. Anti-Semitic incident in Miami. He shot Palestinians and revealed that he had hit Jews with a kippah. Check this one out. Mordechai Brofman, a frequent customer of Bagel Time Cafe, said his heart breaks for his community. It's absolutely abhorrent to see this kind of vandalism for not only showing pride for Israel, but pride for the United States, said Brofman. Brofman said there are months that he eats breakfast and lunch at the restaurant every day and cannot believe what people are capable of. To see this level of fragmentation is very, very unfortunate, said Brofman, when he found out that the cafe he frequents, the Miami Beach Bagel Shop, faced a third act of hatred. The act of hatred was a man tearing down and stealing the American flag. It's anti-Semitic to mistake Jews for Arabs, don't you understand? Oh, true, that's what they meant. Except they were Arab. They're just Jewish Arabs. They're Arab Jews. They're Mizrahi. Anyway. However bad you thought the Daily Telegraph anti-Semitic stunt was, it's probably way worse, and here's proof. See for yourself why this needs to be reported. Oh, this is the Australian story that I wanted to talk about. Wasn't this like what do you call it?
There are claims tonight of a media stunt intended to catch out a Palestine-supporting Sydney restaurant. The owner of Cairo Takeaway in the Inner West says his staff were targeted by a hidden camera setup in a bid to get them saying something inflammatory relating to the conflict in Gaza.
What began as a simple takeaway order, a cup of hibiscus tea for the man in the white shirt and hat, ended in confrontation.
Is there any evidence the parties involved are Zionists? Does evidence not point to the man who was manning the gun that fired? Passive voice intended, by the way, is an Asmonis? What? I can't understand what kind of joke you're trying to make there. Yes. The American Jewish guy that thought that he saw Palestinians and thought that he killed them was pro-Israel, yes. It's not simply because he's Jewish that I'm making this assertion. I'm making this assertion because he shot two Arab-looking people thinking that they were Palestinians, and he also shot them and thought that he killed them.
Outside.
And I'll do exactly what you did to me, filming.
Danielle Gusmaroli is a reporter from the Daily Telegraph. With her is a camera crew and a Jewish man who ordered the tea. Workers at Cairo Takeaway in Newtown say a staff member served him just like they would any other customer, but he tried to provoke them. Employees were too afraid to speak on camera, but told 10 News First, the customer said,
"Am I upsetting you being here?" And she said, "No, I'm just asking you what you want." He said, "It's because I'm Jewish."
Staff claim when the waitress walked away outside, she became aware the customer was with a camera crew and she began filming.
Who comes into a restaurant and asks me a question about this gentleman who I don't even know?
In what's alleged to be an organised stunt that didn't go to plan.
We are a small corner restaurant in Newtown that is proud to stand in solidarity with this community, which is why I believe we were targeted and harassed by a male on Tuesday.
If this incident was a setup gone wrong, it paints an ugly picture. The owner here has made accusations that these journalists...
Does it? What do you mean? That's... How many of these fucking stories have happened? Like, what do you mean? It's literally... It's always the same principle, too. Person walks into, like, a cafe or whatever, starts freaking the fuck out after seeing, like, anyone that is wearing a keffiyeh or anyone that, like, even resembles a person of Arab descent And then luckily for everybody involved, there are a million different smartphones with cameras everywhere. So they usually film the entire fucking process. Obviously, the parties that want to claim anti-Semitism will always be like, oh, they attacked me because I'm Jewish. They attacked me because I'm Jewish. No, they didn't attack you. You attacked them. The fuck do you mean? It happened in like, what was it? Like Panera.
Journalists tried to manufacture a story and stoked
Who is
division.
they? They is literally anyone and everyone. Could be a Mexican dude that happens to look kind of Arab. Okay, could be a dude wearing a shirt that says "Say yes to peace." They could be a child's artwork in the form of a quilt in the fucking UN headquarters that says "Give peace a chance." Okay, could be a pregnant lady at a Panera. It seems insane when I say this. These are all real instances of this exact same thing happening. They could be a bunch of people literally in a drum circle singing "Kumbaya" as a lady stands in front of them claiming that they're not scared because they're wearing a t-shirt that they drew the Star of David on, and the people want nothing to do with this lady.
At a time when tension in the community is already high. It's still not clear if this is indeed the case.
Will not be bullied. It's now a police matter, and hopefully they treat this matter quite seriously.
Police have formally requested a copy of the footage, while 10 News First has made repeated efforts to clarify these allegations with News Corp today, but our calls and emails were not returned. We also tried to contact the customer. Taylor Ryan for 10 News First.
Anyway, here's the...
And Cairo takes people on a ride.
Wait, there's more
Tuesday
coverage.
afternoon, and Cairo Takeaway Cafe is buzzing when a man wearing a Star of David cap walks in and orders a hibiscus tea. He moves to the back of the cafe, wearing glasses with a camera. He turns them on and he leaves, following the female staff member who served him. They're at the door when the man in the cap speaks up. The alleged conversation relayed to the cafe chef.
Am I upsetting you being here? She said, no, I'm just asking you. Okay. He says, because I'm Jewish.
Seconds later, a senior journalist from the Daily Telegraph enters with her photographer. She allegedly asks the same female server, have you got a problem with the man with the white cap? She says,
Wow, $150 million in Knesset grants for better Hasbara in the year 2025. This is the best we got. That's crazy. That is crazy. Here's an expose on the Cairo takeaway stunt, building anti-Semitism one caper at a time. They were offended by a mural by a famous artist there. He has rocked up at pro-Pal protest to cause trouble. Within 2 days, 2 Muslims were attacked in Sydney. One of them was pregnant. Literally nothing in the media. At the same time, well-known Lebanese artist meant to represent Australia at Venice Biennale was dropped, breaking all normal processes. It's so strange, dude. It's like it's basically like, oh, you just start shit, you try to cry bully your way out of it, even if it's just like a genuinely failed attempt, but the administrators still follow through on the process and just like excommunicate pro-Palestinian or even fucking any kind of like Arab, any kind of...
Adobe Acrobat AI Assistant helps me build trust with clients. With AI Assistant, I can find contract details quickly. Having all of this together helps position myself as an expert, and it gives me that confidence to talk to clients.
Like Arab association that they might have had. It's insane. And I guess it's like very similar to the way that conservatives operated for years to create perceived victimhood. This is all this is. People who are pro-Israel are just fucking conservative. That's it. And they cry bully in the same exact fucking way. It's the same shit. Like, you go to a protest, okay? You get as annoying as you possibly can be. You pull up a fucking phone camera and you film it and you go, see, they're attacking me. The only difference, on the other hand, is that when white conservative men do this, everybody goes, okay, dude, shut the fuck up. Like, stop crying. Okay? The fuck are you talking about? But because anti-Semitism is a real issue, okay, and Jewish people are still in the Western world a marginalized identity, there's a lot more motion in progressive circles that towards this sort of thing, and people actually do treat it seriously and not regard it in the same fucking way that they would if it was like a white Christian guy being like, Christianity is under attack. You see, they're being gay in my vicinity. It's the same reactionary principle, however. Okay? That's the only difference. And the negative consequences of this, that for some weird reason, Jewish Zionists do not fucking recognize, is that you're just undermining a very real problem with anti-Semitism by diluting the pool with ridiculous bullshit like this. And I don't know why ultra-Zionist, Zionist Jewish people in the Western world think that their allegiance with Gentile fascists will hold. I don't know why they think this, okay? I genuinely don't know why. I genuinely do not understand why they are so confident that, like, the Gentiles will not inevitably go back to the old ways, okay? It is shocking. Last Tuesday morning, Israeli-Australian Birnbaum donned his white Star of David cap, white t-shirt, and a prominent Star of David necklace on his chest, and headed to Cairo takeaway with Daily Telegraph journalist Danielle Guzmarali and a camera person in tow, ostensibly seeking evidence that there is a crisis of anti-Semitism in Sydney, including in the inner West. An internal Telegraph plan revealed by Crikey last week indicated that he would be wearing video glasses, but Birnbaum has since denied using them, although it appears he has used the glasses to covertly record police officers in the past. Guzmarali and other News Corp reporters acquainted with Birnbaum because they have previously used him as a source. The plan referred to him as an undercover Jewish man. News Corp chose Cairo Takeaway for its covert journalism because his owner Hashem El-Masri is well known for his support for Palestine. If there was any doubt, a large mural in Palestinian colors by well-known artist Scotty Marsh is featured on the laneway wall behind the restaurant. Undercover, by the way. On Sunday, Cairo Takeaway organized the Gadigal de Gaza fundraiser for Palestine at the Factory Theatre in Prime Minister Anthony Albanese's seat of Grandler? I don't know how to say that. Anyway, Birnbaum has served hibiscus tea. He ordered the Cairo takeaway. He started interrogating the staff about their attitude to his Jewishness. By then, the restaurant staff had tweaked the media presence, and the sting, rather than being a successful hit, turned into an embarrassment. The Telegraph duo found themselves publicly accused of divisive journalism as they retreated up the street. That evening, a detailed account of the botched undercover hit was published on social media. The Sydney Morning Herald and other outlets took up the story. Owner Hashem El-Masri alleged that Birnbaum made a series of provocative comments to staff in an attempt to spark an argument. Our staff members were subjected to a deliberate orchestrated incident at our establishment, he told SMH. The Cairo Takeaway Instagram account attracted thousands of comments, including some from people who claimed that Birnbaum had previously tried to provoke them at pro-Palestinian protests. Birnbaum has hired prominent defamation lawyer Rebecca Giles, who threatened to sue El-Masri if the statements on his Cairo Takeaway Instagram account were not removed by late Friday. The statements remain unchanged. Birnbaum has described those statements as wholly incorrect and scandalously false. What is this? One of the weirdest stories regarding anti-Semitism in Australia. A story barely makes sense. Dual caravan as it happened. Brisbane Times. Dual caravan as it happened. Police under pressure to make arrests. Jewish community believes puppet masters still at large. Pressure is mounting on NSW police to make arrests over apparent plot to target a Sydney synagogue with stolen mining explosive, and the number of anti-Semitic city attacks across the city grows. But authorities are defending the decision to keep the potential threat to the community secret for 10 days, despite criticism from Jewish groups and leaders. Here's everything you need to know as we wrap up our coverage for the night. A Dural local discovered and moved an abandoned caravan left on Darrywong Road on January 19th. When the local looked inside and discovered explosives, they called the police. Inside the caravan, police found a note with an address of a Sydney synagogue. The amount of power gel explosives discovered could create a 40-meter blast wave. Police said the explosives were believed to have been stolen from a mining site. Into the investigation, police have arrested several people over recent anti-Semitic attacks across Sydney under Strike Force Pearl, but none over the explosives. Police believe the apparent plot is linked to be orchestrated attacks behind directed by people above the alleged perpetrators arrested so far. Jewish groups believe the puppet masters behind the violence are yet to be apprehended. Both police and the state government have defended their decision to stay quiet on the investigation despite criticism from the Jewish community. Police Commissioner Karen Webb said the caravan investigation has been compromised when details were leaked to the media, triggering a succession of scrambled police and government press conferences. 2 people arrested on the periphery of this investigation, Tammy Ferrugia and her partner Scott Marshall, had already been arrested under Strike Force Pearl, a third person allegedly named on a police warrant alongside the couple. None of these 3 people have been charged over the explosives. The owner of the caravan is in police custody but has not been charged in relation to this incident. He was previously arrested for other alleged offending, police said. Prime Minister Albanese paralleled the perpetrators of anti-Semitic attacks as cowards who would be hunted down and locked up as he defended his government's handling of the matter. They reported in an article that police found a cache of like 40-year-old bombs to try and spread more anti-Arab hate. I mean, this doesn't make any fucking sense whatsoever. Especially considering a guy stole the caravan. The 2 people arrested have nothing to do with the van. They're just weird druggos who apparently have done anti-Semitic graffiti. Albanese has faced calls from the coalition to reveal when he was briefed on the caravan investigation and why details of the suspected terror plot were not made public. Keep reading the other story, it gets worse. Last week, Birnbaum closed his LinkedIn account and switched off his Ofer from Instagram account, which he has more than 4,000 followers. He grew up in Israel, served in the IDF. According to his recently deleted Instagram account, he graduated from Rupin Academic Center in Israel. By 2021, he was in Australia working as an AI consultant. AI. He joined a multinational human resources development sources company, Dayforce, as a solutions architect. As soon as Israel's war in Gaza began following Hamas' October 7 accounts, Birnbaum became intensely involved in campaigning in support of Israel and Australia. He has been designated as a friend by right-wing Australian Jewish Association and is campaigning with Advance Australia to starve the Greens and Teals of preferences by putting them last in all elections. Birnbaum has also been an active committee member in Together with Israel when it was founded in October 2023 and represented them as a motivational speaker with the message, one nation, one heart, one land. Birnbaum was one of the organizers of a rally by Together with Israel in December 2024. Speakers of the rally included Rabbi Benjamin Elton, Great Synagogue Sydney Senator Dave Sharma, Wallara Maya, Sarah Swan, and Ofer Birnbaum himself. Campaigning for better councils, rallies galore. Meanwhile, Birnbaum was attending lots of rallies in Sydney, Melbourne, photographing Greens and other activists. He was at the Supreme Court when the Palestine Action Group was appealing against the police refusal to permit to a march. He was at Sydney University during the camp and protest. He even did his own graffiti there, which was captured on video.
I'm gonna call it quits for the night. I didn't get much sleep today. I'm exhausted. I need a rest. But I'll be online tomorrow with more videos. I think that will all help us learn stuff. So until tomorrow. Later.